Chapter 1. The Scheming Minister and the Nourishing Wet Nurse at 12:18 on December 27th. Humph, I have finally emerged from the little dark room. Feeling exuberant. Dear readers, do not hesitate to dive into this tale. Both the male and female protagonists maintain their purity, and each world is a distinct unit with different leads. We strive to enrich the variety of character types. Love you all as dawn broke. Gentle rays of light streamed through the window panes, casting a warm glow upon the courtyard of the Wynn residence. At this moment, the Wynn household was bustling with activity. The imperial physicians hurried to and fro, resembling a whirlwind of urgency. In a spacious yet tranquil chamber, when Rongxuan lay upon an opulent bed, his complexion as pale as paper. The delicate circles of dark hues encircled his tightly shut eyes, and his lips had lost their former rosy hue, rendering him devoid of vitality. By the bedside, the renowned ghostly physician, Master Hua, wore a grave expression as he stroked his snowy beard, engrossed in penning a prescription. Upon completion, he gently raised his head and softly instructed Mu Feng, when Rongshuan's trusted aide standing nearby. Remember, you must select the cleanest and freshest medicinal herbs. There must be no room for carelessness. Mu Feng nodded respectfully, casting a glance at the prescription. However, upon seeing a particular detail, a faint blush involuntarily crept onto his ears. He quickly acknowledged Master Hua's admonition and turned on his heel, hastening away to procure the rare herbs as requested, and to post a notice seeking a suitable wet nurse. Meanwhile, the unmarried Yun Luo chanced upon a substantial reward notice prominently displayed in the bustling marketplace, stirring something within her heart. After much hesitation, she resolutely joined a group of over a dozen older women in tearing down the notice, heading to the Wynn residence in hopes of fortune. Upon their arrival, the ever-watchful Lu Mama began to scrutinize each woman meticulously. With an impassive expression, Lu Mama instructed them to remove their outer garments one by one, extending her hands to feel and inspect, occasionally leaning closer to inhale their scent. Thus, one by one, the women were eliminated, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Soon, it was Yun Luo's turn. Lu Mama took a deep breath, savoring the sweet fragrance, and quickly formed a decision in her mind. She surveyed the gathered women and pointed at Yun Luo, who exuded an enchanting milky aroma, declaring, "It is you. The rest may leave." Yun Luo, taken aback to find herself chosen, was soon illuminated by joy. In a flurry of excitement, she clumsily donned her garments, her movements a charming mix of haste and adorableness. Lu Mama, standing nearby, patiently awaited, her eyes glimmering with warmth and anticipation. Once Miss Yun had composed herself, Lu Mama smiled and beckoned her to follow. Thus, the two made their way toward Yun Luo's chamber, during which Lu Mama softly explained the local customs and regulations. Upon entering the room, Lu Mama skillfully opened a cabinet and retrieved an exquisite container. She then approached the bedside, delicately extracting some fresh medicinal essence into the vessel. The essence appeared crystal clear, succulent, and emitted a subtle fragrance. After completing the gathering of medicinal sources, Lu Mama held the container tightly, bidding farewell to Miss Yun in haste as she hurried to the apothecary. Left alone in the room, Yun Luo shyly perched on the edge of the bed, uncertain of what to do next. At that moment, she felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety, her heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation for the life that lay ahead, unaware that this place marked the beginning of her nightmare. Chapter 2. Out-of-line Mu Feng prepared the medicinal soup and diligently administered it to his unconscious master. Meanwhile, Master Hua skillfully extracted the silver needles that were inserted into the various meridian points on the man's bare upper body. As each needle was withdrawn, the man's complexion, which had been as pale as paper, gradually regained a healthy flush. Master Hua extended his fingers to rest upon Wen Rongshuan's wrist, meticulously feeling for his pulse. After a moment, the furrowed lines of his brow began to ease, but a trace of gravity still lingered. Although the situation had improved, the residual poison had yet to be entirely purged. It is imperative that the medicinal soup be consumed punctually over the next 3 months to ensure the complete eradication of the lingering toxins. As he regarded the wooden post, Mu Feng scoffed inwardly, thinking, "You impudent rascal, do not dare to treat this old man with such blatant rudeness again." My old bones cannot withstand such tumult, with the poison in his master having been largely neutralized. Master Hua took his leave without further ado, striding purposefully out of the Wen residence. Before long, when Rongshuan slowly awakened, Mu Feng, who had been vigilantly stationed by the bedside, hurried forward, eager to assist his master in rising. However, when Rongshuan merely waved his hand lightly, signaling that no assistance was necessary, and gradually propped himself up, ultimately leaning against the couch, his already extraordinarily handsome features appeared somewhat pallid due to his illness. Yet, even in this weakened state, the powerful aura and commanding presence that emanated from him remained undeniable. With his thin lips parting, the man coldly inquired, "Have there been any unusual occurrences in the court lately?" Mu Feng respectfully replied, "As you anticipated, my lord, the left chancellor could not restrain himself, and has indeed dispatched individuals to probe for information. However, those individuals have already been apprehended by my subordinates, and the relevant charges have been prepared." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile played at the corners of Wen Rongshuan's mouth, revealing a barely perceptible expression of satisfaction. His deep-set eyes sparkled with wisdom, indicating that everything was within his control. After all, he was skillfully maneuvering the intricate chessboard of court politics, with each move carefully considered and meticulously planned. At that moment, Mu Feng's expression shifted, revealing signs of hesitation. After much deliberation, he timidly spoke. "However, there is a new wet nurse who has recently arrived at the residence, claiming she is to provide medicinal resources for your detoxification." When Rongshuan's gaze sharpened, "A wet nurse? Since when have I required such a thing?" Mu Feng hurriedly clarified, "My lord, this woman appears to possess extraordinary qualities. Master Hua suggested that she might assist you in completely eliminating the residual poison." When Rongshuan snorted coldly, "Could it be that old fellow is up to some trickery again?" Leaning against the couch, he toyed with a white jade cup, his expression revealing a hint of indifference. Mu Feng stood respectfully to the side, awaiting his master's command. "Bring the wet nurse to me." When Rongshuan said nonchalantly that Mu Feng complied, and soon returned with a young girl who had just reached her coming-of-age ceremony, then retreated and closed the door behind her. "Greetings, my lord." Yun Luo respectfully bowed, her head bowed low, her heart racing. "Lift your head," when Rongshuan commanded gently. She slowly raised her face, her eyes reflecting a flicker of trepidation. Yet within the depths of her gaze lay a stubborn resolve. "You are Yun Luo?" Yun Luo nodded, responding, "Yes, my lord, I am the maidservant." When Rongshuan regarded the seemingly innocent girl before him with interest, noting how her head hung low, her cheeks flushed like the setting sun, her shyness evident, he smirked slightly, asking softly, "Are you married yet?" At his words, Yun Luo felt her heart tighten, the blush on her face deepening. "Akin to a ripe apple," she stammered, replying to my lord, "this servant has not yet married. It is merely that my constitution is somewhat peculiar." Her voice was barely audible, like a whispering breeze at that moment. A faint, sweet fragrance suddenly filled the air. The aroma was fresh and delightful, reminiscent of a spring garden in full bloom. As a martial artist, when Rongshuan's senses were far more acute than those of ordinary men, and he immediately detected this unusual scent. His brows furrowed slightly as his gaze darted towards the source of the fragrance. That instant, Yun Luo appeared enchanting, exuding an irresistible charm that seemed to draw all attention. It was as if an intangible allure captivated the man's gaze. Leaning against the couch, when Rongshuan found himself inexplicably stirred by an unusual impulse and desire in response to the captivating scene before him. This sudden and somewhat inappropriate thought left Wen Rongshuan astonished. He had never entertained such audacious notions before, and he felt a sense of unease regarding the desires hidden deep within himself. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over emotion. He suppressed the stirring urge, tightly closing his eyes in an effort to quell the tumult within. When he opened his eyes again, he endeavored to conceal the darkness and obscurity within his gaze, restoring the calm and composed demeanor he typically maintained. Meanwhile, Yun Luo seemed to sense the peculiar change within her own body. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a brilliant hue, reminiscent of the evening glow, and she became increasingly bashful. In her flustered state, she instinctively raised her arm, attempting to shield her alluring figure with her sleeve. However, this action only served to render her even more enticing, akin to a frightened fawn, evoking both pity and temptation. Seeing Yun Luo in such an awkward predicament, Wen Rongxuan furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly removed his outer garment and tossed it towards her as if it were a delicate cloud. In a low, gravelly voice, he instructed, "You may leave now." Yun Luo hurriedly caught the garment, quickly draping it over herself, her head bowed low, unwilling to meet Wen Rongxuan's gaze again, before hastily turning to exit. As she walked away, she silently prayed not to be discovered in her current, disheveled state. She fled back to her room, intent on managing her embarrassing situation. Chapter 3. The cunning minister's medicinal wet nurse at that moment. Within the confines of the room, when Rongxuan's gaze burned intensely in the direction Yun Luo had departed, his longing surging like a tidal wave, he recalled every detail of Yun Luo's presence, the sweetness of her fragrance, the sound of her voice, the aura she exuded. All of it ensnared him in a state of rapture from which he could not extricate himself. When Rongxuan was acutely aware that his desires were abnormal, yet he found himself powerless to control them, that he yearned for Yun Luo, for everything that she represented. This longing drove him to madness, stripping him of his reason. Taking a deep breath, when Rongxuan struggled to quell the inner beast that threatened to erupt. Leaning against the bed, he let out a low, sickly laugh, a sound that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, sending chills down one's spine. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the room. As usual, Mu Feng entered with a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. When the familiar sweet aroma wafted into Wen Rongxuan's nostrils, he unhesitatingly lifted the bowl and drank it down in one go, even indulging in the sensation by licking his lips afterward. Mu Feng, standing to the side, was taken aback by his master's unusual behavior. To him, that bowl of bitter and repugnant concoction seemed to transform into a rare elixir, captivating Wen Rongxuan's senses. Despite his astonishment, Mu Feng suppressed his emotions and remained silent, standing still in place. However, over the next few days, this scene repeated itself incessantly. Each time, Wen Rongxuan would eagerly consume the soup, revealing an expression of utter satisfaction. Eventually, Mu Feng could no longer contain his curiosity and began to furtively observe his master. Sensing Mu Feng's gaze, Wen Rongxuan suddenly inquired, "Has there been any news from Miss Yun in recent days?" Mu Feng quickly averted his eyes and respectfully replied, "Reporting to my lord, Miss Yun has remained in her chamber and has not ventured outside." Wen Rongxuan nodded slightly, musing for a moment before stating, "Very well. Go to the storeroom and select some peculiar trinkets. Deliver them to Miss Yun." Upon hearing this, Mu Feng promptly complied. Before long, he arrived at Yun Luo's door, gently knocked, and upon receiving permission, stepped inside. Yun Luo was quietly seated by the window, engrossed in a book. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. Upon seeing the exquisite gifts in Mu Feng's hands, a flicker of confusion crossed her beautiful eyes. But she quickly smiled and stood, saying softly, "Thank you, young Master Mu. Please convey my gratitude to the Lord." Mu Feng nodded and relayed her message back to Wen Rongxuan. "Is that all?" No further remarks. Upon hearing Mu Feng's recounting, Wen Rongxuan's expression darkened instantly, a chilling aura enveloping the room. Mu Feng, sensing the shift, felt his heart race and quickly lowered his head. Not daring to utter another word, he simply stood quietly to the side, trying to diminish his presence, fearful of inadvertently provoking his capricious master. As Wen Rongxuan's demeanor grew increasingly ominous, Mu Feng hastily explained, "Miss Yun appears to be in good spirits. Perhaps she is simply not one for many words." Wen Rongxuan let out a cold snort, yet did not lash out further. From that day forth, Wen Rongxuan ceased to merely await news from Yun Luo, instead venturing out each day himself, that he would feign nonchalance as he strolled past Yun Luo's residence. At first, she paid him little mind, but as his visits became frequent, curiosity began to stir within her. One day, as Wen Rongxuan passed by, Yun Luo happened to step outside. Their eyes met, and Wen Rongxuan's heart raced unexpectedly. While Yun Luo smiled lightly and inquired, "Why does the esteemed sir linger here so often of late?" Wen Rongxuan cast a deliberately indifferent glance at her. The scenery here was indeed splendid. Yun Luo looked up, observing nothing more than ordinary flowers and trees. It was hardly a unique vista. Gradually, the dark expression on Wen Rongxuan's face began to dissipate, and Mu Feng, witnessing this transformation, realized that his master's heart had indeed become irrevocably entwined with Yun Luo's. Chapter 4. The deceptive minister's nurturing wet nurse in recent days. Yun Luo's outings became increasingly frequent, stirring a profound unease within Wen Rongshuan, who had been closely monitoring her. After several days without the sight of her charming figure, his longing and doubts surged within him like rampant weeds. Unable to contain his growing agitation, he dispatched his trusted aide, Mu Feng, to investigate the matter. Following a meticulous inquiry, Mu Feng returned with news that ignited Wen Rongshuan's fury. It turned out that Yun Luo had been clandestinely meeting with her childhood companion, Ji Jiaxiu. Even more astonishing was the revelation that their relationship had progressed to the point of discussing marriage. Upon hearing this, Wen Rongshuan's expression darkened, akin to the sky before a tempest. His once handsome visage twisted in anger, and he muttered through clenched teeth, "A deceiver. She once vowed to me that she would never marry." That a flicker of ruthlessness crossed his deep, dark gaze, as if a fierce beast yearned to break free from its confines. At that moment, his blood seemed to boil with fervor, clamoring to possess Yun Luo entirely. That night, the darkness enveloped the world like an endless expanse of black silk, soft and silent, that no light penetrated this heavy shroud, rendering everything tranquil and mysterious. Simultaneously, a searing wave of heat surged within the enclosed space, akin to a ferocious beast rampaging with claws bared, releasing an oppressive warmth that threatened to ignite all in its path. Yet amid such a stifling atmosphere, two souls were utterly immersed in each other's world, lost in fervent embrace, as if oblivious to all else surrounding them. Their breaths quickened and became erratic, the rhythm of their heartbeats intertwining into a fervent symphony, harmonizing with the rising heat that in that moment. Their eyes held only one another, their hearts aflame with an unquenchable passion. Wen Rongshuan, a minister wielding unparalleled power, commanded respect and fear throughout the realm. However, he was singularly captivated by Yun Luo, imprisoning her within the confines of the Wen residence in a manner bordering on tyranny. Each night, the Wen manor radiated brilliance, as Wen Rongshuan ensured that Yun Luo was enveloped in endless revelry. Disregarding the whispers of the outside world, the enchanting melodies and fine wines became the unique backdrop to their world. Meanwhile, the ministers in the court began to notice a shift in Wen Rongshuan. The once austere and formidable figure now exuded a rare warmth during court sessions, leaving many astonished and perplexed, though none dared to speculate on the reasons behind this transformation. Yet, Wen Rongshuan's machinations did not cease there. Aware that Ji Jiaxiu posed a potential threat to his relationship with Yun Luo, he unhesitatingly wielded his power to exile Ji Jiaxiu and his family to distant frontiers, forbidding their return to the capital. This action stirred considerable uproar, but none dared to voice opposition against Wen Rongshuan's might. Upon hearing this news, Yun Luo's heart felt as if it were being torn apart, just as she was about to weep openly. To release her sorrow and helplessness, she was abruptly seized by Wen Rongshuan and drawn into his intoxicating embrace. Chapter 1. The little maid of the pseudo-cold noble in the bustling and vibrant capital. The illustrious young master of the Sheng family, Sheng Ju, shone like a dazzling jewel, capturing the attention of all. Dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, his garments billowed gracefully, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. The robe, crafted from exquisite fabric and adorned with intricate embroidery, perfectly complemented his noble demeanor. Sheng Ju stood tall and straight, exuding an innate elegance and composure with every step, resembling a leopard poised to pounce upon its prey. His strikingly cold visage sparkled like a brilliant star, his brows arched sharply, his deep-set eyes reminiscent of the vast ocean, his nose high and proud, and his lips subtly curved in an almost imperceptible smile. The maid, named Chun Xiang, followed closely behind him, her steps light and quick. She was remarkably clever and agile, her large, expressive eyes brimming with vitality. Holding a handkerchief, she gently remarked, "Young master, the wind is strong today. Please be cautious not to catch a chill." Sheng Ju nodded slightly, but remained silent. Upon reaching the lotus pond in the courtyard, he paused, his gaze fixated on a half-blooming pink lotus, lost in thought. Chun Xiang, sensing his reverie, dared not interrupt and stood quietly by. With her head bowed, she focused intently on the ground beneath her feet, her mind racing with thoughts. Unconsciously, Her hand brushed against the small pouch at her waist, slightly bulging with the coins she had painstakingly saved. She was on the verge of accumulating enough. With just 3 more months of perseverance, she would be able to redeem the contract that bound her to servitude, allowing her to escape to an unfamiliar, yet peaceful corner where she could live a stable life. The mere thought of a tranquil and warm existence brought a smile to her lips, conjuring images of a simple life where she would marry a kind-hearted man, bear children, and manage a household, savoring the joys of family life. Though such a life lacked opulence, to Qin Xiang, who had endured much suffering, it was an invaluable dream. However, as she stood there, Sheng Ju's gaze lingered on her from the corner of his eye. His attention felt predatory, akin to a venomous snake coiling around its unsuspecting prey. Poised to strike, he silently plotted how to possess this innocent maid, to claim her as his own. His handsome features bore an icy demeanor, radiating an aura of coldness as he lifted his gaze to the pitch-black night sky. Softly uttering, "The wind has risen. Let us return." The voice seemed to have been tinged with a coolness by the nightfall that a night quietly descended. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Qin Xiang quietly kept vigil beside Xingyu, resembling a devoted guardian spirit. However, the prolonged fatigue gradually rendered her unable to resist the encroaching drowsiness, and before she knew it, she fell into a deep slumber. Xingyu gazed at the sleeping woman before him, a tumult of indescribable emotions swelling within his heart. But he gently extended his hand and tenderly lifted Qin Xiang, as if cradling a rare and precious treasure. Then, he delicately placed her upon the couch, his movements so gentle that they barely caused a ripple. Yet, at that moment, Xingyu's usual frosty demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by an almost pathological fervor. That he leaned closer to Qin Xiang, his lips brushing lightly against her delicate skin, leaving behind a trail of fervent kisses. His hands began to wander restlessly, exploring Qin Xiang's form, savoring her warmth and softness. In that moment, Xingyu was wholly ensnared by his own desires, no longer resembling the aloof and proud figure he typically presented. Chapter 2. The infatuated servant of the pretentiously aloof young master. Qin Xiang slowly awoke to find herself lying before the young master's couch. She felt utterly limp, as if all her strength had been drained away, making even the act of rising a challenge. Her once fair complexion now bore a captivating flush, akin to the blossoms of peach trees in spring, vibrant and dripping with allure. That moment, Xingyu regarded Qin Xiang with an almost obsessive gaze that a hint of morbid possessiveness flickered in his eyes, sending a shiver down her spine. Yet, this unsettling aura did not detract from his inherently cool demeanor. Rather, it added an air of mystery and charm. Today marked the day of a grand banquet at the Sheng residence. Bustling with activity, Qin Xiang steeled herself to serve the young master, assisting him in his grooming and attire. She gently picked up the comb, meticulously untangling his ink-black hair with graceful expertise. Then, she carefully adorned him with a resplendent moonlight robe, ensuring that every detail was impeccably arranged. Once everything was in order, Xingyu stepped out, his posture regal and his movements light, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. His strikingly handsome face shone brilliantly in the sunlight, drawing the attention of numerous noble ladies present, who secretly admired him. During the banquet, laughter and lively conversation filled the air, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Xingyu maintained his characteristic cool detachment, occasionally engaging in brief conversations that were succinct yet courteous. However, when someone suggested he compose a poem on the spot, he readily obliged. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly penned a masterpiece, the words flowing with elegance and profound meaning, leaving the audience in awe, all praising him as the foremost talent of the capital. As the festivities continued, the jubilant ambience of the Sheng residence intensified. The garden was a riot of colors, with lush trees providing shade. Pavilions and towers were arranged harmoniously, a sight to behold. The lotus flowers in the pond swayed gently in the breeze, releasing wafts of refreshing fragrance. Such a splendid scene was intoxicating, rendering one reluctant to leave. After a long day of toil, Qin Xiang finally received the young master's grace, allowing her a full day of rest. This delightful news filled her with excitement, and with dreams of a free life beyond the confines of the residence, she soon drifted into a sweet slumber. Meanwhile, the perpetually aloof Xingyu received distressing news from butler Fong. Qin Xiang was set to depart from the residence in 3 months. Unable to bear the thought of losing her, he began to devise a scheme to forever ensnare his little bird. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. On this day, Xingyu meticulously orchestrated a scheme that he intentionally instructed Qinxiang to move a heavy and invaluable blue jade vase. And as expected, she accidentally shattered the priceless artifact. Qinxiang shuddered, realizing the gravity of her mistake. As a servant, the rules dictated that she would face severe punishment and be sold off. She doubted she could withstand the punishment, feeling engulfed by despair and helplessness, yet powerless to change her fate. Xingyu languidly reclined on the couch, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, shedding his frigid facade as a wicked smile crept across his lips. His gaze fell upon Qinxiang, akin to a predator eyeing its prey ensnared in a trap. "Come here, please me. Otherwise, your life is forfeit. This vase could easily be replaced by you," he commanded, his voice cold yet magnetic, laced with an undeniable authority. Qinxiang trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting helplessness and fear. She understood that defying Xingyu was not an option, as the consequences would be dire. Slowly, she approached him, each step heavy with trepidation. Her heart was a tumult of conflict and struggle, unsure of how to confront this man, who, though once as cool as the moon, now resembled a devil. As she stood before Xingyu, he reached out, gently caressing her cheek. His fingers were icy and delicate, sending a shiver through her. "You are mine, now and forever," he whispered, his voice a seductive murmur in her ear. Qinxiang's heart brimmed with despair. She knew she could no longer escape Xingyu's grasp. She could only endure silently, hoping for the day she might reclaim her freedom. Chapter 3. The infatuated servant of the pretentiously aloof young master, the end, as passion intensified. A palpable heat enveloped the room, quickening the pace of breath. The intertwining of begonia flowers and pear branches painted a breathtaking tableau. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Xingyu stirred from slumber, his elongated eyes slowly opening, instantly emanating an aggressive glint. Glancing at the person in his arms, whose snow-white skin bore crimson marks, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. He gently lifted the covers, elegantly sitting up, methodically donning his garments as each piece of clothing adorned him. The languid aura he had moments ago dissipated, replaced by an air of cool detachment, but he stood tall and proud, like a solitary pine atop a mountain, exuding an aura of inaccessibility. Meanwhile, Qinxiang remained ensconced in her dream world, still ensnared by fatigue. However, she did not linger over this tender scene. His expression impassive, he regarded the sleeping Qinxiang, his mind swirling with thoughts. Finally, fully dressed, he approached the bedside, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, "I must step out for business and may be gone for some time. Be a good girl and wait for my return." Qinxiang stirred awake at the sound, her gaze bleary as she looked at the young master, her eyelids drooping in silence. After speaking, he straightened up, casting one last deep glance at the figure on the bed before turning to leave, leaving behind a note instructing butler Fong to care for Qinxiang. Xingyu had been away on urgent matters for several days, and the butler's attitude towards her sparked rumors. Qinxiang did not wish to be a mere plaything, serving others with her body. Under the weight of the gossip, she resolved to escape the capital. Thus began a 6-month flight, during which Qinxiang hid and evaded capture. Ultimately, she found refuge in a modest apothecary. To make a living, she learned to identify herbs and procure supplies. Working diligently in the shop to by day, she tirelessly managed the business, sorting herbs and grinding powders. By night, she curled up in the small back room, stitching patterned handkerchiefs by the dim light of an oil lamp to supplement her meager income. Yet, the truth could not remain hidden forever. One quiet night, just as Qinxiang was lost in slumber, a soft sound awakened her. Before she could fully regain consciousness, a strong hand clamped over her mouth, while another firmly restrained her. Terrified, Qinxiang struggled desperately, but the assailant's strength was overwhelming, rendering her efforts futile. In the faint moonlight, she discerned the familiar face of Xingyu. He had long since learned of her escape and tracked her down to this very place. Xingyu imprisoned Qinxiang in a secluded villa, relentlessly pursuing her every moment. Wrapping her in his embrace, his gaze was filled with madness. "How could you bear to leave me?" Qinxiang's eyes brimmed with tears as she bitterly replied, "You see me merely as an object of amusement. Why should I not escape?" Xingyu tenderly wiped away her tears, his voice hoarse. You are mistaken. You are my lifeblood. From that point on, Xinyu's obsession only intensified, that he resolutely enacted a decree forbidding Qinxiang from stepping even a half-step beyond the villa's threshold. However, in the midst of it all, he generously bestowed upon Qinxiang an abundance of opulence, adorning her with the most resplendent and luxurious garments, while she wore a crown of dazzling and rare jewels. Yet, beneath this seemingly beautiful gift lay an invisible shackle, ensnaring Qinxiang firmly within this gilded cage, akin to a caged canary, stripped of her rights and courage to soar freely. Each night, as darkness fell and silence enveloped the world, he would quietly enter Qinxiang's chamber. 80 times, he would merely stand at her bedside, gazing intently with his profound and intricate eyes at her as she slumbered peacefully. Other times, he could scarcely contain the tempest of emotions within, fervently kissing her delicate, dew-kissed lips, as if to pour forth all his love and longing into that moment. Qinxiang felt suffocated, desperately attempting to resist once more. One fateful night, after Xingyu had indulged in drink, Qinxiang seized the opportunity to escape with a stolen key. Yet, just as she reached the threshold of the estate, Xingyu intercepted her. His eyes ablaze with fury, he warned, "If you run again, I shall break your legs." Despairing, Qinxiang collapsed to the ground, and Xingyu lifted her effortlessly. "Did I end this lifetime? I shall never let you go, even if it means resorting to such extreme measures." That as Qinxiang gazed at the luminous moon above, she pondered whether she could indeed flee from this maddening and fearsome affection. After 5 years of cohabitation, her heart swelled with trepidation and hopelessness. She sought opportunities to escape, yet each attempt was thwarted by Xingyu. Never relinquishing her desire to distance herself from him, she seized a moment when he was summoned by friends for a discussion, and she fled the estate. She ran with all her might, yearning to distance herself from that terrifying place. However, Xingyu soon discovered her flight and dispatched his subordinates to search for her. Ultimately, Qinxiang was found once more. Xingyu, gazing upon the exhausted Qinxiang, was consumed by anger and disappointment. He could not fathom why she constantly sought to flee from him, believing his love to be selfless, willing to do anything for her. Qinxiang looked at Xingyu's contorted visage, her heart filled with dread and revulsion. She knew she had to devise a way to escape his grasp, lest she remain forever deprived of freedom. Chapter 1. The clumsy and adorable roommate of the cross-dressing master in the study. Fai donned a flowing white gown that swayed gently like a blooming white lotus. Her exquisite features possessed a unique charm, embodying both feminine grace and a hint of masculine vigor. Cascading, raven-black hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, enhancing her mysterious allure. That moment, Fai sat intently before her computer, immersed in her work. Her slender fingers flew across the keyboard, the screen filling with words. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps approached, and a petite figure appeared at the door. It was Yan Xiaoxiao. Clutching a pink pillow, Yan Xiaoxiao walked lightly to Fai's side, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with anticipation as she sweetly inquired, "Sister Yi, may I sleep with you?" Her voice was soft and melodious, capable of melting hearts. Upon hearing this, Fai felt an unusual flutter in her heart, but quickly masked her emotions, feigning contemplation. After a brief pause, she replied hesitantly, "Well, Her tone wavered, as if she were deliberating how to respond to Yan Xiaoxiao's request. Fai's gaze lingered on Xiaoxiao's exposed skin, a glint of desire flickering in her eyes, as if she wished to consume her whole. As her gaze roamed, it brazenly invaded every inch of Xiaoxiao's delicate form. Feeling Fai's silence, Xiaoxiao lowered her head further, revealing her delicate neck, a wave of unease washing over her. Fai's breathing quickened, her lips parting slightly, as if yearning for something. Her fingers unconsciously fidgeted, and she draped a knitted jacket over her lap. Yearning to touch her skin, Fai looked at her, gently pinching the little girl's cheek with a smile in her eyes. Of course, Xiaoxiao, you go ahead and sleep first. I'll join you once I finish my work. The final 3 words were emphasized, yet the drowsy Yin Xiaoxiao was oblivious to it. Hearing her sister's consent, she cheerfully replied, "All right, I'll wait for you." Sister Yin Xiaoxiao yawned and skipped out of the study, heading towards Fai's bedroom. When Fai finally completed her work, it was already 11 p.m. Glancing at her watch, she quietly entered the bedroom. Seeing the little girl peacefully lying on her bed, warmth surged in her heart. She approached the bed, leaning down to kiss the girl's forehead, feeling her gentle breathing and warmth. The little girl stirred slightly in her sleep, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Fi gently enveloped her in an embrace. Savoring her softness and warmth, she closed her eyes, relishing the tranquility and happiness of that moment. The night, like a heavy black velvet cloak, silently enveloped the entire world, that I in the profound stillness. Only the faint moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow. Inside the room, Fi lay quietly on the bed, her beloved beside her. She could distinctly hear the girl's soft breathing, akin to a warm spring breeze brushing against her cheek. Each breath carried a subtle fragrance, instilling a profound sense of peace and serenity within her. The girl's body radiated a gentle warmth, like a small furnace, continuously transmitting comfort. Fi instinctively tightened her embrace, fearful that this moment of beauty might suddenly vanish. Enveloped in this warmth and tranquility, Fi's eyelids grew heavy. She slowly closed her eyes, her mind flooded with cherished memories shared with her. Those sweet recollections sparkled like stars, illuminating her path as she gradually drifted into slumber. Ultimately, Fi surrendered to a sweet dream, where she and her beloved stepped into the sacred hall of marriage. Chapter 2. The clumsy and adorable roommate of the cross-dressing master. Intimacy. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, gently caressing the two entwined figures still asleep in bed. The first to awaken was Fi, who cautiously shifted her body, fearful of disturbing the still sleeping Yin Xiaoxiao. However, the mischievous sunlight seemed intent on teasing the adorable girl, gradually climbing onto Yin Xiaoxiao's cheek and softly rousing her from slumber. Yin Xiaoxiao stirred, her sleep-laden eyes blinking as she gazed at Fi's tender expression, a sweet smile unconsciously spreading across her face. Noticing this, Fi leaned down and lightly kissed Yin Xiaoxiao's forehead, softly saying, "Little lazy bug, it's time to wake up. I prepared your favorite breakfast." With that, she rose from the bed and headed towards the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, Fi returned, bearing a sumptuous breakfast. There was steaming soy milk, golden crispy youtiao, and Yin Xiaoxiao's beloved soup, dumplings, and fruit salad. The two sat at the edge of the bed, joyfully savoring their cozy breakfast moment. After the meal, Fi suggested, "Darling, today happens to be the weekend. How about we go hiking and enjoy the scenery?" Yin Xiaoxiao readily agreed, and the two quickly gathered their belongings, donning comfortable sports attire, hand in hand as they stepped outside. Arriving at the foot of the towering mountain, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a flutter of nervousness in her heart. However, the thought of spending delightful time with Sister Yi filled her with courage. Initially, they walked side by side, their steps light, reveling in the beauty around them while engaging in cheerful conversation. Yet, as the trail grew steeper, Yin Xiaoxiao gradually felt her strength waning, her steps becoming heavier. That moment, Fi halted, turning to Yin Xiaoxiao with a gentle smile, saying, "Xiaoxiao, come, I'll carry you." Yin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, playfully protesting, "Oh, Sister Yi, that's not appropriate." But Fi, undeterred, lifted her onto her back, confidently continuing toward the summit. Resting against Fi's warm back, Yin Xiaoxiao felt the steady rhythm of her heartbeat and even breath, her heart brimming with happiness and sweetness. Unbeknownst to them, they finally reached the mountain peak. Standing atop the mountain, gazing down at the breathtaking scenery below, Yin Xiaoxiao was as exuberant as a child. She leapt from Fu Ye's back, her arms outstretched in joyous celebration. That moment, the sunlight bathed them in its warm glow, illuminating their radiant smiles, akin to blooming flowers that a gentle breeze caressed them, lifting their hair and stirring their hearts. In this instant, it felt as if time had come to a standstill, leaving only the two of them in the entire world, after a long day of arduous trekking and unrestrained play. As night fell, the weary duo finally arrived at a cozy guest house at the foot of the mountain. Yin Xiaoxiao trudged into the room, eager to wash away her exhaustion. She entered the bathroom, turned on the hot water tap, and warm streams cascaded down, filling the air with a comforting steam. However, at that moment, an unforeseen mishap occurred. The slick floor caused Yin Xiaoxiao to lose her footing and tumble down. Hearing a thud from the bathroom, Fu Yi, who was resting in the room, felt a pang of concern and rushed in without hesitation. Upon pushing open the door, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The entire bathroom was shrouded in steam, and through the mist, Yin Xiaoxiao's graceful figure was revealed. Fu Yi took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. and quickly approached her, carefully helping her to her feet. That he picked up a towel and gently dried the droplets on her skin. Inquiring with concern, "Xiao Xiao, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" Yan Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, a mix of shyness and slight pain, and she nodded to indicate she was fine. Fu Yi breathed a sigh of relief but remained uneasy, continuing to assist her with a gentle wash, then enveloping her in a soft bath towel, cradling her tenderly as he carried her out of the bathroom towards the bed. After gently laying Yan Xiaoxiao on the bed, Fu Yi attentively covered her with a blanket, softly saying, "Rest well. And if you feel unwell, please let me know." Yi Jie. Yan Xiaoxiao called out sweetly, her voice dripping with honeyed affection. She snuggled up to Yi Jie like an adorable kitten, tugging at the hem of her garment and shaking it gently, exclaiming, "Yi Jie, you're so wonderful." She slightly tilted her head, her large eyes blinking with a mixture of reliance and delight. Her rosy cheeks, flushed with excitement, resembled ripe apples, irresistibly enticing. Chapter 3. The silly and adorable roommate of the cross-dressing Master Fang's Fu Ye's fingers clenched tightly around the edge of his garment, his knuckles whitening. A beast seemed to roar within him, the desire threatening to shatter the confines of reason. His throat felt as if it were ablaze. He was acutely aware that his feelings had reached a near-maddening intensity. Yet he found himself unable to restrain them. Fu Ye's breathing grew rapid, his heart pounding like thunder in his chest. He felt as if he were teetering on the edge of a dark abyss. Knowing that a single step forward would plunge him entirely into the depths of his longing for Xiao Xiao, Fu Yi attempted to divert his attention, casting his gaze elsewhere. But Xiao Xiao's figure lingered before him. A haunting presence. He was on the verge of losing control. This insatiable craving was like poison, corroding his soul, and Xiao Xiao, she was the most delectable yet perilous antidote. With eyes tightly shut and beads of sweat forming on his brow, he trembled slightly, struggling to suppress the tumultuous impulses within Yin Xiaoxiao's restless movements inadvertently brushed against Fu Yi. A wave of heat surged between them. Yi Jie. Fu Ye's eyes flew open, ablaze with a fervent crimson. He gazed at Yin Xiaoxiao, a sudden, inexplicable warmth flooding his being. His breathing quickened as he fought to maintain control over his impulses. However, Xiao Xiao's proximity gradually unraveled his rationality. His hand moved of its own accord, gently caressing her delicate face. Yin Xiaoxiao felt his touch, her body trembling slightly. She lifted her gaze to meet Fu Ye's, confusion evident in her eyes. Fu Yi could no longer contain the surging emotions within him. He felt compelled by an unseen force, slowly lowering his head. When his lips brushed against Yin Xiaoxiao's soft, tender mouth, time seemed to freeze in that very moment. In that instant, Fu Yi resembled a fierce wolf. His once deep eyes now bloodshot, akin to two blazing flames, red and fearsome. His gaze was sharp and fervent, fixated on the one who held his heart captive, as if he wished to consume her whole. Yet, just as they were engulfed in the passion of their kiss, Yin Xiaoxiao's faint but resolute voice shattered the tranquility. Yi Jie, I don't want to. Upon hearing this, Fu Yi loosened his grip slightly. Yet his eyes remained filled with a burning desire. A deep, magnetic voice echoed, "Xiao Xiao, you cannot escape." In the afternoon light streaming into the room, Yin Xiaoxiao curled up in the corner of the bed, tears flowing uncontrollably. Fu Yi, witnessing her distress, felt a surge of anger and heartache. He reached out to touch her, but she recoiled in fear. "Xiao Xiao, I love you," Fu Yi rasped. Yin Xiaoxiao merely shook her head repeatedly, unable to comprehend that her beloved Yi Jie would commit such an act. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. It was Yin Xiaoxiao's sister, Yin Yinxi, who, having seen her missed calls, was worried that something had happened to her sister and had sent people to search for her late into the night. Fu Yi hastily dressed, wrapping Yin Xiaoxiao tightly in a blanket. When Yin Yinxi burst into the room and saw her sister's state, understanding washed over her, and fury surged within her. Fu Yi, how dare you do this to my sister? You are courting death. Yin Yinxi raised her hand and slapped Fu Yi hard, not bothering to wait for his reaction as she forcibly took Yin Xiaoxiao away, vowing to seek retribution from the Fu family. Fu Yi stood rooted to the spot, a fierce glint in his eyes, watching the one he cherished being taken away, his lips parting slightly. "Xiao Xiao, you cannot escape." Upon returning home, Yin Xiaoxiao wept inconsolably, uncertain of how to face the future or how to regard Fu Yi, who had once been like a sister to her. When Fu Yi re-entered the grand doors of the Fu family, A storm was poised to engulf the entire clan. His return was anything but silent. It was filled with unwavering determination that as soon as he stepped inside, Fu Yi exhibited a ruthless efficiency. He mercilessly exacted revenge on those who had once oppressed and betrayed him, whether they were distant relatives or high-ranking company officials. Anyone found guilty of misconduct faced severe repercussions that in no time. The atmosphere within the Fu family became tense, yet no one dared to stand against the newly appointed ruler. Simultaneously, Fu Yi undertook a shocking act. He cut off the long hair he had sported for years. The silky black strands fell away, symbolizing his complete farewell to the image of a bullied, illegitimate child. Shortly thereafter, he donned a sharply tailored suit, exuding an air of elegance and authority. It is worth noting that prior to this, despite being a member of the Fu family, he had remained inconspicuous in high society due to his illegitimate status. When people spoke of the Fu family, they often thought of the illustrious Fu young master, not of this second son, who had always been overlooked in the shadows. However, times had changed. Since Fu Yi took charge of the Fu family, everything had undergone a tremendous transformation in a brief span. Through his exceptional intellect and decisive leadership, he propelled the Fu family's enterprises to new heights. Furthermore, his influence in the business world expanded significantly, to the point where other affluent families in City A began to regard Fu Yi with a measure of respect. Those who had once looked down upon him now addressed him with deference, calling him Master Fu. For everyone understood that this seemingly young Master Fu was no ordinary figure. With a mere gesture, he could instigate a significant upheaval in City A's economy. Should anyone inadvertently offend him, they are unlikely to meet a favorable fate. Chapter 4. The clumsy and adorable roommate of the cross-dressing master completed. Fu Yi has already established an iron grip over a city. It is high time for his little sparrow to return that he lured Yin Yinshi abroad under the pretense of collaboration. Before Yin Yinshi embarked on her journey, she paid a visit to Xiao Xiao the night before her departure. Little sister, I must attend to some matters overseas that I promised to bring you a gift upon my return. Please refrain from going out too much. I have concerns that he may not let go. Yin Xiaoxiao replied softly, I understand, sister, I will wait for your return. Her eyes sparkled like a galaxy, and she reached out to embrace her sister. Yin Yinshi gently patted her little sister's head, concealing the worry in her gaze. Before bidding her good night and leaving Xiaoxiao's room, Fu Yi glanced at the itinerary for Yin Yinshi sent by his assistant, rose to prepare his belongings, and quietly instructed a few things over the phone. Once Yin Yinshi returns, their plans can commence. He hung up the call, his dark eyes deepening with intensity. It was time to bring Xiao Xiao home. A limited edition Bugatti roared down the road leading to the Yin residence, leaving behind a thunderous echo and a cloud of dust. Upon reaching the Yin estate, the servants dared not speak, standing silently with their heads bowed, their faces etched with fear. They were terrified of Master Fu, having been threatened by his men and witnessed his ruthless nature. They were acutely aware that today, they had seen nothing, only that the second young lady had left on her own. Fu Yi carried Yin Xiaoxiao out of the Yin residence and gently placed her in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. He gazed at her serene, sleeping face, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, Little sparrow, this time you cannot escape. The car sped towards Fu Ye's private estate. Upon arrival, he carried Yin Xiaoxiao into a beautifully adorned room, laying her on the soft bed. She let out a soft whimper. Stirring slightly, Fu Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as his fingers brushed against her cheek, softly coaxing, Be good, sleep a little longer. That moment, Yin Xiaoxiao's phone lit up with a message from Yin Yinshi, reminding her to stay safe at home, as she had already arrived abroad. Upon reading the message, Fu Ye's expression turned icy, and he promptly switched off the phone. Yin Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Fu Yi before her, was taken aback. Instinctively shrinking back in caution, Fu Yi grasped her wrist. Xiaoxiao, do not fear. I mean you no harm. That I have loved you for so many years. This time, you shall remain by my side. Trembling, Yin Xiaoxiao replied, Fu Yi, what you are doing is wrong. My sister will not let you off. Fu Yi chuckled coldly. By the time she realizes, it will be too late. Yin Xiaoxiao's heart raced with terror as she looked at Fu Yi. Why are you doing this, Fu Yi? She cried out. His deep voice resonated. Because I love you. I will not allow you to leave me again. Yin Xiaoxiao, filled with fury, retorted, Is your love merely imprisoning me? That is selfish. Fu Yi paused momentarily, a strange intensity flickering in his gaze. Perhaps it may seem so to you, but I fear losing you. The pain of your departure is something I cannot bear to experience again. Yan Yinshi felt a wave of intense unease wash over her when she received no response from her sister. Days later, upon learning of Xiao Xiao's disappearance, she hurried back to the country, searching frantically for her sister. Suspecting Fu Yi was behind it, she stormed towards his company. When Yan Yinshi burst through the heavy office door, she immediately spotted Fu Yi, who sat poised behind a massive desk. He stood tall like a pine tree, elegantly reclined in his comfortable chair, one hand casually resting on his forehead, slightly obscuring his sharp, deep-set eyes. Yet, even so, it was impossible to mask the glimmer of sharpness and authority that slipped through his gaze. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the disheveled Yan Yinshi at the doorway. Beneath his high-bridged nose, his thin lips held a lit cigarette. Fu Yi slowly exhaled the smoke, forming a white mist that swirled around his handsome face, enhancing his mysterious and rebellious aura. "Miss Yan." He spoke, his voice low and magnetic, as if imbued with an invisible charm capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. "What brings you here in such haste? I wonder what your purpose may be." The woman glared at Fu Yi. "It was you who kidnapped Xiao Xiao, wasn't it?" Fu Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette, his demeanor unfazed. "That I have no idea what you are talking about, Miss Yan." Yan Yinshi trembled with rage. "Stop your deceit, Fu Yi. Who else could have committed such an act?" Fu Yi rose, hands in his pockets, approaching Yan Yinshi. "Even if it were me, what of it? Xiao Xiao was always meant to belong to me." Yan Yinshi raised her hand, intending to slap Fu Yi, but he seized her wrist. "Miss Yan, please mind your behavior." Just then, Yan Yinshi's phone rang. Upon answering, her face went pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. Fu Yi lowered his gaze, releasing her hand. Yan Yinshi shook her head, sobbing, "No, it can't be. My sister would never encounter such a fate." Fu Yi feigned a look of confusion. Yan Yinshi turned to flee, but Fu Yi blocked her path. "What is happening?" Yan Yinshi choked out. "The plane my sister was on has crashed. There are no remains." Fu Yi appeared momentarily stunned, muttering, "How could this be?" Yan Yinshi shoved him aside, heartbroken, and dashed out of the room. Fu Yi stood frozen, his expression terrifying and eerie, sending chills down one's spine. Yet he smiled sinisterly. "Xiao Xiao, now you will forever belong to me, and no one will stand in our way again." The end. Chapter 1. The prey of the psychopathic murderer stalking. It was night. The stars twinkled, adorning the dark sky. After emerging from a small convenience store, Yinshi walked through the alley on her way home. An intense feeling of unease suddenly rising within her, sensing an ominous presence lurking behind. She instinctively quickened her pace, her heart racing in tandem. The silent alley. Only the sound of her footsteps and rapid breathing echoed. Suddenly, she heard a faint rustling, as if someone were drawing near. Tensing up, Yinshi glanced back but saw nothing. Fear enveloped her, prompting her to run. The wind howled past her ears, and her mind flooded with various terrifying scenarios. Just as she was about to escape the alley, a shadow darted past her, sending a chill down her spine. Yinshi screamed in fright, desperately pushing forward. At last, she burst out of the alley and onto the bustling street, where bright lights and throngs of people offered her a semblance of safety. She halted, gasping for breath, her fears slowly dissipating. Turning back to glance at the alley, she noticed that the shadow had vanished. Steeling herself, she gathered her emotions and patted her chest. "Phew, that scared me to death. Was that just my imagination? But it was truly terrifying. Never mind, I'll take a longer route home." She picked up her phone to video chat with her best friend. "Ruan Chi, hurry up and talk to me. I was scared to death just now. Let me tell you." With Ruan Chi's comforting voice throughout her journey, her heart settled considerably, and she walked the path home, laughter and joy filling the night. However, as Yunchi approached her doorstep, the unease surged again. She cautiously scanned her surroundings, but noticed nothing amiss. Just as she sighed in relief and reached for her keys, a hand suddenly clasped over her mouth, dragging her inside. Yunchi struggled in terror, her phone slipping from her grasp. In the dim light of the room, she recognized the figure before her. None other than the shadow from the alley. A man wearing a black hat and mask, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Why run?" His deep, husky voice resonated, his gaze menacing. Yunchi's eyes widened in horror as she attempted to scream, but only muffled sounds escaped her lips. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Ruanqi's voice called out, "Yunxi, are you home? Why aren't you opening the door? Didn't you say you'd sleep with me tonight?" The man furrowed his brow, loosening his grip slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Yunxi broke free and rushed toward the door. But the man swiftly blocked her path, positioning himself in front of her. Despair washed over Yunxi as she closed her eyes. Believing she was about to be captured in that critical moment, Ruanqi forcefully burst through the door. Upon witnessing the scene inside, she charged forward without hesitation, shoving the man aside and pulling Yunxi toward the exit. The two fled downstairs, finally pausing to catch their breath. Yunxi, still trembling, clung to Ruanqi. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and the man reappeared before them. Before either could react, he seized Yunxi's wrist, glaring threateningly at Ruanqi. In his right hand glinted a silver knife. Ruanqi glared back in anger, but felt utterly helpless. Terrified, Yunxi trembled and urged, "You need to go." The man sneered, "Oh really? You want to escape?" as soon as the words left her lips. Yunxi, emboldened by an unknown courage, abruptly reached out to grasp the man's firm waist and shouted towards Ruanqi, "Run!" Ruanqi, witnessing Yunxi's daring act, felt her heart twist in agony, her face contorting with pain. Before she turned and fled, "Cici, wait for me. You must wait for me. Yes, call the police, save Cici." Tears streamed down Ruanqi's face as her frail figure exerted every ounce of strength to race towards the police station. Yunxi, observing her best friend's successful escape, resolved in her heart that he must not be allowed to pursue her. The woman lifted her chin, locking her gaze with his, her delicate lips trembling. "Who are you? Why are you haunting me?" The man's enigmatic eyes flickered with an inscrutable emotion, and as he gazed into Yunxi's clear eyes, his grip on her tightened. Chapter 2. The Sickly Killer's Prey Bloodshed. Xiao Yi regarded Yunxi's innocent gaze, his left hand stealthily reaching towards the nape of her neck. With a swift motion, his hand descended like a blade, and with a muffled cry, Yunxi succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Yi, with steady steps, cradled Yunxi and melded into the darkness of the night, that he held her tightly, as if she were the most precious treasure of his existence. His heart brimmed with obsession and greed. He yearned to possess everything about her, her body and her soul. His fingers sank deeply into her skin, his breath rapid and heavy, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Xiao Ye's heated lips brushed against her ear. "You are mine, and will forever remain so." Ruanqi ran desperately, her face etched with anxiety, tears cascading down her cheeks, cold sweat dampening her temples. "Cici, wait for me. You must wait for me." The desolate street echoed only with her hurried breaths. Suddenly, a runaway truck hurtled towards her, and Ruanqi was blinded by a blinding white light. With a deafening thud, she lost control of her body, her form fluttering like a fallen leaf before plummeting swiftly. In that moment, she felt helpless and terrified, blood gushing forth to blur her vision, and then she lost consciousness. The scene of the accident was a horrific sight, shattered glass mingling with dismembered limbs, signifying a tragedy that could not be undone. The cold wind wailed, as if mourning for the bloodied victim, in a state of unconsciousnness. Yunxi's brow furrowed, her delicate face betraying deep unease and anxiety. Her lips quivered slightly, her complexion pale. "Ah, Chichi, no!" Yunxi screamed, seemingly trapped in a nightmare, in the dimly lit room. Morning light faintly illuminated the walls covered in photographs. Each image captured the protagonist's myriad emotions. With dates inscribed below, the earliest dating back 15 years. The girl depicted in those photos was none other than the one lying in bed. Beside her, Xiao Ye's exquisitely refined visage bore an unsettling aura, sending chills down one's spine. His eyes, reminiscent of a frozen winter lake, were hollow and numb, fixated upon Yunxi as if he intended to devour her whole. Time slipped away, and Yunxi, as if awakening from a long slumber, broke free from her nightmare. Fear etched on her face. She surveyed her surroundings, resembling a frightened fawn. Yet her reaction ignited a blaze of fury within Xiao Ye's heart. "You fear me. How could you fear me? Everyone in this world may fear me, but you alone must not." He sprang to his feet, embracing Yunxi fiercely, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. A wave of dread washed over Yunxi, and she struggled to escape his grasp, but his strength was insurmountable, rendering her immobile. She could only endure his embrace in silence, filled with helplessness and despair. Xiao Yi sensed her terror and tightened his hold, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Cece, 15 years ago, I killed the orphanage director who abused you. Have you forgotten? You once promised to always be by my side, did you not? With that, Xiao Yi chuckled softly, nestling against Yunxi's shoulder like a child. That Yunxi's heart trembled violently. She distinctly did not recognize the man before her. Yet his words tugged painfully at her heart, leaving her breathless, as bitterness spread within her. Chapter 3. The sickly killer's prey punishment. Yunxi's eyes flashed with struggle. The man before her evoked a sense of familiarity, yet she was certain they had never crossed paths. Do we know each other? Yunxi's voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper. Her eyes, as pure as gemstones and untouched by dust, sparkled like stars in the night sky, silently observing the man beside her. Upon hearing her question, Xiao Ye's gaze stirred with hidden turmoil. He buried his pain deep within, like a treasure concealed underground. Forgetting is for the best. It is better not to remember those painful memories. All that matters is that you understand we are the closest of companions in this world. However, Yunxi keenly noticed the man's arm, where scars resembling a spider's web crisscrossed, revealing the depth of his torment. Xiao Yi seemed to sense her piercing gaze and hastily interrupted her, urging her to rest before hastily retreating from the room, his demeanor akin to that of a startled rabbit descending into the basement. A potent stench of blood enveloped him, a prison for his soul. The walls bore dozens of photographs, each one nailed down like cursed spirits, marked with crimson crosses. That in the corner, a man bound tightly struggled like a cornered beast. Upon seeing Xiao Yi approach, his blood seemed to freeze, muffled whimpers escaping his lips, unable to articulate his fear. Nearby, a mangled mass lay on the ground, presumably his severed tongue. Xiao Yi, like a specter, seized a sharp blade from the table. A sinister smile curling his lips. "It is your turn, Xiao Hao, the last to harm her." With a swift motion, the blade sliced through flesh, blood gushing forth like a fountain as Xiao Hao's life ebbed away under Xiao Ye's merciless torment. Crimson splattered across Xiao Ye's face. How dirty, he remarked, rising slowly, like an artist, and with his bloodied hand, he marked a large cross over the final photograph on the wall. Xiao Yi, resembling a blood-soaked war god, exuded a chilling aura as he made his way to the bathroom on the first floor. Hot water cascaded down like a waterfall, flowing over his iron-like abdomen, akin to a fiery dragon delving deep. The grotesque scars on his broad back resembled a monstrous centipede. The blood-red light in his eyes gradually faded. He emerged from the bathroom, bare-skinned, and casually stepped into the walk-in closet, donning black attire that cloaked him in an aura of mystery, his posture tall like a pine. Subsequently, Xiao Yi entered the kitchen, akin to a master chef, meticulously preparing a delectable red date and barley porridge. He elegantly carried the dish, his cold gaze warming, and slowly ascended the stairs to Yunxi's room. Chapter 4. The sickly killer's prey. Yunxi lay helplessly in bed, feeling as though she lacked the strength even to prop herself up. An unsettling suspicion gnawed at her heart, suggesting that the man had employed some underhanded means. As she gazed at the photographs adorning the walls, chronicling her life from childhood to the present, her dread and loathing for the man intensified. Watching Xiao Yi approach with the tray, her eyes brimmed with tears. Resembling a flood ready to burst its banks, her voice, frail as a candle flickering in the wind, trembled as she pleaded, "Could you let me go? Please, I don't know you." A blazing flame seemed to ignite within Xiao Ye's heart, his gaze betraying a maddening obsession. He could not bear the thought of Yunxi leaving him. She was his, and only his. Memories of their time together at the orphanage flooded his mind. Was she not the one who promised to be by his side forever? Regardless of the cost, he was determined to keep Yunxi close. In Xiao Ye's heart, she was his everything, and he would do anything for her, for all who had ever harmed Yunxi had already met their demise at his hands. The man began to envision the profound darkness and emptiness that would engulf his world should Yunxi truly depart from him. This thought instilled an overwhelming sense of dread and despair within him. Xiao Yi let out a cold laugh as he set down his plate, forcefully turning Yunxi's head to feed her the kanji, causing her to choke several times in her struggle. Yet, most of the kanji found its way into Yunxi's stomach. With little time to contemplate, Yunxi suddenly felt a piece of fabric being torn from the man's clothing, swiftly obscuring her vision. Though she could not see, she sensed the man's furtive movements, as if he were hastily shedding his garments. A jolt of fear surged through her heart. She whimpered, "No, please." The man's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. He breathed heavily, as if a blazing fire burned within him, and a ferocious beast roared in his chest. It was the intoxicating thrill of capturing prey. "Ah, please don't trap me. My heart is already dead. Don't force me, I beg you." The air was thick with urgency. In that moment, Xiao Yi resembled a wild beast, having just ensnared a delectable quarry, engulfed in a state of extreme exhilaration. The flames of desire deep within him blazed like a vast, ignited wilderness, relentless and seemingly insatiable. This searing fire enveloped him, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. Meanwhile, the sun had quietly begun its descent into the horizon. The once resplendent sky gradually dimmed, leaving only a delicate, gauzy glow along the horizon, seemingly the last lingering sentiment of the day for this expansive earth. It gently caressed the mountains, rivers, and trees, casting a dreamlike hue over the entire world. As nightfall slowly cloaked the land, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, in the midst of the profound silence. Only the occasional crisp and melodious chirping of insects punctuated the rare stillness, weaving together in a nocturne composed by nature itself. Yet for Xiao Yi, this night merely marked a new beginning. Behind the inky darkness lay countless unknown mysteries and passions, patiently awaiting his courageous exploration. "I beg you, spare me," sob. "My mindset is collapsing." As the rain began to subside, Xiao Yi embraced Yunxi contentedly, proclaiming, "You are mine, forever." Later, Yunxi attempted to muster her strength to resist. She exerted all her energy to break free from the iron grip that confined her. Yet, all her efforts were in vain. She plotted to escape when the man was unguarded, but each plan was easily unraveled by him. This man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to perceive the inner workings of others' hearts. Xiao Yi could effortlessly discern every detail of Yunxi's thoughts, and regarding her naive and futile endeavors, he showed no mercy whatsoever. On the contrary, he bestowed upon her a love brimming with greed and malevolence. Whenever Yunxi attempted to resist or flee, she was met with nightmarish torment. The man employed various cruel methods to make her submit, illustrating the futility and absurdity of her defiance. Completed. Chapter 1. The Dark Prince's Little Cat Demon Within the Imperial Palace. The intricately carved railings and jade structures resembled a celestial abode, while the pavilions and waterside halls appeared like ethereal fairyland. The imperial garden stretched endlessly, adorned with countless rare and exotic flowers that blossomed like stars. A blue-eyed Persian cat lounged among the blooms, basking lazily in the sunlight, resembling a sprite. The blue marking on the cat's forehead resembled a sapphire set against the deep night sky, adding an air of mystery. The feline, with its eyes half-closed and purring softly, seemed to have entered a realm of sweet dreams, painting a serene picture of tranquil times. Just then, a woman clad in a pomegranate-red palace gown approached, her hair adorned with emeralds and her tassels gently swaying. She regarded the cat with a glint of calculation in her eyes. Several young palace maids anxiously searched for the little feline. An older maid whispered, calling, little cat, little cat." Meanwhile, a round-faced young maid, her face pale, muttered in despair, it's over. If the prince returns and finds us negligent, we shall all perish." That moment, a gentle voice inquired, "Are you searching for this little cat?" The maids looked up, hurriedly bowing. "We greet you, Lady Ro. Please save us." Lady Ro, with delicate movements, cradled the cat, though her grip tightened subtly. "I saw this little one playing here just now. It must have strayed from the Eastern Palace." The Persian cat remained unresponsive, as if still asleep, yet a fleeting glimmer of light flashed from its blue marking. Just then, the voice of Eunuch Fu, the prince's attendant, drifted over. "Your Highness, just ahead, the little cat often visits the imperial garden." From a distance, the prince appeared in a majestic black five-clawed dragon robe, intricately embroidered and adorned with a dark patterned collar, wearing a golden crown and a jade pendant etched with dragon motifs. Followed by a group of trembling servants. Wei Jingyan's features were cold and aloof, his deep black eyes forbidding to gaze upon, his thin lips blood-red. Reminiscent of a demon or an immortal, he cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling maids, whose bodies trembled uncontrollably. their blood running cold as despair enveloped them for their failure in guarding the little one. Lady Rowe, however, remained composed, advancing toward the prince while holding the cat. "Did I pay my respects to your highness?" she said, bowing gracefully. The prince gestured for her to rise, yet his gaze fixated solely on the cat, stirring a murky emotion within him. "How did this cat come to be in your possession?" His voice was cool, yet authoritative. "That I in response to your highness. I chanced upon it and recognized it as belonging to the Eastern Palace. So I awaited your return," Lady Rowe replied with a beaming smile. Wei Jingyan regarded the pretentious Lady Rowe, and then the cat. "It is time for this little creature to taste blood again," he thought, a barely perceptible ferocity flickering in his gaze. The cat is dirty. It truly deserves punishment." He stood there, his expression tranquil to the point of instilling fear. His eyes were cold and profound, as if they could pierce through all that. As he took the cat into his hands, its stillness brought him a hint of pleasure. The little one was on the brink of transforming. His fingers lightly stroked the cat's body, relishing its warmth and soft fur. His brow furrowed slightly, revealing an inkling of darkness in his gaze. That a tempest brewed within him, intertwining greed and madness. Yet his demeanor remained calm, devoid of any tumult. Suddenly, Wei Jingyan wore a grim expression as he slowly raised his hand. In an instant, several shadows sprang forth like phantoms. These trained assassins moved swiftly and deftly, encircling Lady Rowe and the surrounding maids. In the blink of an eye at Wei Jingyan's command, the assassins brandished their gleaming weapons. The clash of swords echoed as blood gushed forth. In mere moments, the once lively individuals lay lifeless on the ground, the scene gruesome and terrifying. However, Wei Jingyan appeared unfazed. His handsome visage bore no expression, merely uttering 4 chilling words. "Clean it up." His voice resonated like a chilling whisper from the depths of hell. Once the chaos subsided, Wei Jingyan turned his gaze toward the cat nestled in his arms. The little feline lay obediently against him, its curious blue eyes observing the surroundings. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground and the lifeless bodies, the cat not only showed no fear, but excitedly licked its paws and lightly called out to Wei Jingyan. Hearing the cat's call, a faint smile crossed Wei Jingyan's face, though it was a sickly smile, rife with madness and cruelty. The corners of his lips curled upward, revealing a bloodthirsty arc, before he strode purposefully toward the Eastern Palace, each step heavy as though he intended to crush the very earth beneath him. Chapter 2. The Dark Prince's little cat demon end in the Eastern Palace. Wei Jingyan carefully placed the delicate cat upon the soft couch. This cat was pure white, save for a faint blue mark upon its forehead. Moments later, an astonishing event unfolded. The blue mark on the cat's forehead suddenly radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the entire room in a brilliant azure hue. With a flash of resplendent blue, the cat that had been quietly resting vanished without a trace. In its stead appeared a breathtaking female figure. She possessed a graceful silhouette, her waist as slender as a willow. Swaying lightly, her cherry-red lips parted slightly, as if holding a droplet of vivid rouge. Most striking were her eyes, as clear and sparkling as sapphires, gazing tenderly at Wei Jingyan, her eyes shimmering with boundless affection. Perched atop her head were 2 petite, delicate cat ears that twitched playfully, adding an extra touch of charm and liveliness. "Thank you, Wei Jingyan. Thanks to your unwavering assistance, I have finally succeeded," the young maiden, filled with uncontainable joy, addressed the man before her. Her feline eyes sparkled with excitement and delight, shining as brilliantly as the dazzling stars in the night sky. "From this moment forth, this cat demon shall be free to leave the palace that has long bound me. But fret not, I shall certainly return to visit you often." With a cheerful wave, she prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Wei Jingyan, upon hearing her words, displayed a fleeting yet perceptible shift in his otherwise handsome countenance. His elongated, phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a subtle, almost sickly gleam deep within their depths. This gleam betrayed an insatiable greed, a burning intensity, and an elusive desire that was difficult to grasp. Suddenly, with an air of nonchalance, Wei Jingyan retrieved a delicate, petite demon bell from his sleeve, gently shaking it as the crisp and melodious chime resonated. The maiden was instantly enveloped by a formidable force that it felt as though her previously surging demonic power had been frozen. rendering her utterly incapable of wielding even a fraction of it, no matter how hard she tried. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Wei Jingyan lunged at her like a ravenous wolf, forcefully pinning her beneath him, followed by a tempestuous onslaught of kisses and caresses. The maiden, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, turned pale and struggled in vain. In that moment, Wei Jingyan seemed to have lost all rationality, as if he were intent on unleashing all the pent-up emotions he had suppressed for so long. Little one, you have finally transformed into a human. For years, I have yearned for you day and night. This obsession has never waned. Now that I see you in this form, my heart finds a semblance of solace. He murmured to himself. His fingers caressed the person in his grasp, that a peculiar sense of fulfillment began to rise from the depths of his heart, only to be swiftly eclipsed by a more potent desire. This alone is far from sufficient. In the depths of the protracted night, an endless passion enveloped them like a raging inferno, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Thus, the little cat demon found herself utterly defenseless, ensnared within the opulent confines of the Eastern Palace, a grand prison that bound her tightly. Wei Jingyan devoted his entire life to a tumultuous and entangled love affair with the little cat demon, his gaze eternally following her figure as though she were the sole beacon of light in his existence. His heart raced for her, each touch igniting ripples of emotion in this seemingly resplendent yet confining Eastern Palace. Their feelings blazed like a fervent flame, growing ever more intense. Chapter 1. The cold male urologist with a hidden dark side, on the 8th floor of a renowned male urology hospital. In the urology office, Jiang Wei's exquisitely beautiful visage was framed by a pair of delicate golden-rimmed glasses. These glasses did not obscure her innate beauty. Rather, they enhanced her intellect and elegance. An aura of icy composure enveloped her, akin to the harshest winter wind, instilling a sense of trepidation in those around her, making them hesitant to approach. Her cold, penetrating gaze resembled a bottomless, frigid pool, and a mere glance could impart an overwhelming chill. Yet simultaneously, there was an inexplicable allure that beckoned one to breach her icy demeanor, to infuse her with a spectrum of emotions at this moment. Jiang Wei was thoroughly engrossed in reviewing Jin Yu's past medical reports. Her movements were gentle yet methodical, reminiscent of a musician skillfully playing a composition. Her long, porcelain-like fingers delicately turned the pages, each subtle motion flowing seamlessly. When she reached a pivotal point, a flicker of understanding would swiftly cross her eyes, as if she had grasped the entirety of the situation. Across from her sat Jin Yu, dressed in a perfectly tailored and exquisitely crafted suit. The impeccable design accentuated his already tall and slender frame, making him appear even more distinguished. Jin Yu sat with his legs elegantly crossed, his right hand gently pressing against the corner of his eye, seemingly attempting to alleviate the weariness brought on by prolonged high-intensity work. However, despite his outward appearance of concentration, his deep-set eyes were quietly stealing glances at Jiang Wei. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Jin Yu felt as if his heart had been struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, causing it to race uncontrollably. This unusual impulse was rare for someone so typically composed. Jiang Wei emanated a pure and enchanting aura, akin to freshly fallen snow. Her unique charm seemed to possess an invisible magic, continually tugging at his heartstrings. The man could not help but acknowledge the intense interest and burgeoning feelings he harbored for the woman before him. At that moment, the blood coursing through Jin Yu's veins felt like molten lava, surging with a fervent desire to possess Jiang Wei. This near-obsessive thought sprawled like rampant vines, swiftly overtaking his mind. Mr. Jin, I have reviewed your situation. Now, I need to conduct a specific examination. Please proceed to the examination room and remove your trousers, Jiang Wei stated, setting down the report and skillfully donning a pair of medical gloves from the drawer. Upon hearing this, the man's expression resembled that of shattered porcelain, his back teeth clenched tightly as if he might shatter them. Very well, Dr. Jiang, he uttered, the name rolling off his tongue as if meticulously carved by the sharpest of chisels. Jin Yu rose slowly, walking toward the examination room like a moving sculpture that as he gradually removed his trousers, he revealed a lower body as solid as steel, with well-defined muscles akin to a masterful sculpture. He lay quietly on the examination table, a faint blush of embarrassment gracing his ears, like the evening glow on the horizon. his hands tightly gripping the armrests as if they were his last bastion of support. Chapter 2. The cold male urologist with a hidden dark side. Avarice Jiang Wei entered the examination room and immediately perceived the man's tension. She softly reassured him, "Mr. Jean, there is no need to be anxious. In the eyes of a physician, there is no distinction of gender, only patience. Please, relax your body." Jiang Wei's expression remained as calm as a tranquil lake. Here, 137 words omitted. The flames burned ferociously, as if they sought to consume everything in their vicinity. Yet as the man gazed at the woman's serene profile, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Jiang Wei's visage resembled a masterful painting, with each line and curve exuding grace and elegance. Her skin was as fair as snow, radiating a captivating glow. Her slightly lowered gaze resembled a deep lake, compelling one to plunge into its depths. At that moment, an uncontrollable torrent of emotions surged within Jin Yu. The overwhelming heat crashed against his chest like a wild beast. Leaving him breathless, he felt as though he were ensconced in a blazing furnace, encircled by the allure and mystery exuded by the woman. Before long, Jiang Wei raised her hand as if completing a sacred ritual. "Mr. Jean, the examination is complete. You may rise. After you tidy yourself, I will discuss the treatment plan with you in detail." Her voice was faint, akin to a gentle breeze. Then she removed her gloves, discarding them like an inconsequential object, tossing them towards the nearby trash bin before exiting the examination room. Jin Yu watched as the woman briskly left the room, slowly rising to straighten himself, casting a glance down at his own disheveled state. It seemed there was no need for treatment. "I have already found my remedy." The man's voice was deep and hoarse, his Adam's apple rolling as he spoke. Jin Yu stood there quietly, his eyes closed, attempting to conceal the profound, murky desire within that a faint flush crept across his face. His breathing grew rapid, and the greed in his heart swelled, uncontrollable. Deleted, he yearned to once again feel that touch, to hold the woman tightly in his embrace, to kiss her lips and caress her skin. Jin Yu's mind was filled with frenzied thoughts. He knew this pathological infatuation was forbidden, yet he could not restrain his emotions. The man attempted to rid himself of this sensation. But whenever he caught sight of the woman, the desire within him would reignite. Jin Yu inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself. Soon after, he opened his eyes, suppressing all emotion, his expression stern yet imbued with an air of determination as he stepped out of the examination room. Jin Yu elegantly took a seat before Jiang Wei, who raised her gaze and spoke softly. "Let us discuss my treatment plan." Yet, Jin Yu absorbed none of her words, his attention fixated on the gentle movement of her lips. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Dr. Jiang, my condition is rather complex. Ordinary treatments are likely futile." Jiang Wei furrowed her brow slightly. "Mr. Jean, why do you say that? The examination results indicate only routine symptoms." Jin Yu leaned forward, drawing closer to Jiang Wei, and whispered, "Dr. Jiang, are you aware of a condition known as lovesickness? It is incurable." Save for the presence of a single person, that a ripple of emotion seemed to stir in Jiang Wei's icy eyes, her cheeks flushing crimson as she turned her head away to "Mr. Jean, please do not jest." At that moment, Jin Yu suddenly grasped Jiang Wei's hand, his gaze intense and unwavering. "I am not jesting. From the moment you touched me, I knew you were my cure." Jiang Wei sought to break free, but found his grip unyielding. Her heart raced, unsure of how to respond to this sudden confession. She longed to voice a refusal. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a commotion erupted outside, as if an assistant had arrived with an itinerary to consult Jin Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wei slipped her hand away like a loach, her demeanor growing colder, as if the blush that had adorned her cheeks moments ago was merely an illusion. Her voice, sharp and frigid as the breeze of a wintry night, cut through the air. "Mr. Jean, your consultation is complete. Please depart so as not to disrupt my work." With that, Jiang Wei did not even glance up, remaining focused on the medical records in her hands. Meanwhile, Jin Yu, standing nearby, felt his expression darken at her words. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale, in his deep-set eyes, a tempest of fury brewed, ready to unleash its wrath. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment, too swift to capture, though that fleeting anger and chills still sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 3. The cold-hearted urologist and the sinister tycoon palpitations outside the corridor. Jin Yu's assistant. Xiao Jun maintained a calm demeanor as he gently knocked on the door. Holding an itinerary, he quietly reminded, Mr. Jin, we have an hour's drive ahead to the international airport to catch the flight departing at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Jin Yu, upon hearing this, slowly rose, extending his right hand towards Jiang Wei in farewell. That I apologize for the earlier disturbance, Dr. Jiang. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion, though we have ample time ahead. Jin Yu gazed at Jiang Wei, who remained unresponsive due to her ire, his eyes seemingly ablaze with two fervent flames. Those flames, an intertwining of fervor and exhilaration, threatened to ignite the world around him. Jin Yu's brow furrowed, his chest heaving. As if suppressing an endless tide of delusions and greed, he gritted his teeth, then abruptly exhaled a heavy breath as if releasing all his frustrations from within. Without hesitation, he turned away, forcefully pushing the door to the examination room open. He strode forth like a live cheetah, moving swiftly and powerfully out of the room. Each step resonated with determination and resolve, as if nothing could hinder his advance. At that moment, Xiao Jun, who had been waiting outside, promptly approached. He trailed closely behind Jin Yu, holding a thick itinerary, continuously detailing the upcoming frantic schedule. However, Jin Yu's mind was entirely absent from these matters. His deep black eyes shimmered with a fanatical light, akin to a storm on the horizon. Jin Yu's gaze fixated on the door of the examination room, revealing a twisted longing. It was as if through that door, he could glimpse the woman who haunted his dreams. The cold yet alluring Jiang Wei. Although she was physically present within the room, her figure was indelibly etched in his mind, impossible to erase. Meanwhile, within the office, as Jin Yu departed, the suffocating pressure did not dissipate. Instead, it coiled around Jiang Wei's heart like an invisible viper, quietly tightening its grip that no matter how hard she tried to shake off this feeling, it proved futile. The oppressive weight embedded itself deeply within her heart, lingering and heavy, filling her with unease and anxiety. Her crimson lips trembled, reminiscent of petals swaying in the wind, softly murmuring, "What an inexplicable madman." The delicate hands that had just examined the man now felt as if they were ablaze, as though seared by a branding iron. Jiang Wei took a deep breath, tightly clenching her fists, attempting to calm her racing heart. She understood that, as a physician, she could not afford even a moment of panic or distraction. Much like a sailor bravely navigating through stormy seas, striving to maintain the vessel's course, a single misstep could lead to being consumed by the surging tides. Thus, Jiang Wei closed her eyes, inhaled deeply once more, and slowly opened them, her gaze resolute and focused on the mountain of case files before her. With a slightly trembling hand, she gently turned the page, the soft rustling of paper echoing in the tranquil room like a babbling brook. Flowing quietly past, as time passed, Jiang Wei became fully immersed in her work, the cacophony of the outside world fading into the distance. Only the rhythmic sound of turning pages accompanied her. Chapter 4. The cold-hearted urologist and the sinister tycoon complete half a month later. The sound of the phone ringing startled Jiang Wei, who was resting at home. Upon seeing the caller's name, a glimmer of delight crossed her cool visage. Like a delicate butterfly, she swiftly picked up the phone and pressed answer. On the other end, the voice of the hospital director emerged. "Little Jiang, I know this past half-month has been a necessary time for you to rest at home, that I am aware of your expertise in this field. Therefore, this afternoon, please visit Nanshan Mansion to attend to a patient." As Jiang Wei listened to the director's words, a ripple of unease surged within her, but she had no time to ponder, softly responding in agreement. The director, pleased, exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. That a strong sense of apprehension welled up within Jiang Wei, but remembering the director's trusting tone, she inhaled deeply, suppressing her trepidation. The car gradually came to a halt in front of Nanshan Mansion, and Jiang Wei alighted, gazing up at the enigmatic structure. The grand entrance opened automatically, as if welcoming her presence. Upon stepping into the mansion, a chill enveloped her. The vast hall was devoid of life, save for an ornate chair placed at its center, upon which a man sat. He exuded an aura of sinister charm, and upon seeing Jiang Wei enter, a knowing smile graced his lips. "Dr. Jiang." "It has been a while." The man spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Jiang Wei steadied herself, nodding slightly. "Mr. Jin, hello. I am here to attend to the patient." The man chuckled lightly. The ailment resides here, indicating a most delicate area. Jiang Wei was taken aback. She sensed that this man harbored many secrets, and that this so-called treatment would not be straightforward. Yet, driven by her professional instinct, she approached to conduct an examination. As she drew nearer to the man, the air around them seemed to solidify. Jin Yu's gaze was fixed intently on the approaching Jiang Wei, his back teeth unconsciously grinding, as if suppressing some primal urge deep within. That a strange excitement flickered in his eyes. A joy akin to that of a predator about to claim its prey, a pathological love entwining itself around the woman before him. Each step Jiang Wei took felt like a note struck upon his heartstrings, quickening his pulse. His fingers trembled slightly, as if anticipating something. As Jiang Wei finally approached him, Jin Yu could no longer restrain himself. He abruptly extended his arms, enveloping Jiang Wei tightly in his embrace. Startled by his sudden action, Jiang Wei began to struggle violently, but the man's iron grip held her firmly in place. She could feel his body quivering slightly, and the rhythmic pounding of his heart resonating like a drum in her ears. Jin Yu lowered his head and, in a feverish manner, pressed a kiss to Jiang Wei's forehead, whispering softly in her ear, "You finally belong to me, now and forever." Jiang Wei lifted her gaze to meet his dark eyes, where she discerned both madness and obsession, as well as a profound love for her. With her prey in his grasp, escape from his control or his love was no longer an option. The urgency of the moment compelled one to yearn for the exquisite blossom before them. That instant, the man's previously tranquil gaze ignited with a fierce fire, resembling a famished wolf, as he suddenly leaned down with astonishing speed. His movements were as swift as lightning slicing through the night sky, and his eagerness was akin to an impending tempest. In the blink of an eye, he was mere inches away, and Jiang Wei could even feel the heat of his breath brushing against her face, igniting a wave of warmth within her. In that moment, he seemed utterly devoid of reason, consumed by the singular desire to devour the one who haunted his dreams, eager to savor the exquisite taste of her presence. Jiang Wei was taken aback by this unexpected act, instinctively wishing to resist. However, her hands were firmly secured behind her by the man, and no amount of struggle could free her. That moment, she felt like a bird trapped in a cage, completely at the mercy of this domineering man. The kisses ranged from tender whispers akin to a gentle breeze to fervent embraces that burned like fire. Each kiss bore the man's passionate emotions and searing warmth, causing Jiang Wei's body to tremble involuntarily. Gradually, she ceased her struggles, and inexplicably, a wave of unnameable feelings surged within her. Jin Yu noticed her transformation and slowly loosened his grip, shifting to gently wrap his arms around her waist. "Jin Yu, what on earth is wrong with you?" Jiang Wei inquired, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. Jin Yu met her eyes and confessed, "From the moment I laid eyes on you, Jiang Wei, I was deeply captivated. This feeling has driven me nearly to madness." That a tumult of emotions swirled within Jiang Wei. "Yet you should not have resorted to such deceitful means to bring me here." Jin Yu lowered his head in regret. "I am sorry. I simply yearned for you too desperately. Now, you may choose to leave or to stay." After a moment of silence, Jiang Wei raised her hand to caress Jin Yu's face. "You truly are a madman." With that, she rose on her toes and gently placed a kiss upon his lips. Jin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then he embraced Jiang Wei tightly, deepening the kiss. In that instant, love surged between them, transforming their previous conflicts and entanglements into an overwhelming sweetness. Chapter 1. The ruthless 9,000 years old Little Sin slave in the solemn and austere Xianjing Hall. The 9 dragons embracing the pillars appeared almost lifelike, exuding a majestic aura that instilled reverence. Yet within the hall, everyone moved as if treading on thin ice, trembling with trepidation, and the ministers were drenched in cold sweat, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Before the throne lay the bloodied and mangled figure of Li Cheng, the Minister of Revenue, his breath faint as if a candle flickering in the wind. Below the dragon throne, the 9,000 years old Qi languidly reclined on his golden chair, resembling a blooming poppy, radiating a deadly allure, clad in a crimson robe as vivid as blood. His raven-black hair shone like crow feathers, and his elongated phoenix eyes were adorned with a heavy, enchanting makeup akin to the brightest star in the night sky. His dark gaze seemed to embody 1,000 years of coldness. deep and mysterious like a frigid pool, that Chiye's effeminate and alluringly sickly visage resembled a delicate painting, captivating yet instilling fear. "Bring him out, do not let him die. 1,000 cuts must be exacted." "Not a single one less," the man uttered, his lips parting slightly, words emerging like ice from a frozen abyss, chilling to the bone. Several attendants, resembling sculptures, swiftly approached to lift the bloodied and mutilated Li Cheng from the ground. A moment later, a piercing scream echoed, chilling enough to pierce the heavens, a mournful sound reminiscent of a lonely wolf's wail in the cold night, lingering endlessly, though the ministers harbored countless grievances within. Their faces were ashen and silent, unwilling to utter a word. After all, the price of defying the devilish 9,000 years old was far too steep for them to bear. Chiyi appeared weary, his ink-black eyes resembling a deep well, merely casting a fleeting glance at Su Fu before rising slowly. Noticing this, Su, the chief steward beside the young emperor, spoke up sharply. "Your Majesty is fatigued. If there are pressing matters, present them now, otherwise we shall adjourn." Before the ministers could respond, Chiye's slender, graceful hand began to idly twirl a black serpent, that an aura of seductive brutality emanated from him, as if he were a demon from the depths of the underworld. He lifted his leg and strode forth, his steps proud and unrestrained, sweeping out of the Xianjing hall like a tempest. The ministers fell silent, not daring to utter a word, all bowing low, repeatedly paying their respects, chanting, "Long live your Majesty, long live your Majesty, 10,000 years." The 4-year-old young emperor resembled a docile lamb, carefully cradled by Chief Steward Su, then surrounded by the throng, departing in grand procession in the Zicheng Hall. Amidst the swirling mist and steaming hot springs, it resembled a celestial realm. Through the hazy vapor, one could faintly discern a pair of delicate arms, as white and tender as freshly emerged lotus roots. Slowly lifting from the water surface, the crystal-clear droplets glided down the smooth, delicate skin, resembling pearls rolling off a jade plate. As one gazed higher, the originally snow-white bosom was now marred with an array of bite marks. These marks varied in depth and length, creating a shocking purplish hue across her skin. Her face, steamed to a ripe radiance, appeared even more captivating, evoking a sense of protective affection. The gaze continued downward, resting on her back, smooth and lustrous like exquisite jade. Here, vivid red finger marks were clearly imprinted, varying in length and depth, resembling a cruel artwork that marred the once flawless beauty. The entire scene exuded an eerie yet alluring atmosphere, evoking both sympathy and an irresistible desire to delve deeper. Chapter 2. The ruthless 9,000 years old little sin slave humiliation. Yi Qinghuan scrubbed her skin vigorously, the redness on her snow-white complexion unbearable to behold. The thought of the night's servitude made her stomach churn. Yet, as a sin slave, she had no right to resist, forced to endure the whims of the 9,000 years old. Outside the screen, a matron held a thin red veil, her temper flaring as she noticed the occupant of the hot spring lingering too long, that if you miss the 9,000 years old's time, we'll both be dead. "Hurry up and come out." Yi Qinghuan, humiliated, shut her eyes, remaining silent, and quietly stepped out of the hot spring. The matron had been waiting impatiently, quickly assisting Yi Qinghuan in donning the sheer red garment, grooming and adorning her. The woman donned a veil as light as silk, reminiscent of the evening glow, ethereal and dreamlike. Through the translucent fabric, her enchanting figure was subtly visible, her skin as white as snow, her posture gracefully alluring. Each curve was perfectly proportioned, igniting boundless imagination and desire. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, elegantly pinned with a delicate plum blossom hairpin, enhancing her noble elegance. However, a few rebellious strands fell freely, brushing against her exquisite collarbone like willow branches swaying in the breeze. Further scrutiny revealed her waist, slender as a water snake, seemingly able to be encircled by a single hand. Yet, this delicate waist possessed astonishing resilience and strength, as if capable of dancing to the most exquisite melodies. Finally, attention was drawn to her luscious lips, naturally plump and red, akin to ripe cherries, irresistibly vibrant. Alas, for reasons unknown, her otherwise flawless lips bore a slight tear. Yet this minor imperfection only enhanced her beauty, infusing her with a pitiable allure that invited affection. In that moment, she radiated an irresistible charm, reminiscent of a fabled enchantress. Every gesture exuded a captivating aura, enough to make one swoon and lose their senses. Before long, Yi Qinghuan arrived at the 9,000 years old chamber, her shoulders trembling like a flickering candle in the wind, dreading the torment that awaited her. Lifting her gaze, she found the 9,000 years old seated upon his bed, exuding the authority of a sovereign, beckoning her forth as if summoning a pet. "Come here, please me." The man's voice, low and hoarse, resembled that of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of the underworld, sending a chill down the spine. Yi Qinghuan cautiously shifted her steps, each movement akin to treading upon soft cotton, light yet tinged with hesitation. Her figure was graceful and elegant, reminiscent of a delicate flower swaying gently in the breeze, tender and captivating. She appeared diminutive and alluring, with pink petals glistening as vividly as a young maiden's blushing cheeks. Golden stamens exuding a faint fragrance. Nestled beside the pear tree, it seemed to seek refuge that a gentle gust of wind swept through, dislodging a branch of pear blossoms, which fell softly atop the begonia. At this moment, Yi Qinghuan's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, resembling lustrous, smooth pearls swirling within their sockets, as if ready to cascade down at any moment. This tearfulness rendered her eyes akin to shimmering orbs. Swirling within their confines, poised to spill forth, Qi Ye's gaze glimmered with a sinister desire as he fixed a stare upon the half-kneeling Yi Qinghuan, his heart overflowing with twisted longing that he yearned to possess her, to claim her as his own, entirely belonging to him. His heart was rife with brutality and madness. On one hand, he wished to treat Yi Qinghuan roughly, forcing her to feel the weight of his obsession. On the other, he sought to humiliate her, making her aware of his formidable nature. Qi Yi harbored a pathological possessiveness, desiring Yi Qinghuan to submit entirely to him, becoming his slave. The man slowly toyed with a small serpent, bending down to gently lift her chin, compelling her to gaze into his eyes. His gaze was filled with madness and distorted desire, instilling a wave of fear within Yi Qinghuan. "You are mine, and will forever be mine," Qi Yi murmured softly, his voice laden with possessiveness and twisted affection. The Yi Qinghuan met Qi Ye's eyes, her heart brimming with trepidation and unease. She was at a loss as to how to confront this deranged man. She longed to flee, yet found herself paralyzed. Qi Yi gazed into Yi Qinghuan's eyes, his heart swelling with satisfaction that he knew that from this moment forth, Yi Qinghuan would eternally belong to him, and he would employ every means possible to make her his possession. Chapter 1. The little tragedy of the Reaper of the Blood. Moon hung high in the night sky, resembling a pale, enormous eye, mercilessly surveying the earth below. Its dim light enveloped the vast expanse of land like a delicate veil. Within the dark, impenetrable depths of the forest, thick fog began to rise silently, swiftly spreading its embrace. This fog coiled like a white dragon, weaving through the trees, rendering the already shadowy and damp environment even more indistinct. Crows frolicked in the air, their harsh cries mingling with the rustling of wings and wind, forming a macabre symphony. They spiraled through the woods, sometimes diving down, at other times soaring high, as if they were messengers from the abyss. The towering trees in the forest reached towards the clouds, their robust branches intertwining like the gnarled claws of malevolent spirits. Under the moonlight, and within the fog, the twisted branches appeared particularly sinister, as though they might pounce upon unsuspecting souls at any moment. The mist swirled among the trees, gracefully rising like a ghostly apparition. It flowed languidly, appearing and disappearing, imparting an elusive sensation to at times. The fog coalesced into indistinct white figures, drifting through the woodland. At other moments, it brushed against people's faces like gossamer, delivering a chilling touch. This enigmatic mist seemed to possess a life of its own, silently enveloping the forest in a shroud of hazy obscurity, filling the air with an aura of the unknown and peril. In this terrifying forest, every creature exuded an eerie atmosphere. Whether it was a wild rabbit concealed in the underbrush, an owl perched on a branch, or a squirrel hiding within a hollow tree, each movement revealed an inexplicable tension and fear. This uncanny essence appeared capable of penetrating the human soul, making one irresistibly aware of the presence of dread. Deep within the dark forest, the howling wind surged, unleashing waves of tumultuous sound. Leaves rustled, branches swayed violently in the gusts, and occasionally, a broken limb would crash to the ground with a dull thud. The tempestuous wind resembled a ferocious beast, raging and venting its fury. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning cleaved the pitch-black sky, illuminating everything in an instant. Following it was a deafening roar of thunder, as if the entire world were being swallowed into an endless abyss of darkness. The suddenness of the lightning and thunder caught one off guard, causing heartbeats to quicken uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the dense, shadowy thicket, Mia's once charming and delicate visage was now overtaken by sheer terror. She summoned every ounce of strength to flee, as though pursued by a malevolent specter. The gnarled branches and unruly underbrush ruthlessly tore at her snow-white dress, leaving ghastly trails of crimson. Yet, the pain of her injuries did little to hinder her desperate escape. Mia's small face, no larger than a palm, contorted in extreme fear, her formerly exquisite features now devoid of their former radiance, leaving only a pallid visage. Her heart raced like a wild stallion, seemingly ready to burst forth from her chest at any moment. Not far behind her, the figure of Klesko, the harbinger of death, followed with measured steps that he resembled a seasoned hunter toying with his prey, sometimes drawing closer to instill a sense of impending doom in Mia, and at other times, creating distance to savor her panicked expression. A peculiar, morbid smile graced Klesko's lips as he observed the pitiful little creature, fleeing in desperation, eliciting an inexplicable sense of satisfaction within him, akin to an addiction he could not shake. Chapter 2. The little tragedy of the Reaper clad in a deep black robe that seemed to absorb all surrounding light. Klesko's figure flickered in and out of view, adding an air of mystery and inviolability to his presence. His face was obscured by a wide hood, revealing only the outline of his jaw and a pair of dark eyes that seemed to peer into the very secrets of life and death. Those eyes, calm and profound, betrayed no flicker of emotion, resembling the silent abyss of a distant starry sky, evoking an involuntary tremor deep within the soul. On his back, he bore a gleaming scythe, the instrument of mortality, its cold light seeming to sever the boundaries of time and space. Each swing heralding the end of a life. That Klesko's steps were light and soundless, as though he were not of this world. Each movement leaving no trace, save for the whisper of air brushing against the edges of his dark robe, a reminder of his presence. His demeanor exuded a serene detachment from the mundane. Neither anger nor compassion, but rather a profound understanding and acceptance of the cycle of life and death. Mia, surrender to me and fall into my embrace. Klesko's voice, as dark as the void, resonated with an alluring undertone. Instantly, Mia's body felt as though it were enchanted, uncontrollably turning to run toward Klesko, her heart gnawed by despair. Her luscious red lips quivered like a flickering candle in the wind, and tears cascaded from her eyes like a dam bursting, engulfing her in overwhelming sorrow, as if the world were crumbling around her at that very moment. Klesko, like a specter of the night, slowly unfurled his powerful arms. Within his deep-set black eyes, a tempest of unsettling desire flickered. This storm consumed the remnants of his sanity, emanating an aura of extreme danger. His once handsome face twisted slightly, his blood-red lips curving into a smile that sent shivers down the spine. "Welcome to my world." Mias, he uttered her name. It felt as though he sought to crush and devour it, squeezing it through his teeth, infused with insatiable possessiveness and obsession. The unfortunate girl Mia, akin to a soulless marionette, inexorably lunged toward the devilish figure before her. Her petite frame trembled, as if making one last desperate struggle, yet ultimately unable to resist the hand of fate. Mia fell into Klesko's embrace. Warmth enveloped her in an instant. However, this warmth did not stem from affection, but was instead infused with desire and madness. Klesko held the person in his embrace tightly, as if fearing that if he were to loosen his grip, she would vanish in a thin air. That he then lowered his head, and like a feather drifting down, a gentle kiss alighted upon the soft crown of the girl's hair. This kiss was fervent and scorching, akin to a blazing inferno, as if it sought to completely melt Mia within his embrace, rendering her an integral part of himself. Chapter 3. The little pitiful of the Grim Reaper. In an instant, a wisp of black mist arose, and Mia was drawn into darkness by Kolesko. She was as terrified as a startled fawn, yet her body was firmly ensnared by the man, as if bound by an unyielding fortress. Sparkling tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls severed from their string, soaking the inky blackness of Kolesko's robe at his chest. Kolesko gazed at the pitiful figure before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Reminiscent of a devil's grin, widening gradually that a fierce flame seemed to burn within him, his blood roaring with a ravenous thirst. Kolesko brought Mia to his dwelling, the underworld. This place appeared to be shrouded in endless darkness, where the transition between day and night was utterly non-existent. The curtain of eternal night descended heavily, engulfing the realm in impenetrable blackness. The profound darkness, as deep as ink, resembled an abyssal void, greedily consuming all light and hope. Yet, amidst this boundless shadow, a solitary tower loomed high into the clouds, like a lonely giant valiantly resisting the encroaching darkness. This tower stood upright, as if striving to pierce the heavens. Upon closer inspection, one could see Kolesko's emblem etched into the walls of the tower, a massive scythe of the underworld. The scythe glimmered with an eerie light, seemingly imbued with boundless power and a mysterious curse. Surrounding the tower, not a trace of life could be discerned. The entire space was suffused with an oppressive stillness that sent shivers down one's spine. However, if one were perceptive enough, they would notice countless specters silently swirling in the shadows. These phantoms flitted through the darkness like wraiths, their bloodied fangs glinting with a cold sheen, their grotesque visages instilling dread. Any unwary soul who stumbled into their territory would likely become prey, enduring unspeakable torment. Within the tower, Kolesko gently laid Mia upon a couch, as if maneuvering a marionette. The scythe upon his back shimmered with a chilling silver light, as though heralding the arrival of death. He then vanished like a specter, his dark robe dissipating to reveal his physique as sturdy as steel. His skin, pale as sheep's fat, bore a sickly hue, reminiscent of a spirit confined in an abyss of darkness. The myriad of black symbols wound tightly around his body like a spider's web, merging seamlessly with his flesh, exuding no sense of incongruity. These symbols shimmered with an uncanny glow, sometimes dim, at other times erupting in brilliant black light, sending chills through the air. Each symbol contained an inexhaustible reservoir of malevolent power, intertwining and overlapping to form a mysterious and terrifying pattern. An ominous aura emanated from these symbols, saturating the air as if it sought to devour all life surrounding it. This malevolence was so palpable that anyone who approached him would struggle to breathe, as if an invisible hand were constricting their throat. That moment, Kolesko's deep, ocean-like gaze fixated upon Mia, his eyes betraying an unspeakable greed. His gaze was like two sharp blades, piercing deep into the recesses of Mia's soul, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The fervor of possession radiated from his stare, as if he intended to wholly consume Mia. Their breaths quickened, and their bodies trembled in unison. In that fleeting instant, the black symbol upon Kolesko's chest suddenly glimmered with an eerie light, twisting as if imbued with life, gradually coalescing into a dense cloud of black mist. This mist, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force, surged towards Mia, swiftly merging with her body. Mia's eyes widened in terror and helplessness as she gazed at her own form. Mysterious and chilling black symbols began to emerge upon her fair skin, slithering forth like venomous serpents. These symbols flickered with a faint black light, evoking a sense of foreboding. Despair surged like a tidal wave, submerging Mia entirely. She yearned to struggle, to resist, yet found her body wholly unresponsive. Forced to watch in horror as the terrifying symbols multiplied until they covered her entire being. In that moment, Mia resembled a cursed puppet, devoid of any means of defense. Meanwhile, Kolesko observed the unfolding scene with a smile that bordered on the pathological. His deep-set eyes radiated madness and obsession, revealing a profound satisfaction with the spectacle before him. Gradually, he drew closer to Mia, then suddenly leaned down, pressing his fervent lips against her trembling mouth. This scorching kiss was laden with an overwhelming possessiveness, leaving Mia utterly unable to evade it. Chapter 1. The devious butler and the delicate young lady. The luxurious estate of Zehuding resembled a dazzling crystal palace, nestled in the heart of a bustling metropolis. with every detail exuding an ineffable brilliance of opulence. Stepping into the residence, one is greeted by a floor laid with the finest marble, smooth as glass, reflecting the resplendent crystal chandeliers above, as if entering a dreamlike art sanctuary. In the spacious and bright living room, exquisite antique chandeliers hung from the towering ceiling, while handcrafted silk cushions adorned the soft cashmere carpet, filling the air with an elegant fragrance that intoxicated the senses. The butler, Ji entered the living room silently, his gaze instantly captivated by a languid figure. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, dark currents swirling within, akin to a panther lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce. He stood there quietly, his gaze as tangible as substance, roving over Mu Yao. The subtle movements of her legs inadvertently revealed more of her fair skin, a glimpse of springtime that acted like a beguiling charm. Ji Yinji's throat bobbed slightly, and a barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of his mouth, a grin that concealed profound thoughts beneath its surface that he approached with measured steps, deliberately placing weight upon his feet. Startled, Mu Yao looked up, her cheeks flushed with the remnants of her earlier engrossment in a novel, now tinged with additional allure. Ji Yinji regarded her from above, the darkness in his gaze intensifying. Yet he feigned nonchalance, saying, "Miss, it would be prudent to be cautious lest you catch a chill." Though his words were laced with concern, his eyes seemed to devour her whole, brimming with an indescribable possessiveness and veiled fervor. "Ji Yinji, you frighten me," Mu Yao exclaimed, raising her hand to discreetly turn off her phone. The man observed her actions, a glint of mischief flashing in his dark eyes. "Miss, it appears I was in the wrong for startling you." Mu Yao shot him an annoyed glance. "Who wouldn't be startled by your sudden appearance?" she retorted, reaching for a nearby glass of juice in a bid to quell her inexplicable unease. That Ji Yinji slowly crouched down to meet her gaze, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. "Yet you were so absorbed in your reading that you didn't even notice my approach." Her face flushed deeper. "I was not." Ji Yinji gently grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Perhaps you encountered some inappropriate scene in your reading?" Mu Yao's eyes widened, resembling a frightened fawn. "That of course not." Ji Yinji chuckled softly, his laughter deep and magnetic. "That if you were interested in such scenes, I could certainly recommend a few titles." Flushed with indignation, Mu Yao reached out to strike him, but Ji Yinji effortlessly seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. "Your eagerness is quite surprising," he murmured. "Ji Yinji, let me go," Mu Yao protested, struggling against his hold. Yet he tightened his grip, whispering in her ear, "Wouldn't you like to give it a try?" Mu Yao was momentarily taken aback by his words. Ceasing her struggles, her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the scene before her, utterly unprepared for Ji Yinji's audacity. The Ji Yinji, observing the stunned Mu Yao, curled his lips into a devilishly charming smile. His actions growing increasingly bold, he extended his hand, gently caressing Mu Yao's face, savoring the delicacy and warmth of her skin. Her body trembled slightly. She yearned to push Ji Yinji away, but found herself seemingly immobilized. Unable to move, fear and unease flooded her heart as she pondered what Ji Yinji might do next. His hand slowly descended, gliding over her neck and resting upon her shoulder, but he grasped her shoulder firmly. Pulling her closer, Mu Yao's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She longed to break free from Ji Yinji's grasp, yet felt utterly powerless that moment. Ji Yinji suddenly lowered his head, kissing her lips. Then Mu Yao's eyes widened even further. Her heart brimming with shock and fury, she bit down hard on Ji Yinji's lip, causing him to release her in pain. "How could you do this?" Mu Yao exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. Ji Yinji licked the blood from his lip, gazing at Mu Yao as he declared, "I like you." Mu Yao. A wave of panic surged within Mu Yao. She was at a loss on how to respond to Ji Yinji's confession. She turned and fled, leaving Ji Yinji standing alone. Chapter 2. The cunning butler and the delicate young lady in a state of turmoil. Mu Yao felt a rush of confusion upon hearing Ji Yinji's confession. A blush crept upon her face, her eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and helplessness. The Ji Yinji's declaration had come as a complete shock, catching her entirely off guard. She had always regarded Ji Yinji as her butler and friend, never once considering that he could harbor such feelings for her. Her heart was a battleground of conflicting emotions, leaving her unsure of how to confront Ji Yinji's confession. In her panic, Mu Yao chose to retreat. She turned and fled, too fearful to glance back at Ji Yinji's expression. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat, that as she ran. She scolded herself for her cowardice and avoidance. Mu Yao found solace in a secluded corner of a garden, halting her escape. She gasped for breath, striving to regain her composure. The memory of Ji Yinji's confession and her hasty retreat replayed in her mind, filling her with guilt and unease. She recognized that her avoidance would not resolve the dilemma. She needed to face Ji Yinji and provide him with a clear response. However, the thought of how to articulate her feelings left her at a loss. Amidst her inner turmoil, Mu Yao resolved to calm herself and reflect upon her emotions that Ji Yinji, the seemingly genteel yet cunning butler, was in truth a master strategist shrouded in mystery. His plans enveloped Mu Yao like an invisible web, initiating his pathological control. From the moment Ji Yinji entered the opulent mansion and laid eyes on the delicate young lady, he commenced his scheme. Through meticulous care and thoughtfulness, he garnered Mu Yao's trust and reliance. He understood her preferences, habits, and vulnerabilities as intimately as he knew the lines on his own palm. That in daily life, Ji Yinji always appeared at just the right moment to assist Mu Yao with various challenges. His suggestions seemed reasonable, yet subtly guided her toward the path he desired. He skillfully exploited Mu Yao's kindness and innocence, gradually ensnaring her in the trap he had meticulously crafted. As time passed, Ji Yinji's desire for control intensified, that he began to restrict Mu Yao's social interactions, preventing her from engaging with the outside world. He monitored her every action, even attempting to dominate her thoughts. Mu Yao gradually felt suffocated and oppressed. Yet the chains of Ji Yinji's influence proved inescapable. His pathological obsession was not born of love. Rather, it stemmed from a twisted sense of possession that he regarded Mu Yao as his private property. Unwilling to allow anyone else to encroach upon her, his gaze revealed a disturbing madness and obsession that sent chills down one's spine. However, Mu Yao was not entirely oblivious to Ji Yinji's transformation. She began to resist, striving to break free from his grasp. Yet, Ji Yinji had already anticipated her defiance, resorting to increasingly extreme measures. Plunging Mu Yao into despair that in this twisted struggle for control, Ji Yinji gradually lost himself. Consumed by darkness, Mu Yao, too, grappled with her anguish, uncertain of how to escape this terrifying man. She felt as though she were suffocating under the weight of his control, unable to flee Ji Yinji's clutches. She attempted to escape multiple times, yet each effort ended with Ji Yinji capturing her once more. What followed were the brutal punishments inflicted by the man. Chapter 1. The sweetheart pianist of the wealthy twins. The Li family's twins were renowned as prodigies, with Li Yin and Li Sheng, merely 20 years of age, captivating the hearts of countless noble ladies in City A with their striking features and statuesque figures. Though seldom seen, they were always the subject of high society gossip. At a charity gala, Li Yin and Li Sheng appeared together, clad in impeccably tailored suits, resembling princes who had stepped out of a fairy tale. Li Yan's gaze was deep and enchanting, his lips perpetually adorned with a subtle, enigmatic smile. Li Sheng, on the other hand, exuded a more austere demeanor, his sharp gaze intimidating to those who dared approach. During the gala, numerous noble ladies directed their adoring glances towards them, yet they remained unmoved. Li Yin and Li Sheng stood quietly to the side, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with those nearby. Their elegance and decorum left an indelible impression on all present. That moment, a girl named Xiao Ran drew their attention. Dressed in a pale evening gown, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, she possessed a captivating and clear-eyed charm. Unlike the other noble ladies who sought to ingratiate themselves with Li Yin and Li Sheng, Xiao Ran sat serenely nearby, performing on the piano. Intrigued by Xiao Ran, Li Yin and Li Sheng approached her after her performance concluded. Her demeanor and conversation brought them immense comfort. She exuded authenticity, devoid of pretense or insincerity. Through their dialogue, they learned that Xiao Ran was a piano teacher, beautiful, intelligent, and possessing unique insights and ideas. From that day forth, Li Yin and Li Sheng formally engaged Xiao Ran as their exclusive private piano instructor. Li Yin radiated the warmth of a blazing sun, his enthusiasm and vitality irresistibly drawing others in. Xiao Ran found herself irresistibly captivated by this powerful charm. As days turned into weeks, she discovered that beneath Li Yan's sunny exterior lay a heart filled with tenderness and meticulous care. Whether in the minutiae of daily life or in support of her musical aspirations, his attentiveness stirred her heart deeply. To at last, on a starlit night, the two solidified their romantic relationship that as time flowed on. Their bond intensified, as if the entire world belonged solely to them. Yet, as their love blossomed, Li Sheng succumbed to a pathological sense of resentment. Witnessing his brother's happiness with Xiao Ran filled him with jealousy and bitterness. Thus, he began to devise various schemes to intrude upon their relationship. Initially, Li Yin steadfastly protected his love for Xiao Ran against his brother's relentless entanglements. However, as Li Sheng's tactics grew increasingly extreme and frenzied, even resorting to self-harm as a threat to Li Yin, he ultimately chose to compromise, agreeing to share Xiao Ran with his brother. This decision marked a painful struggle for all three involved. At that moment, Li Yin and Li Sheng sat beside the piano, their gazes fixed intently on Xiao Ran's graceful fingers dancing across the keys. The melodious sounds flowed like a clear spring, soothing their hearts and captivating their souls. Xiao Ran's performance was fluid and enchanting, her fingers seeming to dance upon the keys, each note imbued with vitality. Li Yin and Li Sheng found themselves irresistibly drawn to her talent, their eyes betraying a disturbing obsession. As the music swelled, Xiao Ran's body swayed gently, her long hair flowing like a fairy descending from the heavens. Li Yin and Li Sheng were entranced, an inexplicable urge to possess Xiao Ran surging within them. Suddenly, the music came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Ran lifted her head, smiling at Li Yin and Li Sheng. Their eyes met, and time appeared to stand still in that moment. Realizing their lapse in decorum, Li Yin and Li Sheng quickly rose, apologizing to Xiao Ran. She dismissed their embarrassment with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your appreciation. This is my favorite piece." Li Yin and Li Sheng nodded, their hearts already brimming with admiration and affection for Xiao Ran. In the second chapter of The Sweetheart Pianist of the Aristocratic Twin Siblings, Li Yin gazed dreamily at the enchanting Xiao Ran before him. Her delicate features were as captivating as flowers blossoming in the spring, drawing him irresistibly into a state of rapture. That moment, it seemed as if an invisible force was guiding him, compelling him to lean closer to Xiao Ran and gently kiss her. As Xiao Ran felt Li Yan's warm lips upon hers, a wave of shyness and confusion surged within her, but soon, this emotion was replaced by an indescribable sweetness. She slightly closed her eyes, tenderly responding to Li Yan's kiss, her hands unconsciously wrapping around his waist. As the passionate kiss deepened, Xiao Ran's breath quickened, and a seductive blush crept into the corners of her eyes, resembling a ripe peach. Luscious and radiant, her already alluring demeanor became even more captivating, exuding a charm that ensnared Li Yan's heart, igniting within him a desire to possess her completely. This sensation spread like a tidal wave, inflating his desires to the brink of overwhelming his reason. Li Sheng, in a moment of urgency, intervened. Xiao Ran, startled by this sudden action, widened her eyes, attempting to break free from Li Sheng's embrace. "What are you doing?" she demanded angrily to Li Yin, noticing Xiao Ran's fury, feigned being ignited by rage, forcefully pushing Li Sheng aside and shielding Xiao Ran behind him. "Brother, have you lost your mind?" Li Sheng scoffed, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. "Have I lost my mind? Watching you two be so intimate here. Do you know how much it pains my heart?" Xiao Ran, engulfed in anger at Li Sheng's disrespectful behavior, retorted, "You are Li Yan's brother. How can you treat me this way?" Li Sheng gazed at Xiao Ran, a flicker of obscurity flashing in his eyes, yet he still spoke. "Since you have accepted Li Yin, why can you not accept me?" Li Yin tightly grasped Xiao Ran's hand, discreetly signaling Li Sheng with his eyes, and warned him aloud, "Brother, do not harm her again." With that, he swiftly led Xiao Ran away. Li Sheng watched their retreating figures, his fists clenched, a tempest of desires raging within him, his thin lips curling into a sinister arc as he chuckled softly. "Xiao Ran, you cannot escape." Li Sheng slowly approached the piano, where remnants of Xiao Ran's essence lingered. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, his fingers gently falling upon the keys, beginning to play. The initial notes were chaotic and disordered, mirroring the turmoil within his heart, gradually transforming into a deep, oppressive melody, akin to his unexpressed emotions. As the music flowed, his breath quickened, his body trembling slightly, each note resonating with his uncontrollable yearning for Xiao Ran. He imagined her before him, her delicate visage and lively eyes. Suddenly, a gust of wind fluttered the curtains, and he instinctively looked up, only to find emptiness. That he chuckled at himself, striking the keys forcefully, producing a jarring sound. Xiao Ran, no matter the means, you will belong to me, he murmured, his eyes shimmering with madness and obsession. In that instant, dark seeds, as if enchanted, took root deeply within the most hidden corners of his heart, rapidly sprouting countless black tendrils. These tendrils spread like an uncontrollable force, gradually engulfing his entire soul. That moment, his gaze hardened, becoming cold and resolute, as if he had made up his mind to go to any lengths, using any means necessary to claim Xiao Ran as his own. In the third chapter of The Sweetheart Pianist of the Aristocratic Twin Siblings, in pursuit of completely possessing Xiao Ran, Li Sheng resolved to take extreme measures. That he conferred with Li Yin, plotting to imprison Xiao Ran, ensuring she could not escape their grasp. Although Li Yin hesitated, he was ultimately persuaded by Li Sheng that on a moonless, stormy night, as the world lay steeped in profound slumber, two shadows stealthily infiltrated Xiao Ran's residence. These two shadows were none other than the brothers Li Yin and Li Sheng. Taking advantage of Xiao Ran's unguarded moment, they approached her with ghostly swiftness. Before she could react, a sharp pain surged through her neck, and darkness enveloped her consciousness. That Li Yin and Li Sheng had rendered her unconscious with a precise and powerful strike. They then carefully lifted Xiao Ran's delicate form, vanishing into the night like a wisp of wind. After a brief and mysterious journey, they arrived at a secluded location, a luxurious cage of their own design and construction. This cage was nothing short of a work of art. The floor was adorned with a thick, soft woolen blanket, as comfortable and warm as clouds, offering exquisite comfort with every step. Surrounding the cage were countless resplendent roses, their intoxicating fragrance enveloping one in a state of blissful distraction. At the center of the cage stood an enormous bed, gleaming with golden light, as if crafted from pure gold. The bed was piled high with exquisite satin pillows and silk bedding, its opulence enough to leave anyone in awe. However, upon entering this realm of endless splendor, one would be startled to find an invisible sense of oppression tightly entwining each individual. This sensation was akin to being ensconced within a magnificent, resplendent palace. Yet this palace was an unbreakable cage, binding all who were trapped within, making it difficult to breathe, even bringing forth a sense of impending suffocation. At that moment, the gaze suddenly focused on a large, soft bed. There lay Xiao Ran, her graceful figure fully exposed to the eyes of all. She was completely unclothed, resembling a meticulously sculpted work of art, flawless in its perfection. Her snow-white skin glimmered alluringly in the dim light, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded casually over the pillow, accentuating her exquisite features, radiant and captivating. Like a poppy blooming in the dark night, she was beautiful, yet carried an air of danger. Despair washed over Xiao Ran as she opened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Delete urgently, delete urgently. They confined Xiao Ran in the basement of the Li family, providing her only minimal food and water each day. Xiao Ran attempted to escape, but each time she was discovered and brought back by Li Yin and Li Sheng. As time passed, Xiao Ran's body grew increasingly frail. She began to feel hopeless and helpless, uncertain of how much longer she could endure. Finally, on a bitterly cold day, as snowflakes danced through the air, Xiao Ran's life drew to a close. She lay quietly in the dark, damp basement, her body gradually growing cold. The swirling snowflakes seemed to mourn her, falling gently to blanket the entire world in a shroud of white. Xiao Ran's once beautiful face had lost its color, appearing pale and haggard. She lay with her eyes tightly shut, as if she had drifted into a slumber, but would never awaken again. Her disheveled hair sprawled beside her, melding with the surrounding darkness. The basement was suffused with an oppressive silence, only broken by the faint sound of falling snowflakes. Xiao Ran departed this world in solitude. Li Sheng and Li Yin, upon discovering Xiao Ran's lifeless body, were consumed by regret and self-reproach. They realized the foolishness and cruelty of their actions. They had not only lost the one they loved most, but had also committed an unforgivable crime. They clung to Xiao Ran as if she were a lifeline, their arms binding her like unbreakable shackles. That moment. They, like frenzied beasts, issued commands to set ablaze the cage that had imprisoned their souls. In an instant, flames erupted to the sky, the fierce inferno resembling demons clawing their way from hell, brandishing their sharp claws with reckless abandon. The fire spread rapidly, consuming all in its path. Thick smoke billowed and swirled like a colossal black dragon, darkening the sky, suffusing it with a heavy, oppressive in this heart-stopping scene. The figures of the three were gradually engulfed by the flames. Ultimately, they vanished beneath the remnants of what was once a splendid domain, now reduced to ruins, as if they had been mercilessly devoured by the endless darkness, leaving no trace behind. The first chapter of the heartthrob task of the underworld overlord. The host realized they could not return. The sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the entire beach with a dazzling brilliance. Bai Shu lay contentedly on a soft beach chair, her exquisite features radiating a sense of ease and leisure. Gently squinting her eyes, she gazed through her fashionable sunglasses, reveling in the unique and enchanting scenery before her. On the beach, the ebb and flow of people created a vibrant tableau. The foreign tourists, with their golden hair and azure eyes, proudly displayed their allure and vitality. The men stood tall with well-defined muscles. The women donned an array of swimsuits, exuding grace and charm. The sea breeze caressed her silken hair. That moment, she wore a strikingly vivid red bikini, its exquisite cut perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure, resembling a blossoming flower by the shore. Her fair skin shimmered under the sunlight, casting an irresistible glow that captivated all who beheld her. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Bai Shu was quietly savoring what she knew to be the last moments in this world. Perhaps it was the impending farewell to this beautiful beach, or a deep-seated secret weighing heavily in her heart. But a faint trace of sorrow glimmered in her gaze, overshadowed by her appreciation for the present moment. Tongzi, quickly transport me away from here. Bai Shu hastily adjusted her emotions, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. Her once radiant face now appearing filled with despair and helplessness. She gently closed her eyes, as if resigning herself to fate, quietly awaiting the extraction of her soul. Just then, a cacophony of jarring sounds pierced the air. Beep. Crackle, host, we have a situation. The time-space tunnel has inexplicably closed, and our system is under severe attack from an unknown force. You can no longer return as planned. Please, host. Crackle. The intermittent glitchy static from the system shattered Bai Shu's already frayed nerves. Upon hearing this news, she abruptly opened her eyes, terror evident within them. Her luscious red lips trembled uncontrollably as she muttered, this is really the end. If I can't leave here soon, that bastard will surely find me and mercilessly kill me." As she spoke, tears cascaded down her delicate, fair cheeks like a flood breaking through that moment. Bai Shu trembled uncontrollably from sheer fear, seemingly unable to stand upright. The thought of facing the wrath and pursuit of Qin Tan plunged her into darkness, leaving her devoid of any hope for survival. Bai Shu sprang up from her beach chair, as if electrified, akin to a startled bird seeking refuge, her silhouette a picture of distress, reminiscent of a frightened hare. Dear Tongzi, please take me away." Yet her mind was a barren desert, devoid of any response, panic crashing over her like a tidal wave. "Bai Shu, come here, try running one more step." The thunderous voice of Qin Tan reverberated behind her. Bai Shu's body froze instantaneously, as if ensnared by a binding spell, her blood running cold like ice in winter, her once rosy complexion now as pale as a sheet of paper. Chapter 2. The Deceptive Task of the Underworld Boss. I've caught you. Bai Shu gazed at Qin Tan, horror-stricken, her legs rooted to the spot, tears brimming in her eyes. "Qin Tan, please let me explain. No, listen to my defense." Her voice quivered as she attempted to halt his advance. Qin Tan's expression darkened, rage flickering in his eyes as he approached Bai Shu step by step, each stride echoing in her heart. "Explain? What could you possibly have left to explain?" His voice was frigid, capable of freezing the air around them. Bai Shu's tears overflowed, her frantic head shaking. "It's not what you think. I have my reasons." She reached for Qin Tan's arm, only to be ruthlessly cast aside. He halted, regarding her with icy disdain. "Reasons? Is your reason to betray me?" His voice brimmed with disappointment and fury. Bai Shu sought to placate him. I did not betray you. Qin Tan, I love you. You must believe me. Her voice dwindled as she noticed the absence of trust in his gaze. In that instant, Bai Shu realized that the rift between them was irreparable, and her fate was sealed. Qin Tan's robust physique filled out his black suit, his elongated, alluring eyes glinting with a hint of wickedness, fixated on Bai Shu as if he intended to devour her whole. Bai Shu felt exposed under his gaze, perplexed by why this man always regarded her as though she were his prey. What do you want from me? I merely deceived you in matters of the heart. Is that truly unforgivable? Bai Shu finally could no longer contain her frustration. Qin Tan's lips curled into a captivating smile. What do you think? You deceive me and expect to walk away unscathed. That a tightening sensation gripped her heart. She sensed the danger emanating from this man and knew she had to escape swiftly. It was a mutual arrangement. I've grown weary of this, and I wish to leave, Bai Shu declared, attempting to turn away. However, Qin Tan seized her arm, pulling her into his embrace. Did you truly think you can leave? Bai Shu struggled to break free from his grasp, but his strength was overwhelming. Let go of me, she shouted. Yet, Qin Tan remained unfazed, leaning down to whisper in her ear, Are you prepared for the consequences of angering me? You shall repay the price in due time. With that, Qin Tan hoisted Bai Shu and strode toward the resort hotel, his pace urgent. Bai Shu's feeble struggles were futile, despair enveloping her as she called for Tongzi. But the system offered no solace. Bai Shu's mind was a void, uncertainty clouding her thoughts regarding Qin Tan's intentions. All she comprehended was the peril she now faced as she was carried into the hotel room. Bai Shu felt utterly powerless against Qin Tan's strength. He tossed her onto the bed and began to remove his clothing. Bai Shu watched in terror, paralyzed by fear, her body unresponsive as she longed to escape. Just as Qin Tan approached her, a sharp knock resounded at the door. He paused, frowning. Before turning to open it, a man clad in a flamboyant suit entered, glancing between Qin Tan and the bedridden Bai Shu. A knowing expression gracing his face. Boss, you've captured your lady? Qi Buzhou inquired. Qin Tan regarded the disheveled Qi Buzhou with cold disdain. You little brat, deliver that batch of goods from Country C. If anything goes awry, I swear I'll flay you alive. Qi Buzhou cast a fleeting glance at Bai Shu, then back at Qin Tan, his face reflecting a hint of remorse. Boss, a moment of indulgence is worth 1,000 gold. How about I vacate the premises so as not to disturb you? Without waiting for a response, he hurriedly exited. Qin Tan shut the door and approached the bed, stating, Now, no one will interrupt us. Bai Shu's heart raced with fear as she stared at Qin Tan, her body still immobilized by terror, helplessly witnessing him draw nearer. Chapter 3. The Deceptive Task of the Underworld Boss. The End. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. He reached out and seized Xiaohe's wrist, twisting it forcefully to wrest the dagger from her grasp. Xiaohe struggled to escape, but He held her tightly, rendering her immobile. Who are you? Why have you come to assassinate me? He glared at Xiaohe. With gritted teeth, Xiaohe replied, I am a covert agent of the state of Chu. Sent to eliminate you. He understood. Yet he was taken aback to discover that this woman was actually a spy from the state of Yan. The man scrutinized Xiaohe closely, noting the unwavering determination and resolve gleaming in her eyes. There truly no one left in Chu that they would send a woman to carry out an assassination. He scoffed lightly. Xiaohe gazed at He, a wave of despair surging within her. She realized that there was no escape, and she resolved to defend her dignity and beliefs with her life. You scoundrel, there is no use in further words. I would rather die than submit to you. Xiaohe declared that He, observing her indomitable spirit, felt a sudden surge of admiration. You are a person deserving of respect. He said, looking at the resolute woman, I will not kill you. Instead, I shall confine you and decide what to do after the war concludes, bound and imprisoned within He's tent. Xiaohe sat in the corner, silently shedding tears. She recognized her mission had failed. Not only had she not assassinated He, but she had also been captured by him. He entered the tent. His heart flooded with complex emotions as he regarded Xiaohe. He knew she was a spy from an enemy state, yet he found himself captivated by her beauty and bravery. The man was at a loss regarding how to confront her. He wished to punish her, yet he also desired to protect her. Why are you crying? He's handsome face bore a look of confusion. Xiaohe lifted her head to meet his gaze. I weep because I have failed. I did not accomplish my mission, and I have failed my country and people. He sighed. You need not blame yourself. You have done your utmost. War is merciless. No one can predict the outcome. Xiaohi looked at He and asked, Why do you not kill me? You must know that I am a spy from an enemy state. A threat to you. He paused for a moment before responding. I do not wish to kill you. I perceive you as a remarkably brave and steadfast individual, willing to sacrifice your life for your country. I hold great admiration for you. Xiaohi felt a surge of emotion. She had not expected such words from a general of an enemy state. Her perception of He began to shift. You truly will not kill me? Xiaohi inquired. He nodded. I will not kill you. I will confine you until the war concludes and then decide how to proceed. I hope you will consider your future wisely and no longer serve the state of Chu. Xiaohi regarded He, a tumult of conflicting emotions swirling within her. She was grateful for his mercy, yet she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. I will not be grateful to you. Xiaohi asserted stubbornly. I will forever remember your actions. He observed Xiaohi, a sense of helplessness welling within him, that he understood that she was filled with animosity towards him, yet he could not alter her feelings. Chapter 2. The young general's enemy spy that night. He noticed he was unable to sleep, so he secretly instructed the physician to prepare a calming incense to place in his tent, hoping it would help her find peace and slumber. With the aid of the calming scent, Xiaohi gradually lowered her guard and began to open her heart to He. However, his tender actions simultaneously ignited her hatred, and she began to plot how to exploit his feelings to escape. During a night banquet, Xiaohi seized the opportunity while He was intoxicated, stealing his insignia and planning to flee the military camp and return to the state of Chu to report. When He awoke to find He missing, his heart sank, and he ordered a search of the entire army. It was in a letter left by He that He discovered the truth. The assassination was merely a fade, and her true intention was to use her beauty to steal the insignia. Excellent. Xiaohi, you truly do not disappoint this general. He laughed heartily, though a bitter undertone spread within his dark eyes, the malice on his face sending chills down spines. Xiaohi gripped the reins tightly, fiercely spurring her steed onward, the magnificent horse galloping away like an arrow loosed from a bow. The howling wind rushed past her ears, tangling her hair, yet she paid it no mind, her only thought to reach the borders of Chu as swiftly as possible. As her destination drew near, a joyful expression unconsciously graced Xiaohi's face. However, just then, a sharp sound pierced the air. Xiaohi's heart tightened. Before she could react, an arrow struck the belly of her steed. The horse neighed in agony and collapsed, throwing Xiaohi violently to the ground. She felt as though her insides had shifted, a metallic taste flooding her throat, blood trickling from the corner of her lips. Yet, even in pain, she persevered, struggling to rise, her gaze resolute and unwavering. He approached on a powerful black steed, looking down at the fallen Xiaohi with an eerie smile, his eyes glinting with cold, ruthless light. Why have you stopped running? Go on. He's voice was as frigid as ice. Did you think that insignia in your hand was real? How naive and foolish. Xiaohi's eyes widened as she watched him nimbly dismount and stride toward her. Each step of his was steady and forceful, as if treading upon her very heart, instilling a sense of dread within her. Xiaohi desperately retreated, her feet feeling as though they were anchored to the ground. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her exquisite, pale cheeks, splashing onto the ground, creating tiny ripples. Her once delicate and enchanting visage now trembled with sheer terror, fragile as a flower swaying in the wind. Yet He showed no mercy, instead sporting a twisted, cruel smile. His deep black eyes burned with a fierce flame, as though he intended to consume her whole. Suddenly, He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Xiaohi's slender waist and effortlessly lifting her onto his horse. He mounted swiftly behind her, holding her tightly, one hand gripping the reins while the other mercilessly urged the steed onward. The horse, sensing the pain, neighed loudly and galloped away like a bolt of lightning toward the distant military camp. The wind roared past, disheveling Xiaohi's hair and clothing. She attempted to struggle, to escape, but He's strength was overwhelming, rendering her utterly immobile in that moment. He lowered his head and forcefully captured Xia's lips with his own. His actions were rough and wild, devoid of tenderness. He felt a surge of pain, the metallic taste of blood flooding their mouths. Chapter 3. The young general's enemy spy Xia, he struggled fiercely against the man, her limbs thrashing like a wild beast ensnared in invisible chains. Her beautiful eyes burned with fury, resentment and anger surging forth like a tidal wave. Yet all of this could not deter He's ruthless and unyielding actions. With skilled hands, he removed the hairpin from her head, causing her cascading hair to tumble down like a waterfall in the wind's embrace. Her hair danced freely, occasionally brushing against He's stern face. As if narrating the rebellion deep within Xia's heart at that moment. Her body quivered uncontrollably, and it was unclear whose heartbeat thundered like a drum. Her eyes, reddened with rage, brimmed with tears. Her delicate face resembling a ripe cherry, tempting yet vulnerable. This pitiable yet enticing appearance ignited He's desires to their zenith. Just then, their steed finally arrived at the military camp. Before the horse could steady itself, he hastily lifted the woman in his arms and strode into the main tent with an air of unyielding authority, with a cruel expression. He carelessly tossed Xia onto the couch as if she were a mere object. Startled by this sudden action, Xia's face paled as she anticipated the horrifying deeds this man would soon commit. Desperately, she shielded her clothing with her hands, her once luscious lips trembling in fear, even tinged with blood. "Scoundrel! Get away from me!" she cried, her voice trembling that as the body instinctively recoiled, it seemed to yearn for the sanctuary of the bed, seeking to escape from the presence of the man before her, who resembled a demon. Yet, He stood unwavering, like a cold statue, completely oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him, unmoved by the chaos. Within the depths of his eyes burned a fierce, primal fire, akin to a ravenous wolf lurking in the shadows of the forest at midnight. Fixating intently on Xia, his gaze sharp and menacing, as if he intended to consume her whole. He slightly lifted his chin and, without hesitation, grasped the heavy battle robe that clung to his robust form. The robe, once closely fitted to his broad physique, now fell away like a discarded rag. Utterly rejected by its master in a swift motion, He lunged forward, extending his powerful hands, reminiscent of large fans, with muscles taut and veins prominent, exuding boundless strength. With a mere grasp, he effortlessly drew Xia closer to him. In that moment, she resembled a delicate lamb caught in the jaws of a tiger, utterly powerless to resist. Despite her heart being overwhelmed with fear and despair, she still fought against her fate in a final, desperate struggle. Each breath she took was accompanied by excruciating pain, nearly suffocating her. Tears streamed down her pallid cheeks like a torrent breaking through a dam, cascading uncontrollably. Xia's pitiful demeanor, akin to a flower swaying in the wind, evoked deep sympathy in those who beheld her. He's profound black eyes flickered a burning desire, as if he sought to devour the woman before him completely. Xia's beautiful, yet lifeless eyes resembled gemstones devoid of vitality. Staring vacantly at the drapes, swaying gently above her, that moment, she was consumed by an overwhelming sense of regret and self-reproach. The spy infiltrating enemy territory, she was supposed to be astute and agile. Yet now she lay vulnerable, akin to a fish cast upon a cutting board, awaiting its fate. She had once believed herself brave and clever enough to confront any danger or challenge. However, the harsh reality unveiled her utter helplessness in the face of such a stark disparity in power. He's insatiable greed bound her soul like a heavy shackle, rendering her unable to break free. Chapter 1. The angel in the genius painter's canvas. Li Sun, the painter, appeared as if he had descended from another realm. His character was as elusive as moonlight, at times cold and at others fervent, perpetually shrouded in mystery. Long immersed in his studio, he had not seen the sun for years, leaving his complexion unnaturally pale, fragile as porcelain. Yet, this did not diminish the unique charm emanating from his slender frame. Though slightly frail in appearance, he stood straight and resolute, akin to a resilient bamboo swaying in the wind. At the tender age of 16, Li Sun ascended to the pinnacle of the art world with his breathtaking masterpiece titled Nightfall, becoming an illustrious star overnight. This work captivated countless viewers with its profound, enigmatic atmosphere, intricate brushwork, and heart-stirring expressiveness, rapidly spreading his name far and wide, even garnering acclaim overseas. Yet in the face of the ensuing temptations of fame and fortune, Lee Sun remained remarkably composed and unruffled. Unlike many artists who churned out works in pursuit of wealth and recognition, he stubbornly adhered to his principles, dedicating himself each year to the creation of only one meticulously crafted piece. Such a distinctive approach not only upheld his esteemed status, but also intensified the anticipation surrounding each new release, leading to fervent competition and staggering prices upon their unveiling, that Lee Sun himself showed little inclination to frequently appear in public. Even during exhibitions where admirers eagerly awaited his presence, he would often make a fleeting appearance, lingering only briefly before vanishing without a trace. Nonetheless, each time he graced the scene, onlookers were invariably captivated by his striking beauty. His exquisitely sculpted visage seemed divinely crafted, every contour flawlessly rendered. His bright eyes sparkled like the most radiant stars in the night sky, radiating an enchanting glow. Beneath his elegantly arched nose, his lips curled into a subtle, elusive smile, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Such was Lee Sun, undoubtedly a favored child of the heavens, evoking profound admiration in countless hearts that in the Lee family studio, Lee Sun sat before his easel, the brush in his hand gliding across the pristine canvas like a spirited sprite. His focus was absolute, his mind unclouded, with only the angelic figure poised to emerge from the paper occupying his thoughts. As time flowed by, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Lee Sun tirelessly painted one piece after another, yet he remained unsatisfied with his depiction of the angel. The discarded canvases piled high, blanketing the floor, each a testament to his dedication, yet lacking an ineffable quality that eluded him. However, today was different. It was as if a wellspring of inspiration erupted within him, and his strokes became fluid and confident. As time progressed, the angel within the painting gradually took form. The figure depicted possessed long, golden hair that shimmered like sunlight, cascading gracefully around her cherubic face. Her enchanting eyes mirrored the depths of a starry galaxy, twinkling with unspoken secrets that could ensnare anyone who dared gaze upon them. Clad in a gown as white as snow, it perfectly embraced her graceful silhouette, hinting at her slender waist and elongated legs, adding an air of mystery and allure. Her slightly parted crimson lips resembled petals drenched in dew, as if whispering a secret that beckoned one to lean in closer. Finally, as Lee Sun set down his brush, an exquisite and innocent image of the angel materialized before him. She appeared as though she had stepped from a dream, exuding an irresistible charm that compelled admiration. Perhaps it was merely Lee Sun's imagination, but he could have sworn the angel in the painting blinked, an ephemeral moment that slipped away too quickly to be discerned. Chapter 2. The Angel in the Genius Painter's Canvas. A longing for warmth with utmost reverence. Lee Sun carefully folded the canvas that encapsulated 5 years of his heart and soul, gently placing it into an exquisite art folder. His gaze remained fixated on the lifelike angel, as if she possessed an enchanting power to captivate the hearts of all who beheld her. As he stared at the painting, an expression of deep infatuation gleamed in his eyes that he could not help but murmur softly, "How beautiful!" his sigh resonating like a gentle breeze across the tranquil lake, reverberating quietly within the spacious studio. Yet, at that moment, Lee Sun suddenly looked down, realizing that his once pristine white shirt was now smeared with a myriad of colors. The splattered hues stirred within him an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction. He lifted his gaze, casting another glance at the angel in the painting with a gaze that bordered on the pathological, as if seeking solace or an explanation from her. Subsequently, Lee Sun turned and exited the studio. His steps hurried as he made his way toward the bathroom. All the while, the image of the angel's breathtaking beauty and graceful demeanor lingered in his mind. Upon reaching the bathroom door, he paused momentarily to collect himself before gently pushing the door open and stepping inside. Once inside, he closed the door behind him and began to remove the paint-stained garments. However, he remained blissfully unaware that shortly after his departure from the studio, the painting hanging on the wall began to emit a dazzling, radiant white light. The angel depicted in the painting slowly extends her legs, as if attempting to break free from the confines of the canvas. With her movements, streams of golden sunlight cascade through the window, illuminating her cascading locks of hair that flow like a waterfall, rendering her visage increasingly ethereal and captivating. This angel exudes the innocence of a newborn. Gazing around her unfamiliar surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity, she meticulously observes every object in the studio, then mimics Lee Sun's previous actions, reaching for the doorknob and gently turning it, with a soft click. The door creaks open, and the angel takes delicate steps into the unknown world beyond that. Lee Sun stands beneath the shower head, hot water pouring down like a waterfall, soaking his jet-black hair and broad shoulders. He gently wipes his body, relishing the comfort and relaxation brought by the flowing water. The warm streams glide down his sturdy waist like a silver ribbon, subtly slipping into hidden depths. His skin, as pale as snow, appears even more translucent under the veil of steam, akin to the smoothness of mutton-fat jade. Crystal droplets, like playful spirits, slide off his body and plummet onto the pristine porcelain tiles, producing a crisp and melodious sound. The bathroom is enveloped in dense steam, resembling a mystical realm shrouded in mist, gradually flushing his long and deep-set eyes with a rosy huet that moment. A faint sound disrupts the tranquility. The noise, subtle yet distinct, clearly does not belong to the usual ambience of the house. Lee Sun's heart tightens as he swiftly turns off the faucet, hastily dons a bathrobe, and ties the belt in a hurried manner. Barefoot, he moves lightly and nimbly toward the direction of the sound, each step tinged with a hint of tension and curiosity, his heart racing involuntarily. As he approaches the source of the sound, the sight before him leaves him momentarily stunned. There stands the angel he has long yearned for, a vision so enchanting that she seems to have stepped out from the canvas itself. Lee Sun's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at her. Her skin is as smooth as congealed fat, her eyes bright as stars, and her flowing golden hair cascades over her shoulders like silk. In that instant, time appears to freeze. The world consists solely of the two of them, and indescribable joy wells up within him, and he feels as if his heart might leap from his throat. Unable to resist, he steps closer to the angel, and as the distance shrinks, he is enveloped by a gentle and warm aura that caresses his face like the softest spring breeze. This warmth wraps around him tightly, resembling an invisible embrace, offering him endless comfort and solace. It is so exquisite that it leaves Lee Sun deeply entranced, as if he has succumbed to an addictive substance, yearning to remain forever ensconced in this warmth. Unwilling to awaken, unbeknownst to him, a hint of morbid longing glimmers in his eyes that he wishes to possess this warmth, to keep it by his side eternally, so that it belongs solely to him. Chapter 3. The Angel and the Genius Painter's Canvas. The little angel gazes at Lee Sun, who is wrapped in a bathrobe, approaching like a statue, momentarily forgetting how to react. Her innocent eyes resemble crystal-clear lakes, filled with confusion as she cautiously moves toward the man, akin to a sweet little lamb. Her soft voice, reminiscent of a nightingale's song, inquires, "Who are you?" The sweetness of her voice, akin to honey, is utterly enchanting. Lee Sun regains his composure, his warm voice akin to celestial music, as if fearing to frighten the little angel away. "I am the owner of this room. My name is Lee Sun. Little angel, are you lost?" Upon hearing this, the little angel, like a startled fawn, suddenly rushes toward Lee Sun, exclaiming, "Well, I can't get out. What should I do?" Her voice trembles like petals swaying in the wind, evoking a sense of tenderness. Lee Sun, feeling the softness in his embrace, is overwhelmed by a strange sense of fulfillment, as if the blood coursing through him is boiling, clamoring to possess her, to hold her forever. In an instant, the little angel dissipates like smoke from his arms, leaving Lee Sun incredulous as he watches the warmth recede. He frantically races back to the studio. Thankfully, the little angel remains quietly in the painting, and Lee Sun, with his brush and paint, creates a beautiful world for her. He constructs a castle in the painting, complete with gardens, lakes, and forests. In this beautiful realm, the little angel lives joyfully, her smile and warmth bringing Lee Sun immeasurable happiness. Yet, deep within Lee Sun, a shadow of darkness lingers. He fears that the little angel might leave him, returning to her original world. Thus, he begins to employ various methods to coax her into staying by his side. The little angel, oblivious to Lee Sun's inner thoughts, simply enjoys the time spent with him, believing him to be a kind-hearted soul who will always care for and protect her that as time passes. The bond between the little angel and Li Sun deepens, and they share many beautiful moments together. In a serendipitous turn of events, Li Sun accidentally pricks his hand with a brush, the blood dripping onto the painting like crimson plum blossoms. Suddenly, a dazzling white light envelopes the entire studio like gossamer, and Li Sun loses consciousness as if his soul has been extracted, while the paint on the canvas recedes like a tide, ultimately transforming into a pristine sheet of white paper. When he finally awakens, the little angel, resembling a charming kitten, is nestled beside him, gazing up with eyes as brilliant as jewels. Turns out he has stepped into the fantastical world of the painting. Through their daily interactions, the little angel's innocence bathes Li Sun's heart like the dawn, warming him like a gentle spring breeze, gradually illuminating his spirit. He learns to love and be loved as if he were a sponge soaking in water, providing meticulous care to the little angel, as if cherishing a rare treasure. That he plants vast fields of sunflowers outside the castle, their golden blooms resembling an ocean, and tirelessly paints portrait after portrait of the little angel, each one more poetic and picturesque than the last. Ultimately, the little angel and Li Sun unite, establishing a blissful family within the painting, sharing their lives together until the end. The end. Chapter 1. The top star of the financial tycoon, the shadow of the entertainment industry in the heart of a bustling metropolis. The Tiamu Crown Hotel sparkles like a brilliant jewel. Tonight, it hosts a grand celebration of the entertainment industry, drawing luminaries from various fields, all adorned in their finest attire. Entering the banquet hall, one is greeted by the soft yet dazzling glow of countless crystal chandeliers, casting a dreamlike ambience throughout the space. The opulent red carpet stretches all the way to the center stage. At this moment, the hall is filled with rising stars from the entertainment circle. They are clad in flowing gowns or exquisite suits, each vying for attention from the cameras. These young celebrities constantly shift their poses, their flawless smiles and enchanting expressions striving to capture the most beautiful moments on film. However, all the photographers' lenses converge on the stage, where Shi Tang has just been awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award for Best Actress. Shi Tang stands gracefully, adorned in a stunning black and gold backless evening gown, radiating an aura as captivating as the stars in the night sky. Her long black hair, cascading like a waterfall, has been meticulously styled, exposing her delicate and elongated neck, further enhancing her noble elegance. Paired with her luscious red lips and alluring gaze, she appears as if she has stepped out from a painting. Before long, discerning fashion icons recognize that Shi Tang's evening gown is a private custom piece from Akko, the world's premier luxury brand, making her the center of attention. The unique design and exquisite craftsmanship of the gown elevate her allure to new heights. The prominent figures in the first row exchange glances, their eyes reflecting admiration for this emerging star's charm and talent. Meanwhile, the air is filled with the incessant clicking of cameras, eager to immortalize this moment. Under the dazzling flashes, every movement and smile from Shi Tang transforms into mesmerizing imagery, leaving an indelible impression. After the banquet, Shi Tang, draped in her splendid evening gown, slowly steps into a luxurious vehicle with her assistant by her side. She sits quietly, her gaze somewhat dazed as she stares at the glittering award in her hands, as if it embodies the dreams and efforts of her years. Suddenly, a single, hot tear rolls down her porcelain cheek, falling upon the cold trophy. This tear is more than just an expression of joy. It encapsulates a torrent of complex emotions. She has finally succeeded in making her mark in the fiercely competitive and talent-rich entertainment industry, becoming the focal point of public attention. However, she is acutely aware that she has reached a crossroads where she must confront the harsh realities of life. As an artist devoid of any background or support, she understands that establishing a lasting foothold in this realm is no simple feat. Despite her tireless efforts and struggles, they seem trivial in the face of overwhelming power. Thus, after much contemplation, she reluctantly chooses to align herself with He Zhizhou, a top-tier tycoon at IT. Is through He Zhizhou's substantial capital and influence that she achieves a remarkable transformation from a once obscure artist to a celebrated award winner. At this moment, Shi Tang's once vibrant and captivating visage has grown as pale as parchment. With trembling hands, she retrieves her phone from her exquisite handbag, opening various social media accounts, her fingers quivering slightly as she types out the message announcing her retirement from the limelight. hitting the send button with a sense of finality. Almost instantaneously, her phone screen is bombarded with a flurry of messages, comments, and private messages. Yet, Shirtang merely casts a blank glance at the incessantly flashing notifications before. Like a deflated balloon, she wearily tosses her phone aside and gently powers it off. At this juncture, the vehicle arrives steadily at its destination, Hijizhou's Rose Manor. This estate is grand and magnificent, sprawling over vast expanses, measuring 1,000 miles in breadth. Under the cloak of night, the manor radiates with brilliance, exuding an atmosphere of luxury and romance, akin to a dazzling gem embedded in darkness. Chapter 2. Devouring Shirtang descends from the vehicle with an air of exhaustion, as if all her strength has been sapped away, each step feeling like a heavy burden, as though an invisible force is dragging her back, making it difficult to move forward. At last, she steps onto the path leading to the manor, which appears to her as an endless dark tunnel, filled with the unknown and fear. Deep within, her unease surges like tumultuous waves, relentlessly crashing against her fragile emotional defenses, gradually consuming her. Once, under the spotlight, she was radiant and captivating, the center of attention. Yet who could have imagined that now, every night, she is compelled to submit like a dishonored slave to Hijizhou? This man holds her fate in his hands, and all she has sacrificed is merely to carve out a niche in the fiercely competitive entertainment industry and realize her elusive dream of stardom. A gentle breeze caresses Shirtang's back, inadvertently revealing her alluring silhouette and delicate butterfly bones. Unbeknownst to her, the graceful lines and porcelain skin form a mesmerizing tableau, becoming a fatal temptation that captures Hijizhou's gaze from the fourth-floor balcony. Guided by the butler, Shirtang enters the spacious and tranquil study. Hijizhou sits at his desk, engrossed in a mountain of paperwork, not even glancing at Shirtang as she enters. Nevertheless, she can feel his peripheral gaze, cold and predatory, clinging to her, rendering her unable to escape. That a flicker of sickly and enigmatic light occasionally dances in Hijizhou's deep black eyes, fixating on Shirtang's exposed skin as if he longs to see every inch of her through the thin fabric. His blood burns with an insatiable desire for the woman before him. "Come here." His deep, magnetic voice resonates as he leans back slightly, his gaze smoldering like a flame, locked onto Shirtang. The sound of this familiar command. Shirtang's body shivers slightly. She seems accustomed to such scenarios, slowly extending her delicate hand to gently unfasten the opulent evening gown clinging to her. As the fabric cascades away, a body as white as snow, crystalline and translucent, gradually emerges into the air. Her slender waist is almost too delicate to grasp, exuding an irresistible allure. Shirtang raises her long, graceful legs, taking slow, deliberate steps toward Hijizhou. With each step, her enchanting figure causes a slight tremor, akin to a flower swaying in the wind, evoking a sense of tender affection. Yet at this moment, her face flushes crimson with shyness, resembling the hue of a sunset. Her beauty strikingly captivating. Hijizhou, evidently losing his patience, rises abruptly and strides toward Shirtang with purpose. Before she can react, a powerful force pulls her into a broad and warm embrace that in an instant. Hijizhou's slightly frail hands begin to roam over Shirtang's skin, smooth as mutton fat jade. The narrative continues with intense and passionate developments as the morning sun gently filters through the curtains, illuminating the spacious and comfortable bed where a man and a woman lie entwined, frozen in a moment of intimacy. Upon closer inspection, one can see the man's broad and solid back marred by intricate, spiderweb-like crimson marks, each varying in depth and length, arranged in a peculiar pattern as if crafted by nature itself, reminiscent of blooming flowers against his bronze skin, exuding a haunting beauty. Meanwhile, the woman nestled in his embrace bears a more distressing sight. Dark bruises mar her fair skin, resembling ominous shadows, as if she has endured unthinkable torment and suffering. As time passes, Shirtang stirs awake, her body feeling as though it has been crushed under a heavy weight. Aching and powerless, she blinks her eyes open, gradually regaining focus. Upon seeing the man beside her, a wave of shyness washes over her, her delicate lips swollen, yet still captivating. In that moment, Hijizhou awakens from his slumber, his languid eyes revealing a hint of satisfaction. Noticing Shirtang's bashful expression, a sickly smile graces his lips. He then rises without a backward glance, methodically gathering his belongings. His well-defined muscles ripple with movement, exuding a quintessential masculine charm. Once dressed, he turns to Shirtang, still reclining on the bed, and coldly commands, "Darling, stay here in the manor and wait for my return. Do not step outside." He exits the room without a second thought, leaving Shirtang to confront the emptiness of the vast bed alone. Her existence within the manor is marked by solitude and suffering, imprisoned by Hijizho in a room devoid of freedom and privacy. Each day, she gazes out at the scenery beyond her window, listening to the birds chirping, but devoid of friends or family. She finds herself trapped in a life stripped of meaning and value. As she watches the film she has starred in, she grapples with the worth of her sacrifices for a dream that feels increasingly unattainable. Yet her current reality leaves no room for rebellion. She despises her own pitiful state, yet even the courage to end her suffering has been tamed and extinguished. Each night, she dons the delicate sleepwear prepared by Hijizho. Thus, Shirtang remains ensnared in the manor for eternity. Forever bound to Hijizho, her resentment lingering unyieldingly. Each time Hijizho senses her resistance, he feels a bitter pang in his heart, his possessiveness over her becoming more twisted in its intensity. The narrative shifts to a tumultuous world of chaos and battle, where the city falls and cries of war echo through the air, the rebellion surging like an unstoppable tide. The soldiers, armed with glinting blades, chant fervently, while the royal guards stand resolute, engaged in a desperate struggle for survival amidst the clashing of swords and the splatter of blood. That on the battlefield, the air is thick with smoke, and countless corpses litter the ground. Innocent civilians flee in all directions, their wails echoing through the streets and alleys. The once bustling capital has now descended into a hell on earth, unbeknownst to anyone. Snow begins to fall from the sky, each delicate flake resembling the feathers shed by angels, yet failing to mask the bloodshed and tragedy that stain this land. As the snow blankets the ground, it is quickly tainted red, as if mourning the world's calamity. That I in the hall of brightness within the imperial palace, Rong Yin cradles his beloved woman. Chu Jiuje Iu.at that moment. Chu Jiujio is on the brink of death. Her face as pale as parchment. With the last of her strength, she weakly implores Rong Yin, "Leave me be. Quickly go, your majesty." However, to the keen observer, a faint smile lingers at the corners of her lips, hinting at a hidden joy. Suddenly, an invisible pink orb of light drifts from Chu Jiujio's body and vanishes into the air. Simultaneously, a torrent of blood gushes from her wounds, instantly staining Rong Yan's dragon robe, a symbol of supreme power, crimson. Rong Yan gazes at his love, gradually slipping away, his heart torn as tears flow uncontrollably down his cheeks. That he clutches Chu Jiujio tightly, repeatedly calling her name. "No. Jiujio, please don't sleep." His heart-wrenching cries resonate throughout the palace, stirring deep sorrow in all who hear. Standing nearby, Chief Eunuch Lu is frantic, unable to contain himself as he urges, "Your Majesty, this is no place to linger. Please hasten your escape through the palace's secret passage." Yet Rong Yin seems oblivious to his words, his deep, black eyes now dulled and lifeless, immersed in profound grief, unable to consider anything else. Slowly, he extends his trembling hands, gripping the dagger stained with Chu Jiujio's blood. His gaze fixates on the weapon, as if he can glimpse her desperate and resolute expression in her final moments. Suddenly, Rong Yan's dark eyes narrow, and with all his strength he plunges the dagger into his own heart. In an instant, blood erupts from the wound like a fountain, splattering onto Chu Jiujio's snow-white cheeks. Each warm droplet of blood resembles a red tear, cascading down her delicate visage. Yet, Rong Yin remains oblivious to the pain. His eyes are filled only with profound affection and reluctance for Chu Jiujio. He gently lifts his bloodied hand to caress her face, attempting to wipe away the stains of blood. His touch is as soft as a breeze gliding over a lake, fearful of disturbing his slumbering love. At the same time, his normally melodious voice turns low and hoarse. "Jiujio, take your time, wait for me, I will come to find you." With that, Rong Yin leans down, placing a feather-like kiss upon Chu Jiujio's cold forehead. As the kiss lands, his arms gradually lose strength, and he collapses to the ground. His once bright, star-like eyes lose their luster, finally closing, devoid of any vitality. Witnessing this tragic scene, Chief Eunuch Lu was filled with terror. His legs give way, and he collapses to the ground. Tears instantly blurring his vision, that he fervently bows his head, crying out hoarsely, "Your Majesty, how can you abandon the realm and the people in such a manner?" At that moment, the snowflakes in the sky seem to fall even more heavily. The pure white snow drifts down, soon covering the bodies of Rong Yin and Chu Jiujio. They lie there quietly, buried beneath the white blanket, as if cut off from the world. This snow, which should symbolize romance, has now become a testament to the end of their lives. Though they have braved the snow together, they have ultimately failed to walk hand in hand through the long years. Growing old together. Chapter 2. The Flower Fairy of the Trial. Seeking above the 9 heavens, celestial cranes dance gracefully among the ethereal clouds, their mists swirling dreamily around the entire celestial realm. Groups of colorful birds soar joyfully in the sky, their wings shimmering with enchanting brilliance, as if celebrating the imminent return of the celestial Lord Rong Yin. These vibrant birds are omens of good fortune, symbolizing the successful completion of Rong Yan's earthly trials. At this moment, numerous celestial lords stand in solemn readiness, their expressions grave as they respectfully line the celestial path that I in the distance. A figure slowly emerges from the mirror of trials that it is none other than celestial Lord Rong Yin. Clad in pure white robes as resplendent as snow, his long garment billowing in the wind like clouds drifting across the sky. However, his aloof and frigid visage radiates an intimidating authority, akin to the glistening snow atop an icy peak. Chilling yet audacious-inspiring that as celestial Lord Rong Yin approaches, everyone feels an overwhelming aura of frost enveloping them, as if they have been transported into a winter wonderland, shrouded by this biting cold. Upon witnessing this, the celestial lords bow their heads in unison, exclaiming, "We, the minor immortals, welcome your return, celestial Lord." Their voices are harmonious and resounding, echoing through the heavens that in response to their reverence, celestial Lord Rong Yin merely raises a hand. Coldly waving his sleeve to dismiss their formalities that in an instant, he vanishes like a wraith, leaving behind a chilling command that reverberates in the air. "Simi, come to my hall at once." Upon hearing this, the already anxious Simi turns pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow that he hurriedly bows, responding, "I, the minor immortal, shall obey your command." He then rushes toward the direction of celestial Lord Rong Yan's hall. "Simi," a furious voice suddenly booms, icy as the snowstorm, sending shivers down spines. Rong Yin stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his tall figure emanating boundless authority, his cold voice capable of freezing the very air. "During my trials in the mortal realm, was there not a woman by my side? Where is she now?" Simi trembles, sweat trickling down his forehead, and he replies fearfully, "Your Excellency, according to the records, no woman has accompanied you during your trials." At these words, Rong Yin pauses, the coldness in his eyes intensifying as he coldly retorts, "Oh, is that so? So you, Simi, have been negligent in your duties and have failed to record the truth that if so, you shall face punishment in the divine prison." Despair washes over Simi's face as he trembles and departs to accept his fate. After he leaves, Rong Yin swiftly heads toward the underworld, his heart racing to find the woman's soul, to ascertain her well-being. However, after a prolonged search, he finds nothing. Disheartened, Rong Yin returns to the 9 heavens, gradually descending into madness that he becomes increasingly convinced that the woman must be a celestial being. Thus, he stirs chaos throughout the celestial realm. One day, in a sea of flowers within the celestial realm, 2 fairies clad in ethereal gowns gossip quietly. One of the fairies, with a hint of mystery, speaks to the other, Chu Jiujio, dressed in a pink gown. "Jiujio, have you heard? Celestial Lord Rong Yin has returned from the mortal realm and severely punished Simi. They say it's all because of a woman." Upon hearing this, Chu Jiujio's heart skips a beat, and she inwardly laments, "Oh no, I'm in deep trouble now. It must be my doing. I need to hurry and hide in the mortal realm." After hastily responding to the fairy, Chu Jiujio rushes back to her dwelling, packing her belongings in preparation to escape to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, within the grand, magnificent hall of the celestial realm, The atmosphere is so tense it feels as though it could drip with water. "Your Excellency, all the celestial women should be present," murmurs Lord Yuanjin, his voice trembling, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He bows his head, his body quaking, appearing anxious and fearful. However, one flower fairy named Chu Jiujio is missing. Lord Yuanjin takes a deep breath, steeling himself to continue, silently praying that the celestial lord does not become angry. Yet, before he finishes speaking, he feels an icy chill wash over him, making him shiver involuntarily. Oh, where is Chu Jiujio now? The celestial lord, seated high above, squints his eyes, a sickly glow flickering within as he coldly inquires. His voice is as chilling as the wind, instilling fear. The fairy who had just spoken quickly steps forward and answers tremulously. "Your Excellency, as far as I know, Jiujio should currently be at the southern heavenly gate. Moreover, I have heard she seems intent on descending to the mortal realm." After speaking, the fairy cautiously lifts her gaze, stealing a glance at the imposing celestial lord above. Seeing his stern countenance, he suddenly transforms into a flash of light, racing toward the southern heavenly gate with blinding speed, like a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Meanwhile, at the southern heavenly gate, Chu Jiujio is joyously talking to herself. "Haha, this fairy is truly a clever little sprite." As she spoke, she clapped her hands with an air of self-satisfaction, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, a cold and sinister voice emerged from behind her. "Is that so?" The unexpected utterance sent a shiver down Chu Jiujio's spine, her heart nearly leaping in her throat, in a state of sheer terror. She turned around, and upon seeing the figure before her, she felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. There stood the god of Rong Yen, his expression as grave as a still lake. His gaze piercingly cold, fixated upon her. Chu Jiujio's once charming and adorable visage was now adorned with glistening tears, portraying a pitiable sight. Chapter 3. The Flower Fairy of the Calamity Overcoming Celestial Being. Forever possessed Rong Yen gazed at Chu Jiujio's endearing appearance, a flicker of compassion stirring within him. The excruciating pain of her collapsing into his arms in the mortal realm surged within him like a tidal wave. The myriad reproaches he had for her transformed into a gentle inquiry. "Jiujio, are you all right?" Upon hearing this, the little flower fairy Chu Jiujio was momentarily stunned, having anticipated a severe reprimand. She never expected that the legendary Rong Yen, cold as ice and distant as a star, would display such warmth and gentility. Reflecting on this, Chu Jiujio gradually lowered her guard and unease. She wiped away her tears and returned to her carefree demeanor, abandoning her thoughts of hiding away in the mortal realm. "I'm perfectly well, esteemed god, that I must take my leave now. May you have peace, esteemed god." With that, she prepared to turn back towards the sea of flowers, eager to absorb the essence of the universe and devote herself to cultivation. Upon hearing her words, Rong Yan's eyes shattered with despair, a surge of wrath boiling within him. As if a tempest had swept it dawned upon him that all of this was merely his own unrequited wish. He looked at the innocent flower fairy before him, as pure as unblemished parchment, and his anguish intensified. He waved his hand to cast a spell, gently rendering Chu Jiujio unconscious, then embraced her as if she were the most precious treasure. Soaring on a celestial crane towards his birthplace in the 36 heavens. There, it would be just the two of them, free from any disturbances, for he would possess Chu Jiujio forever. Chu Jiujio awakened languidly upon a jade-like, celestial couch. Gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, her mind was a blank slate, only recalling the last moment when the esteemed god had cast a spell upon her, akin to a kite severed from its string. Whisked away by Rong Yan that instant, she resembled a fawn lost in a forest, unable to comprehend why she had been brought to this place. "Jiujio, have you anything to say?" Rong Yan's deep, husky voice echoed within the hall, as he struggled to suppress the violent darkness within his heart, striving to present a facade of gentleness. Chu Jiujio, like a startled rabbit, shook her head in confusion, her eyes brimming with bewilderment. Veiled in an impenetrable fog, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over her, and she felt as wary as a rabbit facing a formidable foe, hastily leaping from the celestial couch. Retreating. "Jiujio, you truly are something else." Rong Yen tore away the veneer of spring-like warmth, revealing a predatory and unyielding demeanor, his thin lips curving into a serpentine smile. The burning desire in his dark eyes blazed like a raging inferno. As if he intended to consume Chu Juzhou whole, that he advanced like a specter, cornering her with no escape. And with a mere gesture, their garments dissolved like snowflakes, leaving them bare before one another. Rong Yan's previously serene visage contorted into a grotesque snarl as the fade he had maintained was violently ripped away, akin to tattered paper drifting to the ground. Simultaneously, a dark, malevolent, and frenzied aura erupted from within him, surging forth like a flood breaching its dam, swiftly engulfing the surrounding space in an inky blackness. That moment, Rong Yan had fully unleashed the malevolent spirit that had long been suppressed within, his eyes glowing crimson, betraying insatiable greed. Rong Yan indulged himself that Chu Juzhou struggled helplessly, her eyes tinged with a reddened hue that evoked pity, her starry gaze wide with shock. Yet her spiritual power was stifled, and she lamented her previous negligence in cultivation, cursing her misfortune. Chapter 4. The Flower Fairy of the Calamity Overcoming Celestial Being completed. Rong Yan, like a ferocious beast, unhesitatingly lifted Chu Juzhou, striding towards the celestial couch with the swiftness of a gale. Chu Juzhou's delicate form trembled like a leaf in the wind, shrouded in the ominous clouds of fear, her crystalline tears cascading down like pearls strung loose, igniting the volcanic desire within Rong Yan. The icy coldness in his gaze had long been consumed by a searing flame. As he descended upon the delicate flower fairy with the ferocity of a hungry tiger, his fervent and feverish kisses raining down like a tempest. Time became a blur under Rong Yan's relentless onslaught, and Chu Juzhou, akin to a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, gradually harnessed her dual cultivation powers, emerging like a phoenix reborn to become the flower goddess. After Rong Yan's tribulations, he forcibly transformed the innocent little flower fairy into the flower goddess, her legend spreading throughout the celestial realm. This event stirred a storm of controversy among the celestial beings, who were left astounded and confused by Rong Yan's actions. However, no one could alter his decision. Under his directive, a grand wedding banquet was held in the celestial realm to celebrate Wen Zhuzhou's ascension as the flower goddess. The venue for the banquet was set amidst the most exquisite flower fields of the celestial realm, surrounded by vibrant blossoms and fluttering celestial spirits. The setting was opulent and resplendent, with colorful mystical birds soaring above. Collectively witnessing this rare, celestial spectacle, Wen Zhuzhou donned a gown as dark as ink, intricately woven from the silks of the South Sea, with subtle, golden threads shimmering like stars in the night sky. Exuding an air of nobility and mystery that on her face, a forced smile emerged, reminiscent of a flower trembling in the cold wind, her eyes revealing profound confusion and unease, akin to a lake shrouded in mist. Rong Yan, cloaked in a long black robe, stood tall and handsome, exuding an otherworldly charm that a gentle smile adorned his face, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of coldness and authority. Like a towering mountain that inspired trepidation, the celestial lords gathered to partake in the wedding feast, compelled to don resplendent garments and wield celestial treasures, their faces adorned with respectful smiles. Yet within their hearts lay an undercurrent of fear and anxiety. They were acutely aware of Rong Yan's formidable power and ruthless nature, knowing that his decisions were unassailable. They feared that their words and actions might provoke his displeasure, bringing calamity upon the celestial realm. Consequently, the celestial lords conducted themselves with utmost caution and reverence at the banquet, refraining from loud conversations or erratic movements, silently seated in their places, savoring the delicacies and fine wines. The banquet proceeded smoothly, devoid of any incidents. However, since that day, the celestial lords never laid eyes on Rong Yan again. But that is a tale for another time. In the 36 heavens, Rong Yan's gaze remained fixed upon Chu Juzhou, his eyes reflecting a sickly obsession and a need for control. One singular thought consumed him: to keep Chu Juzhou by his side forever, to claim her as his own. His hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Yet he remained oblivious, his mind echoing a singular refrain: "She is mine. No one shall take her from me." Driven by this demonic obsession, Rong Yan gradually lost his sanity, tearing away Chu Juzhou's wedding attire with the ferocity of a ravenous beast. Before him lay a body as tender as mutton-fat jade, delicate as flowing water, its curves a testament to divine craftsmanship. Instantly awakening the feral beast within him. The End, Chapter 1. The blood huntress of the vampire patriarch, that in the abyss of a millennium-long darkness, the figure of the vampire patriarch, Lysithea, emerged like a specter. Tall and imposing, he radiated an aura that instilled dread. That Lysithea's visage was hauntingly beautiful. His skin, pale as snow, seemed untouched by the sun's rays. His eyes, deep and shadowy, resembled bottomless voids, exuding boundless cruelty and indifference. His lips remained tightly sealed, a faint smirk playing at the corners, as if perpetually mocking. His hair cascaded like a silver waterfall over his shoulders, enhancing his air of mystery and authority. That Lysithea's attire reflected his brutal and sinister nature. He wore a long black robe adorned with dark red runes that shimmered with an eerie glow. That a crimson belt encircled his waist, set with sharp gemstones that mirrored the sanguine desires within him. His fingers bore rings of obsidian, etched with ancient symbols, signifying his power and dominion. That Lysithea's actions were equally ruthless. He feasted on blood, relishing the thrill of slaughter, mercilessly exterminating innocent lives to satiate his cravings. His laughter echoed through the darkness, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard it. His existence casts a pall of dread and despair over the entire world. Yet, within Lysithea lies an unfathomable darkness. He is solitary and lonely, driven by his own insatiable desires. That he yearns for power and dominion, yet is eternally unfulfilled. His heart brims with hatred and jealousy, harboring animosity towards all that is beautiful. He is the embodiment of darkness, the very source of fear. That in Lysithea's realm, there is no love, no compassion, only endless slaughter and bloodshed. That he is the progenitor of the Blood Clan, the sovereign of shadows. His appearance, attire, and demeanor instill both terror and reverence. His very presence is a threat to life, a blasphemy against the light. However, all of Lysithea's obsessive desires shifted towards the blood huntress, Alice, upon their fateful encounter. Alice is a tall and striking woman with a stern visage. She possesses long, black hair, often tied back in a ponytail, revealing her elegant neck. Her eyes are deep and piercing, as if capable of seeing through all facades. Her lips, thin and tightly pressed, betray her unwavering resolve. That Alice's attire is rather austere. She favors black, form-fitting garments paired with black leather boots and gloves, enhancing her agility. She carries a silver long sword upon her back, its hilt adorned with a blue gemstone, a signature weapon of hers. Alice is a courageous woman, unafraid of the Blood Clan's might. She frequently ventures alone into the Blood Clan's lairs, engaging in fierce battles with them. Her swordsmanship is exceptional. Each strike finds its mark, incapacitating her foes. Her bravery and determination render her a paragon among other blood hunters. Beyond her valor, Alice is also immensely kind. She understands that the Blood Clan possesses emotions. They are not inherently malevolent. Thus, when hunting them, she strives to avoid harming innocent lives. She first attempts to communicate with the Blood Clan, seeking to comprehend their stories and motivations. That if possible, she aids them in breaking free from their sanguinary bonds, guiding them back to the realm of humanity. That Alice's demeanor is notably modest. She shuns the spotlight on her achievements. She views slaying the Blood Clan as her duty, not a pursuit for glory or wealth. Frequently, she quietly assists those afflicted by the Blood Clan, never seeking recompense. Her kindness and humility have earned her the respect and admiration of many. Thus, Alice stands as a brave and benevolent blood hunter. Her exterior may be cold, yet her heart is filled with warmth and righteousness. Through her actions, she embodies the true essence of courage and kindness, becoming a hero in the hearts of the people. At this very moment, the night envelopes the ancient town as blood hunter Alice engages in a fierce battle with a horde of vampires. Her movements are swift, her swordsmanship unparalleled, yet the sheer number and power of her adversaries threaten to overwhelm her. During the fray, Alice is unfortunately struck by a vampire, blood pouring from her wound. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, she continues to fight, but her strength wanes. Realizing she cannot persist, Alice resolves to flee the scene. She deftly navigates her surroundings, evading the vampire's assaults as she races toward the town's outskirts. Along the way, her wound bleeds profusely and her stamina dwindles. Yet a singular thought occupies her mind: survive and continue the fight against the vampires. At last, she arrives at the town's edge, discovering an abandoned carriage. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she climbs into the carriage and urges the horses onward into the distance. The vampires pursue relentlessly. But Alice's exceptional driving skills gradually widen the gap between them. Throughout her flight, her consciousness begins to fade, yet she clutches her sword tightly, ever ready to counter any potential attack. Time is a blur until the carriage finally comes to a halt. Exhausted, Alice crawls from the carriage and collapses onto the ground. When she awakens once more, she finds herself in an unfamiliar place. Her wounds have been tended to, and her strength has begun to return. Realizing she has been rescued, Alice resolves to heal and continue her quest against the vampires. Chapter 2. The blood huntress of the progenitor of the Blood Clan. Restlessness. Alice struggles to open her eyes. Feeling utterly drained, as though every ounce of energy has been siphoned from her being. Weakly, she turns her head, surveying the strange and eerie surroundings. Climbing roses cascade like a tide, covering the walls in a vibrant display. Their luscious blooms exuding an alluring yet perilous aura, akin to a seductress of the night, enchanting and enigmatic. Unbeknownst to Alice, a pitch-black raven perches silently on a castle window, its eyes glimmering with a sinister red light. Fixated on Alice's delicate and pallid face, this gaze is laden with malice and voyeuristic intent, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, heavy and hurried footsteps echo from afar, each step resonating like a heartbeat, instilling a sense of foreboding. Then, a figure appears in the doorway. Lesothy strides in with a graceful yet languid gait. His signature silver hair is now obscured by powerful sorcery, transformed to an inky black. His deep-set black eyes flicker with a sickly, enigmatic flame, as if capable of unearthing every secret. Lesothy approaches the bedside, looking down upon Alice with an air of superiority, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You have finally awakened. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" His gaze, like that of a serpent, greedily roams over Alice's inadvertently exposed collarbone and alabaster skin. Oblivious to Lesothy's scrutiny, Alice's round, cat-like eyes shimmer with clarity, devoid of any impurities. With great effort, she sits up and gently addresses Lesothy. "Thank you for rescuing me, esteemed sir. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would surely have met my demise." Her voice is soft and melodious, akin to a thrush's song. Upon hearing her words, Lesothy's smile brightens. He nods slightly, his lips parting to utter words so sweet they seem to drip water. "It was merely a trifling matter. My dear miss, no need to dwell on it." With that, he gracefully extends his right hand, gesturing for her to join him for dinner. Alice hesitates briefly, but ultimately nods in acquiescence. Thus, they walk side by side into the opulent dining hall. The room is aglow, a grand crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling, dazzling in its brilliance that a long table is adorned with a pristine white tablecloth, laden with an array of sumptuous dishes. Yet, despite the luxurious scene before her, an oppressive stillness pervades the castle, evoking feelings of unease. Alice, like a gentle kitten, sits demurely at the exquisite table, her beautiful eyes scanning the empty dining hall, her brow furrowing slightly, in a voice as soft as a breeze brushing over a lake. She inquires, "Sir, I beg your pardon for my boldness, but why is this grand dining hall so desolate? Even the butler and servants are conspicuously absent." Upon hearing Alice's question, Lesothy gently raises his hand to cover his eyes, seemingly attempting to shield the darkness lurking within. However, he muses inwardly. This prey is remarkably perceptive, truly a treasure. He then lowers his voice, speaking in a deep, slightly hoarse tone. "I have never been fond of overly boisterous environments, so I instructed them to keep their distance for the time being. But fret not, they are merely waiting in the attic at the back of the castle." With this explanation, Alice breathes a sigh of relief and proceeds to enjoy the lavish feast alongside Lesothy. During the meal, she occasionally steals glances at Lesothy, who elegantly raises his glass of red wine, gently swirling the crimson liquid that resembles blood. As the glass dances, the wine flows down the sides, akin to a ribbon of scarlet silk. Lesothy takes a sip from the glass, his lips instantly stained with a vivid crimson hue, exuding an alluring charm intertwined with a chilling, eerie aura. Witnessing this, Alice's heart races, and she quickly bows her head, striving to suppress the rising tide of unease within her. After hastily concluding the meal, Alice rises and politely bids farewell to Lucide as she hurried towards her abode to tend to her injuries. It seemed as if some malevolent entity was pursuing her from behind. Meanwhile, Lysite remained rooted in place, silently gazing at the retreating figure of Alice, reminiscent of a predator fixated on its prey. Observing the frightened creature before him, a low, guttural laughter involuntarily escaped his throat. The sound echoed hauntingly within the vast castle, lending an eerie and chilling atmosphere. Concurrently, a morbid and sinister thought began to take root in Lysite's mind. He longed to possess Alice entirely, to tame her into a pet that belonged solely to him. This realization, his blood surged with fervor, and his heart, brimming with desire, grew increasingly restless. Chapter 3. The blood huntress of the ancients. Alice returned to her chamber with a weighted step, gently closing the door behind her and sliding down to the floor with her back against it. She endeavored to suppress the tumultuous unease bubbling within her, yet the sensation crashed over her like relentless waves, rendering her defenseless. Just then, an overwhelming and peculiar fatigue suddenly engulfed her, as if an invisible hand had tightened its grip around her throat, making resistance futile. Her eyelids grew heavier until they finally closed, and she felt as though her very soul had been extracted, plunging her into a profound slumber. The room, already filled with blooming roses, now seemed even more densely clustered, their crimson petals glistening as if they might bleed. The pale moonlight filtered through the window, casting a tall, imposing silhouette beside the bed. The figure of a man appeared, adorned with enormous black wings, akin to a demon descending from the night. His scarlet eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, and his silver hair danced freely in the breeze, his pallid visage exuding a pathological beauty. This man was none other than the vampire Lysite, but he extended his long, cold hand cautiously toward the slumbering woman, his palm gently caressing her face as though he were touching a rare treasure. Yet, despite the longing and desire coursing through him, Lysite exerted great effort to restrain himself. It was not yet time. "My darling, wait for me a little longer." He reluctantly withdrew his hand and vanished from the room. After leaving, Lysite soared directly toward a nearby town. Like a specter, he weaved through the streets and alleys, seeking the vulnerable humans to serve as his prey. With each agonized scream that echoed, the thick scent of blood began to saturate the air, lingering ominously. Lysite reveled in the ecstasy brought forth by the slaughter. After a night of frenzied carnage, he was smeared with blood, the acrid stench enough to induce nausea. However, Lysite appeared utterly unconcerned. With an impatient wave of his hand, a black light flickered, and the bloodstains were instantly cleansed. He then reverted to his usual, refined demeanor, striding gracefully back to the castle. Upon arriving at Alice's chamber, he gently pushed open the door and approached the bed, softly calling her name, in her dreams. Alice caught a faint whiff of blood, the strange scent gradually rousing her from her stupor. She abruptly opened her eyes, warily regarding the man before her, though she felt a twinge of suspicion towards the residual scent of blood clinging to Lysite. She chose to remain silent, pondering how to unravel this enigma. However, Lysite had already observed every subtle movement of the woman. Noticing the fleeting glimmer of doubt in Alice's eyes, his lips curled into a barely perceptible, serpent-like smile. Yet soon after, he resumed his demeanor of gentleness and concern, continuing his conversation with Alice. Beneath his ostensibly amiable exterior, however, lay a heart shrouded in darkness and distortion, after several days of close proximity. The pungent odor of blood emanating from Lysite grew increasingly unbearable, akin to a ferocious beast bared its fangs, poised to devour. Initially, Alice remained oblivious to this anomaly, but as time passed, her keen intuition suggested that Lysite was gradually revealing the deeply concealed secrets he harbored. Ultimately, one fateful night, as Lysite stealthily departed his residence, Alice resolved to follow him and unveil the truth. She cautiously trailed his footsteps, navigating through the winding paths and ominous woods, until she reached the forbidden grounds of the Blood Clan. Yet, just as she stepped into this sacred domain, Lysite vanished without a trace. As Alice searched for any sign of Lysite, a formidable sense of oppression surged from behind her. She spun around, only to be enveloped by the immense shadow of a vampire, akin to a looming storm cloud. Startled, Alice unsheathed her silver sword, summoning all her strength to thrust it backward. However, Lysite merely flickered, evading her strike with ease. At that moment, a flock of ominous crows appeared overhead, their cawing echoing as if performing an ancient and mysterious rite. Suddenly, a blood-red moon ascended, casting an eerie crimson light upon the scene. Blood mist began to envelop the altar, shrouding it in a sinister veil. "The time has come, my dear. You are now ready to bear my power." Lysite, standing tall upon the altar, appeared particularly dark against the moonlight and blood mist, his eyes, ablaze with fervent flames, fixated on Alice. Revealing a chilling desire, in an instant, Alice felt her body slipping from her control, an irresistible force surging within her. With horror, she glanced at her back, where enormous black wings broke through her skin. Rapidly growing with astonishing speed, Alice's complexion turned ashen, and tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. She opened her mouth, emitting agonizing screams that reverberated through the night. Heartbreaking in their intensity, the blood mist gradually dissipated. Alice ultimately underwent her transformation from human to vampire. Her gaze, once vacant, now glittered with a haunting allure, her beauty more exquisite than ever. Lysite embraced the woman who had once been innocent and kind, relishing her overwhelming thirst for his blood. His pale, slender fingers brushed gently against Alice's cherry-red lips. In a trance, she could not resist opening her mouth, ravenously biting down, greedily consuming his blood for a moment. The only sound in the space was the slurping of blood, echoing eerily in the stillness. "Darling, drink more. Only then can you withstand me." Lysite's voice was deep and raspy, imbued with an irresistible allure. As he spoke, he gazed at Alice with a sickly yearning, tenderly caressing her now pitch-black wings that bore a slight chill. The icy touch coursed through Alice's skin like electricity, causing her to shiver. Alice's once ruby-red eyes sparkled even more brilliantly after drinking his blood, resembling blazing flames. Seeing this, Lysite eagerly lifted her in his arms, unfurling his grand, powerful black wings as he soared toward the castle. Surrounding the castle, roses flourished, spreading vibrantly to every corner, forming a breathtaking sea of blossoms. Upon their arrival, Lysite carefully laid Alice amid the lush, blooming roses that he then leaned down, his fervent lips pressing unhesitatingly against her soft, rosy ones. This kiss ignited a long-suppressed desire and passion between them, engulfing Alice in a tidal wave of intense longing. Waves of heat crashed over her, drowning her in a sea of uncontainable desire. Lysite's massive wings enveloped them both in an almost pathological embrace, as if to confine this fervent affection forever in that moment. Chapter 1. The offering to the serpent god in the village at the foot of Snake God Mountain. The villagers have worshipped the serpent deity for generations. Every century, on a designated day, the village hosts an eerie and grand sacrificial event that on this day, an atmosphere of mystery and solemnity envelopes the entire village. Adorned in splendid attire, the villagers bore expressions of reverence. In the heart of the village square stood a colossal statue of the serpent deity, its sinuous form coiling majestically, exuding an aura of authority and enigma. The sacrificial offering was a stunning bride named by Shu, clad in a crimson wedding gown, who wept as she was escorted towards the sacred serpent mountain. Her countenance was awash with terror and despair, tears cascading down her cheeks, leaving trails upon her red attire. Her gaze revealed a profound yearning for life and a disorienting uncertainty about the future. Surrounding her, the villagers chanted solemnly, their voices deep and grave. As if beseeching the serpent god for mercy, the ritual progressed. Baishu was gradually lifted onto an ornately adorned carriage, which meandered slowly towards Serpent Mountain. Along the way, the villagers knelt, offering their respects to the carriage, their eyes brimming with piety and awe, as though bidding farewell to a hero. Seated within the carriage, Baishu's heart was laden with an overwhelming heaviness. She was engulfed in uncertainty regarding her fate and whether she would ever return alive. At last, the carriage arrived at the foot of Serpent Mountain. Baishu was gently lowered from the carriage, her legs trembling as if they could scarcely support her weight, surrounded by the villagers. She ascended the mountain with deliberate steps. The atmosphere atop the mountain grew increasingly eerie, enveloped in a thick mist that sent shivers down her spine. Baishu's heartbeat quickened, her breath became erratic. She was oblivious to what awaited her, and whether she would live to see another day. Eventually, she stood before the serpent deity. Its form was immense and imposing, its gaze imbued with an enigmatic power. Kneeling before the deity, Bai Shu was consumed by fear and reverence. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers, she began her prayer, her voice trembling with trepidation and despair. She implored the serpent god to safeguard the village and ensure the well-being of its inhabitants, simultaneously pleading for her own reprieve, longing to return unscathed. Upon the conclusion of her prayer, the villagers left Bai Shu within the temple of the serpent god. Her visage was marked by exhaustion and hopelessness, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. She remained uncertain of her fate and whether she would ever return alive. The serpent deity, Song Jing, possessed a human form with a serpentine tail. His features striking yet tinged with a hint of severity. His eyes resembled deep, frigid pools, evoking a sense of trepidation. Yet at that moment, they were tightly shut as he lay upon an icy bed. His skin, akin to white jade, radiated a subtle luminescence, while his long, ebony hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall. Song Jing donned a flowing black robe, intricately embroidered with mysterious runes and serpent motifs, enhancing his enigmatic and regal presence. That a golden belt cinched his waist, adorned with an array of gemstones that sparkled brilliantly. That he wore black gloves, similarly embroidered with serpent patterns, harmonizing with his robe. For millennia, the serpent god Song Jing had been imprisoned within Serpent Mountain, a towering edifice shrouded in dense fog, obscuring its true visage. The mountain was barren, save for some grotesque stones and ancient relics. At its summit lay a grand palace, its walls etched with various runes and symbols, exuding an air of mystery. Song Jing was ensnared within this palace, unable to escape, bound by an ancient formation that plunged him into a slumber lasting 1,000 years. His heart brimmed with anger and discontent. He yearned for freedom, longing to break free from the mountain and seek out his kin. Yet he remained powerless, quietly awaiting the day when someone might come to his rescue. At that moment, the formation quivered, a refreshing aura wafted in, awakening the slumbering Song Jing. Chapter 2. The Sacrifice of the Serpent God Bai Shu, an unwitting sacrifice who had trespassed into the formation, inadvertently shattered a tranquility that had persisted for a millennium. As the formation crumbled, the dormant Song Jing began to rouse. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself devoid of all memories, that in a haze of confusion and helplessness. Song Jing, guided by the faint remnants of spiritual energy within him, sought out Bai Shu. Upon first laying eyes on her, a wave of inexplicable familiarity surged within him, prompting him to call out, "Sister." The sound was melodious and innocent, echoing with childlike purity. Bai Shu gazed upon the strikingly handsome, yet ethereal young man before her heart stirring with unexpected emotions. Faced with Song Jing's innocent demeanor, she felt both exasperation and joy. From that moment forward, she resolved to lead Song Jing away from Serpent Mountain and embark on a new chapter in life, that in their daily existence. Bai Shu showered Song Jing with care and tenderness, while he, like a child, obediently called her sister with his sweet voice. His innocence and charm gradually melted Bai Shu's heart, as if the world had been reduced to just the two of them. However, their tranquil days were short-lived. One day, upon returning from an outing, Bai Shu found herself accompanied by a refined young scholar named Tong Yin. From that point on, the bond between Bai Shu and Tong Yin deepened, their interactions often laced with ambiguity. Song Jing observed this growing intimacy with a pure heart, which was deeply affected. One fateful night, Song Jing was suddenly engulfed by a frenzied state as his memories surged back. Accompanied by a swirling black mist, he revealed his true form, a massive and fearsome serpent. His once clear eyes turned crimson, radiating an insatiable bloodlust. Without hesitation, Song Jing lunged at Tong Yin, unleashing a brutal and blood-soaked massacre. Tong Yin barely had time to react before succumbing to his tragic fate amidst the screams. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Bai Shu collapsed in terror. After eliminating Tong Yin, Song Jing forcibly brought Bai Shu back to Serpent Mountain. He had fully transformed into the merciless serpent god, tightly coiling around Bai Shu while murmuring, "Sister, do not fear me. You are mine." Nonetheless, his eyes flickered with turmoil, as if struggling to contain a deeper emotion within. Each nightfall, he would revert to his serpent form, ensnaring Bai Shu in his embrace. The long, dark tail of the serpent became increasingly audacious in its actions towards Bai Shu, as if determined to imprison her eternally by his side. Bai Shu, terrified by Cang Jing's transformation, trembled uncontrollably, attempting to escape but finding herself utterly powerless. After a fortnight, Cang Jing succumbed to his mating season. Unable to suppress the surging desires within him, he lunged toward Bai Shu. In despair, she closed her eyes, fearing she was about to meet her doom. Yet, just as Cang Jing was about to touch her, he abruptly halted. The crimson glow in Cang Jing's eyes flickered violently. And reason returned at the last moment. He curled up in pain, distancing himself from Bai Shu. "Sister, I am sorry. I do not wish to harm you," he uttered, his voice tinged with anguish. Bai Shu opened her eyes in astonishment. Gazing at the tortured Cang Jing before her, that a swirl of emotions engulfed her. Fear intertwined with empathy. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously approached Cang Jing, extending her hand to gently caress his cold scales. Cang Jing's body trembled as she raised her head, incredulously gazing at Bai Shu. Did I end that moment? The air around them seemed to solidify, and they remained silently locked in each other's gaze, a subtle tension spreading between them. Chapter 1. The online love king has met her downfall. In the virtual realm of the internet, Bai Zhao was renowned for her stunning beauty and figure, as well as her array of advantageous romantic prospects. She resembled a siren, navigating the vast ocean of online love, unabashedly nurturing her own pond of admirers. Bai Zhao possessed a captivating visage, with porcelain skin, large expressive eyes, a graceful nose, and luscious lips. Her long hair flowed like silk, cascading casually over her shoulders, enhancing her enchanting allure. The young woman's figure was nothing short of mesmerizing. Her long, elegant legs, slender waist, and voluptuous bosom rendered her irresistible. However, Bai Zhao's charm extended beyond mere appearance. She was a woman of sharp intellect and eloquence, effortlessly capturing the attention of men. She maintained flirtatious relationships with numerous suitors online, enchanting them with sweet words and tender care. Bai Zhao never dismissed any man's advances. Instead, she welcomed them all into her pond, relishing in the adoration of many. Her online romantic interests also boasted their own impressive attributes. Some were successful entrepreneurs, others were dashing scions of wealth, talented artists, or gentle, considerate gentlemen. All were captivated by Bai Zhao's allure, willing to offer everything for her affection. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they were merely fish in her pond, easily discarded at her whim. The innocent male student, Hua Yizhou, remained the least conspicuous fish in Bai Zhao's pond. Once a sunny and pure-hearted young man, he had succumbed to a dark obsession, becoming twisted and unhealthy in his infatuation. His heart was consumed by one person alone, Bai Zhao. He could not bear the thought of her engaging in any flirtation with others. Whenever he saw her with anyone else, jealousy and rage surged within him. Hua Yizhou began to stalk Bai Zhao, shadowing her every move. He lurked in the shadows, his piercing gaze fixed upon her, as if he could see through her very soul. His heart was a tumult of contradiction and struggle. He recognized the wrongness of his actions, yet found himself powerless to restrain them. Bai Zhao had likely forgotten Hua Yizhou's existence, continuing her life amidst laughter and camaraderie with friends, savoring the joys of youth. However, she remained oblivious to the danger that was slowly closing in on her. One day, as Bai Zhao strolled through the shopping district with a male companion, their laughter and intimacy ignited Hua Yizhou's fury. He charged forward, shoving the young man to the ground, and glared fiercely at Bai Zhao. Startled by Hua Yizhou's sudden appearance, she was at a loss for what had transpired. When her eyes met his, filled with rage, fear enveloped her heart. "Why are you with him?" Hua Yizhou gritted through clenched teeth. I'm just friends with him," Bai Zhao stammered. "Friends? Do you think I would believe that?" Hua Yizhou scoffed coldly. "You are mine. No one else can take you from me." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Bai Zhao in a state of bewilderment. She could not fathom what she had done wrong to provoke such behavior from him, leaving her feeling utterly lost and helpless. From that moment on, Yizhou's actions grew increasingly erratic. He began bombarding Bai Zhao with calls and messages, threatening her with dire consequences if she did not reciprocate his feelings. Terrified, she found herself at a loss for how to confront Hua Yizhou. Chapter 2. The online love king has met her downfall. For a month, Bai Zhao lived in fear. Yet as Ijo's behavior remained largely unchanged. She eventually cast him from her mind. The young woman resumed her previous routine, frequenting the Mai's bar as she always had. Dressed in a deep V-black spaghetti strap dress that cinched at the waist. She appeared like an ethereal spirit amid the night, mysterious and alluring. Her fair thighs teased the eye, whispering tales of endless charm, as she donned 10-centimeter silver stilettos that accentuated her graceful form. With her exquisite features adorned with makeup, Bezoata danced in the club like a blooming poppy, surrendering herself to the music. Every movement exuded the essence of a captivating enchantress, her sultry glances reminiscent of a beguiling little fox. Intoxicating all who beheld her. Little did she know, behind her, Ijo's dark eyes mirrored a stormy sea, turbulent and raging with an unrelenting tempest that he fixated on Bezoata's sinuous movements, his voice a low, husky growl. "Ah, Zhao Zhao, you truly are something else." The tone echoed like a sinister whisper from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Ijo strode forth like a fierce lion, seizing the entranced Bezoata mid-dance. She struggled like a frightened fawn, her face flushed crimson as she pounded against his iron back. Ijo's hand struck her rear like a merciless whip, rendering Bezoata momentarily still, as if enchanted into silence. He carried her home as one would a lamb destined for slaughter, seamlessly executing the motions of opening the door, turning on the lights, and pinning her against the wall. His fervent kisses rained upon her like a tempest, unrestrained and consuming. Suddenly, Bezoata's phone screen lit up, slicing through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, displaying 187 Libra, Professor message. "Be good. Shall we meet tomorrow?" Ijo's hawk-like gaze darted to the message, his fury erupting like a volcano. Filling his eyes with molten rage, he forcefully snatched Bezoata's phone, scrutinizing it as if examining evidence of a crime. The contact list was densely populated, resembling a lush forest. 190, Cancer, CO, 180, Sagittarius, Painter, 185, Taurus, Coach. His fingers slid down the screen repeatedly, taking in the names of her so-called ordinary friends. Meanwhile, he felt like a solitary wolf abandoned in a desert, curling in desolation at the bottom of the list. Bezoata, I never would have guessed your pond was so vast. Ijo's roar reverberated like thunder, shaking Bezoata to her core. She raised four trembling fingers, as if swearing before the gods, her voice quaking. I swear, we are just ordinary friends." Yet Ijo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Mocking her naivety, that's so. "Zhao Zhao, I hope you can still say that later." With that, his hand, like a demon's claw, ruthlessly tore at Bezoata's clothing. She watched in horror, her face paling to a ghostly hue as tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls freed from their string. Her trembling lips whispering her terror and helplessness. Chapter 3. The online love king has met her downfall. Ijo descended upon her like a demon, his voice deep and menacing. "Zhao Zhao, are you prepared? One message, one chance. Do not mess this up." Bezoata's delicate form quivered like a candle flickering in the wind. "Why? What do you think you are to me?" she protested weakly. Ijo's hand gripped her porcelain-like face with the strength of a vice. "Is that so? Zhao Zhao believes herself blameless? Very well. Allow me to enlighten you as to what I am to you." With that, he hoisted her petite frame and strode towards the bedroom. Moments later, the hushed night air was punctuated by the sound of his labored breaths. "Zhao Zhao, now what am I to you?" Bezoata struggled to open her swollen, tear-filled eyes, her voice barely a whisper. "You, my man." Before her words could fully resonate, a fierce wave of heat engulfed them both, surging like a relentless tide. Outside, the night was as dark as ink, yet the fire within the room blazed with an unquenchable fervor. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the bed. Ijo awakened, gazing at the still-sleeping Bezoata with an expression brimming with possessiveness. When she finally stirred, despair filled her heart. She understood the futility of escaping Ijo's grasp. Ijo began orchestrating her day with meticulous precision, dictating every moment, even what she wore and what she ate. Bezoata attempted to resist, exclaiming, "Ijo, this will drive me insane." Ijo merely chuckled darkly. "Zhao Zhao, this is for your own good. The world outside is perilous, and those vile men are brimming with base desires." However, by a stroke of serendipity, Bei Zhao uncovered the reason behind Hui Zhou's actions. It turned out that Hui Zhou had witnessed his mother being harmed by malevolent individuals during his childhood, which instilled in him a pathological fear of losing those he cherished most, thus leading him to exert such obsessive control over Bei Zhao. Upon learning the truth, a tumult of emotions surged within her. She approached Hui Zhou slowly, grasping his hand, her eyes glistening with tears, yet radiating a hint of determination that we can find a different way to coexist. I shall not abandon you. Hui Zhou was taken aback, gazing at Bei Zhao, as if the ice encasing his heart began to thaw. Yet, this newfound harmony was short-lived. One day, Bei Zhao inadvertently left her phone on the living room sofa. And when the screen illuminated, Hui Zhou caught sight of a text notification that it was a message from a man. Though the content was mundane, Hui Zhou's expression darkened instantaneously. That he unlocked Bei Zhao's phone to scrutinize the chat history and discovered that this man was among the many suitors who had pursued the young woman in the past, with whom she had even gone on several dates. Hui Zhou felt the wound in his heart, which had only just begun to heal, tear open once more, jealousy and fear coiling around him like venomous serpents. His gaze turned cold and frenzied. When Bei Zhao entered the room and saw him holding her phone, her heart sank. Zhao, it seems I've been too lenient with you. The man's voice resonated like a curse from the depths of the abyss. You still keep in contact with these individuals. Are you waiting for the moment to escape to them? Bei Zhao shook her head in terror, attempting to explain, but Hui Zhou was beyond listening at that point. His pathological desire for control began to amplify once more, casting Bei Zhao into an immense shadow. Chapter 1. The Pearl Diver of the South China Sea. Refusal. Xianzhe, the merman of the South China Sea, is a being both enigmatic and singular. His countenance is strikingly handsome, yet cold, akin to an iceberg submerged in the deep ocean, exuding an aura that commands reverence. His eyes are fathomless, as if they can penetrate the very essence of all things. Tall and lithe, his physique is muscular and well-defined, reminiscent of a robust dragon. His skin exhibits a unique deep blue hue, mirroring the color of the ocean depths, adorned with a delicate layer of shimmering scales that glimmer with an otherworldly light. Xianzhe possesses a reclusive nature, eschewing social interaction and preferring solitude, that he relishes the tranquility and freedom that isolation brings. His abode is situated on a mysterious island deep within the South China Sea. Surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean, this island harbors an ancient palace, its architectural style distinct and imbued with an air of mystery. The palace is enveloped by a plethora of exotic marine flora, releasing an enchanting fragrance. The interior of the palace is lavishly adorned with numerous precious treasures that the most powerful warrior among the merman clan, Xianzhe, also embodies the essence of solitude. His duty is to safeguard the treasures of the ocean floor, thwarting the insatiable greed and plunder of humankind. He harbors profound hatred and disdain for humans, deeming them the most vile and avaricious creatures in existence. One day, as Xianzhe patrolled the ocean depths as per his usual routine, he stumbled upon an injured dolphin. Without hesitation, he swam over, intent on offering aid. However, upon nearing the dolphin, he discovered a deep wound upon its body, clearly inflicted by a human fishing net. That a surge of fury ignited within Xianzhe. He resolved to avenge the dolphin. Following the trail of blood, he tracked it to the shore, where he spotted a fishing boat with several fishermen busily engaged in their catch. Without a moment's pause, Xianzhe lunged towards them, intent on exacting vengeance. Yet, as he beheld one of the fishermen, a young girl, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. This girl, named Yuan, was a kind-hearted pearl diver. Each day, she would venture to the shoreline to gather pearls, which she subsequently sold to merchants. Yuan, upon glimpsing Xianzhe, found herself captivated by his beauty and mystery. She was unaware of his true nature. Yet she sensed the pain and hatred that lingered in his gaze. Determined to assist Xianzhe, she approached him, gently caressing his face. Xianzhe felt the warmth and kindness radiating from her. And gradually, the flames of his anger began to subside. Yuan conveyed to him that not all humans are malevolent and greedy. There exist many, like herself, who embody kindness. She implored him to relinquish his hatred and coexist peacefully with humankind. Listening to Yuan's words, Xianzhe found himself engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions. Unsure whether to trust her, yet unwilling to harm her, he ultimately resolved to grant humanity a chance. He told Yuan that he would continue to guard the treasures of the ocean floor, but hoped that humans would learn to respect the ocean and all forms of life. Yuan nodded in agreement, promising Xianzhe that she would endeavor to foster harmony between humanity and the ocean. From that moment onward, Xianzhe frequently visited the shoreline, secretly observing Yuan. He discovered her to be an exceptionally diligent and compassionate girl, who devoted her days to aiding injured marine creatures, helping them return to the embrace of the sea. Gradually, Xianzhe fell in love with Yuan, and he resolved to confess his feelings to her. One day, summoning his courage, he approached the shoreline and found Yuan, revealing his heart's desire. Upon hearing Xianzhe's confession, Yuan was engulfed in anxiety and trepidation. She informed him that she did not reciprocate his feelings and that the chasm between them was insurmountable, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Xianzhe reassured her that he cared not for their differences. He simply wished to be with her. Yuan shook her head, rejecting Xianzhe's affection and declaring that they should not meet again. Chapter 2. The Pearl Diver of the South China Sea completed. Xianzhe's heart shattered upon hearing Yuan's words, and he returned to the depths of the ocean, consumed by anguish. Once submerged in the abyss, he found himself enveloped in profound sorrow. Unable to forget Yuan's visage and voice, he struggled to accept her rejection. He became morbidly obsessive, lurking behind the coral whenever Yuan ventured into the sea to gather pearls or fish. Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of dread at Xianzhe's behavior and began to deliberately evade him. Yet, Xianzhe did not relent. He continued to appear by her side daily, silently watching over her. As time passed, Yuan began to notice the changes in Xianzhe. She grew aware of the pain she had caused him and began to reflect on her own feelings. Ultimately, Yuan resolved to cast aside her reservations and embrace Xianzhe's love. When she next encountered him, she expressed her own feelings of affection. Overwhelmed with joy, Xianzhe wept tears of happiness as he embraced Yuan tightly, vowing to remain by her side forever. From that day forth, Xianzhe and Yuan lived a blissful life together, exploring the ocean depths and marveling at the beauty of the underwater world. Xianzhe transformed from a morbid and brooding merman into a bright and gentle spirit, becoming the perfect companion in Yuan's heart. Yet, this idyllic existence drew the envy of an ocean witch. Seizing the opportunity while Xianzhe was away gathering pearls to surprise Yuan, she unleashed her formidable magic, striking Yuan on the head. Instantly, Yuan's eyes glazed over, her memories receding like the ebbing tide. The witch cackled coldly, discarding Yuan upon the shore. When Xianzhe returned to find his beloved missing, he was engulfed by panic and despair, scouring the surroundings in frantic search. Upon discovering that the witch was responsible, Xianzhe's eyes turned crimson with rage. He stormed into the witch's lair, igniting a fierce battle. That moment, Xianzhe's strength was unparalleled, each strike wielding the power to obliterate, heedless of his own safety. The witch began to falter, her pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears as Xianzhe remained fixated on the lost smile of Yuan. Ultimately, he pierced the witch's body with his sharp horn, staining the ocean red with her blood. Following this, Xianzhe frantically scoured the ocean depths for Yuan, leaving a trail of shattered coral and upheaved seabed in his wake. His heart was consumed by a singular obsession to find her. Willing to overturn the entire underwater realm to reclaim his happiness, despite searching the seabed in vain, despair led him to consider the shore. Thus, he transformed into human form to seek her out. Meanwhile, Yuan, discovered by fishermen upon the shore, was sold to a tavern due to her extraordinary beauty. Stripped of her memories, she became a mere pawn in the hands of others. Upon reaching the shore, Xianzhe detected Yuan's faint scent. Following it to the tavern, he witnessed her being mocked and ridiculed by patrons and, in a fit of fury, violently dispatched them. Gently, he cradled Yuan in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. Yet, Yuan, in her terror, struggled against him, unable to recognize the man before her. Xianzhe's heart ached, but he refused to give up, taking her back to the seaside cottage they once shared. Each day, he accompanied Yuan to witness the sun rise and set, recounting the cherished moments of their past. As days turned into weeks, the familiar surroundings began to awaken the dormant memories within Yuan. One fateful day, as she gazed into Xianzhe's eyes, a flicker of recognition and familiarity ignited within her, and a smile graced her lips. Overcome with emotion, Xianzhe embraced her tightly, tears streaming down his face. Their love was finally restored, and Xianzhe's fervent kiss landed softly upon Yuan's full, red lips, to which she gently responded. Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Doctor and His Delicate Mermaid Capture in the Depths of the Azure Ocean. There lived a pure and beautiful mermaid named Aisha. She possessed a cascade of hair as lush as seaweed, shimmering with an enchanting luster. Her eyes shimmered like brilliant sapphires, deep and mysterious, captivating all who gazed upon them. Aisha's figure was graceful and elegant, her skin as pure and smooth as lustrous pearls. Her elongated, powerful tail glided through the water, resembling a vibrant rainbow. Each movement she made was imbued with grace and fluidity, evoking admiration for nature's exquisite craftsmanship. However, an unfortunate day arrived. While Aisha surfaced for air, she was discovered by a passing capture team led by the deranged Dr. Chi-Si. Aisha struggled fiercely, but her strength paled in comparison to the might of humanity armed with modern technology. Ultimately, she became ensnared in a fishing net, unable to escape. Her eyes brimmed with fear and despair, uncertain of the fate that awaited her. The crew aboard the capture vessel cheered with delight, exhilarated by their catch. They dragged Aisha onto the fishing boat, preparing to whisk her away from the ocean she had known as home. Aisha's heart was heavy with anguish and sorrow as she watched her cherished homeland recede in the distance, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dr. Chi-Si was a man obsessed with capturing mermaids, his fascination bordering on pathological, but he believed them to be mysterious and precious beings, possessing wisdom and power far beyond that of humans. In his relentless pursuit of a mermaid, he was willing to sacrifice everything, including his own humanity. Born into a wealthy family, Chi-Si nurtured a profound interest in science and biology from a young age. He studied biology and oceanography at university, ultimately earning a doctorate. In his dissertation, he proposed a theory regarding mermaids, suggesting they were creatures evolved from both humans and fish, endowed with human intelligence and aquatic form. This theory garnered significant attention in the scientific community, but also faced ridicule and skepticism. Undeterred by the doubts and mockery, Chi-Si's resolve to capture a mermaid only strengthened that he embarked on a quest to find traces of mermaids. Investing considerable time and resources into researching their habits and behaviors, that he assembled a specialized capture team, comprising divers, biologists, and engineers. After years of effort, Chi-Si finally uncovered a mermaid's trail during a deep-sea expedition. He stealthily led his team to the mermaid's habitat. When they laid eyes upon her, they were entranced by her beauty and enigma that Chi-Si commanded his team to capture the mermaid. Yet she proved to be exceptionally clever and agile, swiftly evading their grasp. Refusing to concede defeat, Chi-Si continued his relentless pursuit in the depths of the ocean. They encountered numerous challenges and perils, but their determination never wavered. At long last, through a stroke of fortune, they successfully captured a mermaid that Chi-Si was elated. He brought her back to the laboratory, eager to commence his research. Aisha found herself confined within a vast chamber of hardened glass. Her heart overwhelmed with fear and unease. She lashed against the glass, desperate to escape this dreadful place. But all her efforts were in vain. Her beautiful tail flailed helplessly in the water, tears cascading from her eyes. The enormity of the room made her feel insignificantly small and profoundly alone. She could not fathom why she was imprisoned here, nor could she foresee her fate. All she could do was weep, yearning for someone to hear her cries and rescue her. Aisha's resistance grew increasingly fervent. She struck the glass with all her might, unleashing a series of desperate cries. Her voice echoed within the chamber. Yet no one responded. She felt her strength gradually fading, and the terror within her intensified. Just when Aisha was on the brink of surrender, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope in one corner of the room. A small crack appeared. Perhaps she could escape through it. Summoning her last ounce of energy, she swam toward the opening. Chapter 2. The Mad Doctor's Delicate Mermaid. Escaped the mermaid, Aisha slipped through the crack in the chamber. Unaware that Dr. Chi-Si was closely monitoring her every move from the control room. A part of his orchestrated plan, that he had meticulously devised this escape to observe Aisha's reactions and behaviors in an external environment. Once Aisha fled the room, she swiftly swam into the depths of the ocean, her heart brimming with joy and a sense of freedom, believing she had finally eluded the doctor's grasp. Yet unbeknownst to her, she was ensnared in a far greater conspiracy. Dr. Chi-Si, through surveillance equipment, meticulously tracked Aisha's movements, documenting her swimming speed, direction, and behavioral patterns while analyzing her physiological traits and capabilities. That as time passed, Aisha gradually realized that she had not truly attained freedom. The water surrounding her seemed constrained by an unseen force, preventing her from venturing beyond a certain boundary. Concurrently, she sensed peculiar changes within her body, her strength and speed waning. Aisha began to comprehend that her escape was merely part of the doctor's experiment. She felt an overwhelming surge of anger and despair, yet could not extricate herself from this predicament. Ultimately, Aisha, exhausted, was recaptured by the doctor. This experiment deepened Chi-Si's understanding of mermaids, but for Aisha, it was a nightmarish ordeal. Seizing an opportunity when the laboratory staff grew complacent, Aisha escaped from her glass confinement, her beautiful tail propelling her deftly through the narrow ducts. Her heart was filled with a longing for freedom, determined to return to the embrace of the sea. However, the sudden blare of alarms shattered her illusion. Security and laboratory personnel sprang into action, scouring for her whereabouts. Aisha knew she had to find an exit quickly, lest she be captured once more. After traversing the ducts for a considerable distance, she finally discovered a ventilation shaft. With all her strength, she pushed open the cover and squeezed through. Outside lay an unfamiliar city, leaving Aisha feeling disoriented. Yet there was no time for hesitation. She had to find her way back to the ocean. Aisha navigated through street after street until she finally reached the shore. Gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, her heart swelled with joy. Taking a deep breath, she leaped into the water, swimming toward the horizon. Aisha moved cautiously, the water chilling to the bone, yet her heart soared with the exhilaration of newfound freedom. Meanwhile, Dr. Chi-Si promptly activated underwater trackers, stealthily following her. After swimming a distance, Aisha sensed something amiss in her surroundings, an ominous presence drawing nearer. Suddenly, a swarm of luminous, monstrous fish surged toward her. Aisha was engulfed in terror, her tail thrashing in panic. Observing this scene, Dr. Chi-Si felt a flicker of compassion. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to intervene. He utilized mechanical arms to disperse the monstrous fish. Aisha, astonished, glanced around and detected the hidden tracker. Enraged, she charged toward it, poised to destroy it when Dr. Chi-Si's voice rang out. "I merely wish to protect you. The waters beyond are perilous." Aisha hesitated, uncertain whether to trust the very human who had imprisoned her and subjected her to experiments. Yet, as she stared at the faint glow emanating from the tracker, her eyes reflected a tumult of emotions, caution intertwined with curiosity. Chapter 3. The Mad Doctor's Delicate Mermaid. Conclusion at that moment. Dr. Chi-Si sat in the laboratory, tightly clutching a scale that once belonged to Aisha, his gaze betraying unease and a morbid desire for control. His thoughts spiraled into chaos, echoing a singular refrain. She has escaped. She has escaped. That Aisha's departure left Chi-Si feeling unprecedentedly unmoored. He had believed he could completely dominate this mermaid, transforming her into both his subject and his plaything. Yet now, she had eluded his grasp, shattering his sense of superiority. How dare she escape? She belongs to me. Chi-Si's heart seethed with rage and resentment. He began to regret not having been more vigilant in guarding her, pondering why he hadn't secured her with stronger chains. On a tranquil night, the surface of the sea shimmered like scattered diamonds. Aisha, the enchanting mermaid, frolicked in the ocean. That moment, a seemingly ordinary fishing boat approached slowly. The fisherman aboard deliberately cast sparkling gems into the water, capturing Aisha's attention. Intrigued, she swam closer to the vessel to investigate. Seizing the opportunity, the fisherman sweetly enticed her. "Beautiful Aisha, look how lovely these gems are. If you come with us, they shall all be yours." Aisha, enchanted by the shimmering jewels and alluring words, gradually drew nearer to the fishing boat. Just as she reached the vessel, the fishermen suddenly cast their net, ensnaring her tightly. Aisha struggled in terror, but her efforts were futile. The fishermen laughed triumphantly as they transported her to a clandestine laboratory. Dr. Chi-Si brought Aisha to the innermost chamber of the laboratory, which was adorned like an underwater palace, ethereal and dreamlike. Aisha gazed around in curiosity, her tail gently swaying. "Aisha, I acknowledge that I have wronged you in many ways before, Chi-Si spoke earnestly. But this time, I genuinely wish to understand the bond between us. Chi-Si gazed earnestly at Aisha, who looked back at him with a mix of confusion and anticipation. Chi-Si activated a series of devices, and a soft glow enveloped them that he leaned closer to Aisha. Gently caressing her hair and feeling the icy texture of her scales, that as the research progressed, Chi-Si noticed that every time he exhibited tender care, a profound affection would flicker in Aisha's eyes. Moreover, Aisha's voice possessed a magical charm that filled Chi-Si's heart with tranquility and love. His affection for the mermaid Aisha transcended the bounds of normalcy, spiraling into a pathological obsession that in his eyes. There existed only Aisha. Her every movement stirred his emotions. He would secretly follow Aisha, observing her life, and even stealthily take some of her belongings, such as strands of hair and scales, as cherished mementos. His love for Aisha had escalated to the point of madness. He would dive into the depths of the ocean at night, seeking her presence solely for the chance to be with her. He would disregard his own safety to protect Aisha. However, Aisha remained unresponsive to Chi-Si's affections. She felt fear and revulsion towards his actions, attempting to distance herself from him. Yet Chi-Si always managed to find her. This morbid love drove Chi-Si further into madness, causing him to lose his sanity and engage in increasingly extreme behaviors that in his world, Aisha was everything. He was willing to do anything for her, even at the cost of his own life. Chapter 1. The little pitiful who accidentally enters a superposed time and space. Mushiran possessed an enchanting and whimsical beauty, resembling a celestial being, captivating anyone who laid eyes upon her with her exquisite features. However, the moment she began to speak, her humorous essence would be instantly revealed. At that moment, Mushiran unexpectedly received a mysterious package. Upon opening it, she found a vial of invisibility pills accompanied by a note detailing their effects. Initially, Mushiran assumed it was merely a dull prank, yet her curiosity ultimately led her to succumb to temptation. Deciding to test whether these so-called invisibility pills were truly as remarkable as claimed. After swallowing the pill, an astonishing transformation occurred. She discovered that she had indeed become invisible. Thrilled, Mushiran hurried to the mirror to admire her newfound invisibility, only to be startled into a scream. Why can't my clothes disappear?" It turned out that only her body had become invisible, while her garments remained untouched. Although a bit embarrassed, Mushiran quickly accepted this reality. Resolutely, she stripped off her clothes, feeling the chill of the air against her exposed skin, which was quite shameful. However, reminding herself that no one could see her, she boldly stepped outside, eager to use this opportunity to prank her childhood friend, Chu Chun, who lived across the street. Coincidentally, Aunt Chu had stepped out on an errand, and Mushiran seized the moment to stealthily slip through the gates of the Chu residence, making her way directly to Chu Chen's bedroom. With great delight, she plotted how to scare the usually stoic, stern-faced childhood friend who often reported her mischief to the adults. Yet, immersed in her scheme, Mushiran completely forgot that the invisibility pill had a time limit. At that very moment, Chu Chun was comfortably soaking in the bathtub. Unaware, he suddenly sensed an eerie gaze scrutinizing him, sending a chill down his spine, and simultaneously, he faintly heard the sound of someone swallowing nervously. "Who? Show yourself," Chu Chin bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the bathroom. His eyes burned with fury as he scanned the surroundings. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Mushiran, upon hearing Chu Chin's furious shout, couldn't help but mutter softly. "I didn't expect this guy to have such a nice physique. Heh, even abs." She quietly observed Chu Chin's muscular form through a crack. However, Chu Chin's sharp senses detected her faint voice, though his expression remained impassive. His mind was already calculating her location. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Mushiran slipped, her body hurtling like a cannonball into the bathtub. She screamed like a startled deer as she plunged in. The sensation in Chu Chin's hands confirmed that Mushiran had fallen directly into the tub, pressing against him. Mushiran, "You're not wearing any clothes, get out," Chu Chin exclaimed, both shocked and furious. Mushiran, startled by the sudden turn of events, flailed chaotically in the water. With her movements, water splashed everywhere, and a multitude of white bubbles erupted into the air. Moments later, Mushiran finally managed to scramble out of the bathtub, her body covered in foam and looking utterly disheveled. However, when she looked around, she found that Chu Chun, who should have been in the bathtub, had vanished without a trace. Strangely, the empty bathroom was now filled only with her and the floating bubbles. This scene felt eerily surreal, as if time itself had frozen, enveloping the surroundings in a suffocating silence. Mu Shiran gasped for breath, awakening from her nightmare, anxiously patting her chest as if to reassure her frightened heart. That scared me to death. It was just a dream, but it felt so real. At that moment, it felt as though an invisible giant hand tightly grasped her, subsequently tossing her into a parallel dimension where Chu Chen resided. Chu Chen lay lazily in the bathtub, relishing the comfort of the warm water when suddenly he felt something plummet into the tub, splashing water all over him, that he opened his eyes to see a beautiful woman. Her body submerged beneath the water, with only her face visible. Yet an uncontrollable, pathological desire surged within Chu Chun. He yearned to possess this woman, and he reached out, attempting to grasp her, but she nimbly evaded his touch. Mu Shiran looked at Chu Chun in terror, bewildered by the unfolding events and the man's intentions. She tried to escape the bathtub, but Chu Chun firmly held her arm. Struggling fiercely, she attempted to break free from his grasp. A sinister smile crept across Chu Chen's face, his eyes brimming with desire as he forcefully pulled Mu Shiran towards him, aiming to kiss her. Mu Shiran desperately resisted, kicking at Chu Chun in an effort to escape. Enraged by her defiance, Chu Chun slapped her backside and pressed her down into the bathtub. Mu Shiran struggled to breathe, feeling as though she were suffocating, just as despair began to engulf her. She suddenly realized her body had turned transparent. Seizing the opportunity, she broke free from Chu Chen's hold and escaped the bathtub. Chu Chen stared in astonishment as Mu Shiran vanished before his eyes. Utterly perplexed by the turn of events, that a sense of loss and anger filled him as he vowed to find Mu Shiran, determined to make her his possession. Chapter 2. The little pitiful who accidentally enters a superposed time and space end at that moment. Mu Shiran suddenly felt a powerful force yanking her back to her familiar bed. Terrified, she gasped for air, the suffocating sensation still tightly enveloping her, as if an invisible hand were choking her throat. The sequence of bizarre occurrences left Mu Shiran in utter confusion and fear. For an entire month thereafter, she roamed from temple to temple, earnestly praying for divine protection to dispel the malevolent energy surrounding her and seeking peace. Furthermore, she spared no expense in hiring various exorcists to conduct mystical rituals in her home. Yet, regardless of her efforts, that inexplicable sense of dread lingered persistently. Ever since those eerie events unfolded, Mu Shiran no longer dared to approach Chu Chun. The mere thought of their past encounters sent shivers down her spine, that eye in her eyes. Chu Chun transformed into a figure shrouded in mystery and danger, his mere existence instilling fear within her. However, fate seemed to delight in tormenting her. One fateful morning, as Mu Shiran slowly opened her eyes, she was astonished to find that a package, all too familiar, lay on her bedside table. Her heart raced, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. After much hesitation, she finally summoned the courage to unwrap the package, revealing the familiar vial of invisibility pills and a hastily scrawled note. Upon witnessing this, Mu Shiran felt as if the world had tilted, a wave of deep terror washing over her. The chilling words on the note echoed in her ears like a curse. "You can't escape, Ran. Make sure to hide well." Meanwhile, a sudden, husky and sinister laughter erupted from within the room, echoing as if it had emerged from the very depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine, that Mu Shiran found herself plunged into utter despair. Disregarding all else, she dashed out the door, racing towards Chu Chun. Upon seeing Chu Chun, she threw herself into his arms as if grasping at the last lifeline, weeping uncontrollably as she recounted her harrowing experiences. Chu Chun gazed at her in bewilderment, completely oblivious to the strange occurrences she had endured. Yet he gently patted her back, softly murmuring, do not fear, I am here." However, unbeknownst to Mu Shiran, a pallid smile crept across Chu Chen's face. His gaze transcended her, fixating intently on a corner behind her, where stood another Chu Chun, identical in every respect. The two Chu Chens exchanged a knowing glance, then silently fixated on Mu Shiran's trembling form, as if savoring a captivating performance. Overcome with anguish, Mu Shiran fainted, and upon witnessing this, a fleeting glimmer of something unidentifiable flickered in Chu Chen's dark eyes. He swiftly stepped forward, enveloping the unconscious Mu Shiran in his arms. As he looked down at the girl who had lost consciousness, reckless greed surged within him. Without hesitation, he cradled Mu Shiran and stepped into the enigmatic black vortex. And no sooner had they entered the vortex than another parallel version of Chu Chan materialized before them. His gaze menacingly fixed on the slumbering Mu Shiran, as if intent on devouring her whole. Shortly thereafter, the man unfurled a splendid golden fleece blanket, carefully laying it upon the bed. He then retrieved a shimmering chain. Delicately placing it around Mu Shiran's slender neck, did I end that moment. Mu Shiran was utterly defenseless, surrendering to his whims, while desire raged like a tempest in Chu Chen's obsidian eyes. The once snow-white visage of Mu Shiran now bore not a trace of color, rendered as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Luminous tears cascaded down from her swollen eyes, rolling like pearls off a broken string, trailing down her cheeks to form a small puddle on the floor. Her petite and fragile form resembled a leaf caught in a tempest, on the verge of being swept away at any moment. At last, she lay there motionless, akin to a lifeless doll, exuding an aura of helplessness and vulnerability. The night enveloped the world like ink, dense and unyielding, that in infinite darkness enveloped the earth, as if seeking to consume all in its path. This interminable night appeared to have no end, leaving one to wonder how long it would persist before the dawn's light would break through. Chapter 1. The little divine doctor of the disabled Techno family, M.O. Ing, sat in his wheelchair, his gaze dark and brooding as he stared ahead. His legs were crippled, filling his heart with anguish and rage. He felt abandoned by fate, forgotten by the world. Hostility pervaded his feelings towards everything around him, particularly those who were physically whole, that he often envisioned himself standing tall, walking, and running like a normal person. Yet, reality cruelly shattered his fantasies that he felt his life had lost all meaning. His existence had become a burden. His naturally reclusive disposition grew increasingly sinister, rendering him unwilling to engage with others, even showing indifference towards his own family. Deep within, a powerful yearning burned fiercely, a desire to heal his legs. Yet the experts, both domestic and international, had delivered him a grim prognosis, declaring the chances of recovery to be 1 in 1,000. Just as M.O. Ing was on the verge of relinquishing hope, a woman named Nan Shu suddenly appeared at his door. Claiming to be a descendant of the divine Dr. Valley, she assured M.O. Ing that she possessed the means to help him stand once more. Upon hearing Nan Shu's words, a flicker of hope ignited within M.O. Ing that he resolved to place his trust in her and allow her to treat him. Nan Shu devised a comprehensive treatment plan for M.O. Ing, encompassing acupuncture, herbal remedies, and massage. M.O. Ing adhered to her regimen diligently, undergoing treatment every day. That night, the stars twinkled like resplendent jewels embedded in the vast firmament, casting an enchanting glow. Nan Shu navigated effortlessly to M.O. Ying's bedroom, where a subtle scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, instilling a sense of tranquility. She approached the bedside, gently lifting the covers to reveal M.O. Ying's long, yet weakened legs, a remnant of his injuries. Taking a deep breath, Nan Shu skillfully extracted silver needles, delicately inserting them into acupuncture points with precision and gentleness. With each needle that fell, it felt as though fine currents of energy coursed through M.O. Ying's legs. Soon after, Nan Shu began to massage him with her slender, delicate hands. Her fingers danced like agile butterflies, moving slowly up from his calves. Each press was perfectly calibrated, not too forceful to induce pain, nor too gentle to lose effect. She immersed herself in the task, beads of sweat gradually forming on her forehead, yet she remained undistracted, wholly focused on M.O. Ying's treatment. Then M.O. Ying lay quietly, his gaze fixed upon Nan Shu's gentle profile. Sweat trickled down her fair cheek, dampening a few strands of hair, adding to her captivating allure. Her earnest concentration deeply moved M.O. Ying, igniting an impulse within him to reach out and touch her tender skin. However, just as his fingertips were about to graze Nan Shu's, he abruptly snapped back to reality, as if jolted awake, quickly retracting his hand. Time slipped away quietly. After an indeterminate period, Nan Shu finally completed her treatment of M.O. Ying's legs. She gently wiped the sweat from her brow, smiling as they exchanged goodnight. Then, she turned to leave, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette. Yet for M.O. Ying, that night would prove to be anything but peaceful as he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The familiar scene re-emerged. Nan Shu sat at his bedside, administering acupuncture and massage to his legs. Only this time, the dreamscape felt more vivid, more tangible, that he could sense the warmth radiating from her fingertips. Even catching a whiff of her delicate fragrance. This time, he no longer suppressed his emotions, but allowed the fervent desire to blaze. After a period of treatment, Mo Ying's condition showed marked improvement. He began to regain sensation in his legs, able to move them slowly. Mo Ying held deep admiration for Nan Shu's medical skills, and as day turned to day, he found himself harboring a hidden affection for her. With Nan Shu's assistance, Mo Ying ultimately stood once more. Chapter 2. The little divine doctor of the disabled tycoon, the envy upon witnessing Mo Ying's recovery. The divine doctor Nan Shu left behind a letter and quietly departed, continuing her practice per her master's last wishes. After learning of Nan Shu's departure, Mo Ying gently rubbed the ring he had prepared, dispatching his subordinates to seek her whereabouts. 3 months later, upon discovering she was practicing medicine in a small village, Mo Ying personally led a contingent, arriving in grand fashion in a Maserati. When they reached the village, Nan Shu was attending to a villager. Ignoring the crowd's objections, Mo Ying strode into the room and pulled Nan Shu outside. "Nan Shu, come with me. Be my Mrs. Mo," he declared, his eyes glinting with a sickly, obsessive light. Nan Shu looked up at the familiar, yet unfamiliar man before her. An unsettling feeling swelling within her. She widened her eyes, having never encountered such a brazen and unreasonable individual. "Are you out of your mind? I have no intention of going with you, nor do I wish to be your so-called Mrs. Mo," Nan Shu asserted firmly. Mo Ying sneered. "Mad? Perhaps I am, but that is of no concern to you." With that, he gestured, and his subordinates forcibly carried Nan Shu away. Nan Shu found herself taken to Mo Ying's estate, confined within a room with no means of escape. Each day, Mo Ying would come to see her, attempting to persuade her to marry him. Yet, Nan Shu remained unmoved, resolute in her stance that she would rather die than wed a man she did not love. Mo Ying, incensed by her stubbornness, resolved to resort to coercive measures to compel her compliance. Despair enveloped Nan Shu as she grappled with her predicament. Dressed in a lavish, custom-made white wedding gown, she felt the oppressive weight of Mo Ying's imposing presence upon her. Her gaze was vacant, tears long dried, leaving only desolation and helplessness in their wake. Mo Ying stood before her, devoid of any compassion as he regarded her plight. All he knew was that he loved Nan Shu and would possess her by any means necessary. As the wedding ceremony commenced, Nan Shu was forcibly led to the altar. She glared at Mo Ying, her heart brimming with hatred. She despised his selfishness, resented his tyranny, and loathed him for shattering her happiness. Mo Ying, however, remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with triumph that he had finally obtained her. They were to be together at last. After the ceremony, Nan Shu was taken back to the bridal chamber. She sat on the bed, motionless, as though her soul had departed. Mo Ying entered, and upon seeing her state, felt a pang of reluctance. He approached Nan Shu and gently caressed her hair, saying, "Nan Shu, you are now my wife, and I will cherish you." Yet, Nan Shu suddenly lifted her head, her eyes blazing with fury. Mo Ying, do you think this will win my heart? You are mistaken. I will never love you." Mo Ying felt a sharp pang in his heart upon hearing Nan Shu's words. He spoke, "Nan Shu, why must you treat me this way? I truly love you." However, Nan Shu chose to disregard him, turning her back and closing her eyes. In that moment, as Mo Ying beheld this scene, the beast within him, long suppressed, could no longer be contained. His fury erupted like a flood, breaking free from its long-held confinement. The man, consumed by madness, violently tore at the pristine white wedding dress that adorned Nan Shu. And without hesitation, he forcefully pinned her beneath him. Following this, his passionate and domineering kiss descended upon her like a tempest, leaving no room for objection. Faced with such an abrupt and brutal treatment, Nan Shu was overwhelmed by despair and helplessness, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes, quickly soaking her once exquisite and beautiful visage. Particularly, the corners of her eyes, tinged with red from weeping, pierced Mo Ying's heart like a sharp blade. Deeply aggravating his already frayed nerves, Mo Ying's eyes were bloodshot, resembling burning flames, as he fixated on Nan Shu, as if he intended to consume her whole. His hands gripped her arms tightly, forcefully pressing her against the wall with such strength that it elicited a sharp pain from her. "Why do you treat me this way?" Nan Shu's voice trembled, bewildered by Mo Ying's sudden madness. "Why?" Mo Ying ground his teeth, responding, "You know in your heart." With that, he offered her no further chance for explanation. Leaning down to fiercely capture her lips once more, Nan Shu struggled desperately, yet her strength seemed insignificant before Mo Ying. Just as she felt herself on the verge of asphyxiation, Mo Ying abruptly released her, casting her onto the bed. Lying there helplessly, Nan Shu gasped for air, her eyes brimming with fear and despair. Like a nimble cheetah, Mo Ying pounced upon her once more. The night was long and profound, akin to an endless ocean of darkness, enveloping the two of them tightly. Yet the fire of desire blazing within Mo Ying surged forth uncontrollably like a torrential tide. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the entwined figures of the two, their urgency palpable. Chapter 1. The gloomy boy in the asylum. In a corner of the asylum, there was a boy forgotten by the world, named Pei Hung. His gaze bore a profound melancholy, as if it carried countless pains and secrets. Pei Hung's visage was pale and emaciated, his hair disheveled and hanging over his forehead, concealing his deep-set eyes. His lips were tightly sealed, as if he were striving to suppress his innermost emotions. His frail body seemed as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Pei Hung's behavior was also quite peculiar, that he often secluded himself in a corner, coldly observing everything around him. He rarely engaged with others and seldom participated in the asylum's activities, his eyes reflecting a sense of indifference and alienation, as if he were entirely out of sync with the world. Pei Hung's gloomy aura sent chills down the spines of those around him. His presence seemed to cast a shadow over the entire asylum, his gaze revealing a despair and helplessness, as if he had lost all hope in life. However, deep within Pei Hung's heart lay a kind and sensitive soul. Once, he had been a vibrant and dream-filled youth, but due to family circumstances, he was sent to the asylum. Here, he endured countless torments and pains, leaving deep scars upon his spirit. Yet one fateful night, he dreamed a dream that altered everything in his dream. Pei Hung found himself in a beautiful garden, filled with a myriad of flowers, vibrant and fragrant. At the center of the garden stood a fountain, its water crystal clear, sparkling under the sunlight. Captivated by this enchanting sight, Pei Hung approached the fountain. At that moment, a young girl appeared before him. She had golden hair cascading down her back, her eyes twinkling like stars, and her smile radiated warmth like the sun. Upon seeing Pei Hung, the girl extended her hand and said, "Hello, my name is Rong Yin, and welcome to my garden." Pei Hung was entranced by her beauty and warmth, grasping her hand as the gloom in his eyes receded, his lips curving into a mechanical smile. "Hello, my name is Pei Hung. It is a pleasure to meet you." Rong Yin guided Pei Hung through every corner of the garden, sharing with him the names and characteristics of each flower. Pei Hung was awestruck by Rong Yin's knowledge and talent, gradually realizing his growing affection for her. Deep within the garden stood a quaint wooden cabin. Rong Yin led Pei Hung inside, where it was cozily decorated. She brewed him a cup of tea, and they sat together on the sofa, engaging in delightful conversation. Rong Yin revealed that she was an orphan who had lived in the garden since childhood. She adored everything about it, for it was her home. Pei Hung, moved by her story, shared his own loneliness. He had no friends, no family, only himself. Upon hearing this, Rong Yin took his hand and softly said, "From now on, you are no longer alone. You have me as your friend." Pei Hung was touched by her words, tears shimmering in his eyes, that he had never imagined he would encounter such a beautiful and kind-hearted girl in his dreams, that he felt he was the happiest person in the world. From that moment on, Pei Hung frequently dreamed of Rong Yin in his dreams. They played in the garden, shared conversations, and exchanged their joys and sorrows. However, one day, Pei Hung discovered that he could no longer dream of Rong Yin. Overwhelmed by loss, he was at a loss for what to do. He began searching for her, yearning to see her once more. After considerable effort, he finally found her. It turned out that Rong Yin was a girl suffering from a congenital heart condition, her life nearing its end. The reason she had appeared in Pei Hung's dreams was her desire to bring joy and warmth to others before departing this world. Upon hearing her words, Pei Heng felt an immense sadness. He resolved to remain by Rong Yin's side until she left this world, and I end the final days of her life. He stayed with her, telling her stories, singing songs, bringing her endless joy and warmth. Yet ultimately, Rong Yin departed from this world. After the girl's passing, Pei Heng reverted to his gloomy demeanor, becoming even colder, his dark eyes now numb and desolate. Chapter 2. The gloomy boy in the asylum. Reunion. 5 years later, in a corner of the asylum's backyard, sat a gloomy boy named Pei Heng that he stared vacantly into the distance, as if the entire world were irrelevant to him. Solitude clung to him like a shadow, making those around him hesitant to approach the boy who exuded an air of indifference. However, on this day, as warm sunlight bathed the backyard, Pei Heng felt a flicker of long-lost solace. He squinted slightly, enveloped in this rare warmth, yet his heart involuntarily ached with longing for the little sun that had once illuminated his life. Rong Yin. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Brother, may I sit here?" Pei Heng abruptly lifted his head, his gaze landing upon a timid little girl standing before him. She stood gracefully, her eyes filled with a mixture of strangeness and sweetness, resembling a startled fawn. Yet for reasons unknown, Pei Heng recognized her immediately. She was the Rong Yin he had yearned for. Although she seemed to have lost some memories, he firmly believed she had returned to him in another form. This time, Pei Heng resolved not to retreat, but to draw closer to her. Thus, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Of course, please sit." This sentence seemed to drain him of all strength, for he had not conversed with anyone in a long while. Pei Heng cautiously set aside his edges and gloom, striving to soften his demeanor, but he began conversing with Rong Yin, discovering her enduring love for flowers. That it was as if a floodgate had opened, and he eagerly shared the names and varieties of flowers, from the lushly blooming roses to the delicate lilies and the enigmatic, noble tulips. Rong Yin listened with a radiant smile, her beaming presence illuminating the entire backyard. The two spent a delightful and brief afternoon together. From that day forward, they frequently ventured outside their wards to tend to the flowers in the backyard. The vibrant blossoms thrived under their attentive care, infusing the once desolate asylum with vitality and spirit. Yet fate has a penchant for playing cruel tricks. That a sudden upheaval shattered this tranquility. One day, Rong Yin was quietly taken away by a man claiming to be her fiancé, leaving no time for even a farewell. Upon learning this news, the darkness within Pei Heng surged forth, engulfing him entirely. That he could not bear the reality of losing Rong Yin once more, and thus, heedless of everything, he escaped from the asylum and embarked on the arduous journey to find her. This moment, within the Sheng family, Sheng Mingyi was relentlessly coercing Rong Yin to sign the marriage contract. Rong Yin, tears streaming down her face like blooming pear blossoms, cried out, "I do not know you. I refuse to sign. I do not want this." The man, despicable as a rat lurking in the sewers, attempted to lay claim to this stunning beauty whom he had only met once. Sheng Mingyi's expression darkened, resembling a malevolent spirit from the underworld, as he coldly declared, "This is not up to you. Whether you wish to marry or not, you shall." With that, he commanded his servants to confine Rong Yin. Meanwhile, Sheng Mingyi, like an ant on a hot pan, busied himself with preparations for the wedding set to take place in a month. Rong Yin lay in bed, filled with terror and despair, murmuring, "Brother Pei, save me." As tears poured from her eyes like a breached dam, soaking her pillow, she wept silently, feeling as if the entire world had forsaken her. Chapter 3. The gloomy youth of the asylum. Pei Heng, with his decisive and resolute demeanor, swiftly returned to the Pei family and ascended to the seat of power. Once in command, he dispatched numerous individuals, sparing no effort in the search for Rong Yin. After arduous endeavors, he finally obtained conclusive information. It was Sheng Mingyi who had abducted Rong Yin under the guise of her fiancé, taking her to Yan City, with plans for a wedding next month. Upon hearing this news, Pei Heng's handsome visage darkened to an extreme, instilling fear and dread in those who beheld him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold and cruel smile gracing his lips, as if he were a demon from the depths of hell. Without hesitation, he ordered a fierce assault on Sheng's company, employing various ruthless tactics that swiftly brought the company to the brink of collapse. Subsequently, Pei Heng personally led a group of subordinates to storm the Sheng residence. Upon seeing Rong Yin's frail and distressed countenance, his fury ignited even further. Without a word, he commanded his men to beat Sheng Mingi to the brink of death, rendering him permanently disabled. After executing this deed, Pei Heng contentedly took Rongyin away. However, that very night, unbeknownst to anyone, Pei Heng returned alone to the Sheng residence. Facing the utterly defenseless Sheng Mingi, he showed no mercy, ending the man's life in a brutally cruel manner. After disposing of Sheng Mingi's corpse, Pei Heng returned to his private residence as if nothing had transpired. That moment, Rongyin awaited Pei Heng's return with a heart full of joy yet tinged with anxiety. When she saw the familiar figure before her, she dashed forward like a frightened deer, tightly embracing the man she longed for, fearful that he might vanish once more, leaving her abandoned. Pei Heng sensed the fear and reliance emanating from the woman in his arms. Gently stroking Rongyin's hair, he softly reassured her, "Yin, from this moment forth, no one shall ever bully you again. You can trust that your brother will protect you well." Upon hearing these words, Rongyin lifted her gaze to meet Pei Heng's affectionate eyes, softly responding, "I believe in you, Brother Pei." Thereafter, Pei Heng took Rongyin into the room he had meticulously prepared. As he opened the door, a delicate floral fragrance wafted in, revealing a room adorned with a profusion of blooming flowers. A riot of colors that was simply breathtaking. It turned out that Pei Heng had instructed his servants to fill the courtyard with a variety of flowers, all to surprise Rinjia that moment. The air was thick with sweetness, happiness quietly blossoming between them. Amidst the sea of flowers, Pei Heng summoned his courage to confess the long-hidden love he harbored for Rongyin. Faced with the heartfelt revelation from her beloved, Rongyin felt her cheeks flush with shyness, yet she gently nodded in acceptance of this sincere affection. Witnessing this, Pei Heng's tender yet restrained kiss descended softly upon his little son. Half a year later, at the wedding venue, Pei Heng donned a dashing suit, while Rongyin wore a pure white wedding gown. Hand in hand, they entered the ceremony. The venue was romantically decorated, adorned with flowers and balloons, alongside their cherished photographs and memories. Before the witness of the priest, they exchanged rings and vowed a lifetime of commitment. Following the ceremony, Pei Heng and Rongyin commenced their honeymoon journey. They traveled to a beautiful coastal city, basking in the sun, sand and waves there. They watched the sunrise and sunset together, strolled along the beach, and savored local delicacies. Their love deepened during the honeymoon, fostering a greater appreciation for one another. Upon returning home after their honeymoon, Pei Heng and Rongyin began their married life. Though there were minor frictions and disputes, they always managed to understand and tolerate each other, quickly reconciling. They became inseparable, cooking together, cleaning together, watching television, and taking walks, relishing each other's companionship and affection. They also engaged in various sports and fitness activities, maintaining good health. Together, they traveled, watched movies, and listened to music, enjoying the pleasures of life. Now, after 50 years of marriage, Pei Heng and Rongyin's bond remains strong. They have weathered life's storms together, traversing every stage hand in hand. Their love story is both moving and enviable, embodying the essence of true love and a happy marriage. Pei Heng, my earlier years were filled with misfortune and gloom. Yet I encountered my little son, who taught me how to love, allowing my desolate world to bloom with flowers. Chapter 1. The enigmatic monk versus the fallen noblewoman. Wu Ji is a mysterious figure often referred to as the demonic monk by the world. His presence is always accompanied by an eerie aura and mysterious powers, sending shivers down the spine. That Wu Ji's appearance is otherworldly. His skin is as pale as snow, and his eyes shimmer with an uncanny light that is hard to behold. He possesses a tall and slender frame, yet appears frail, as if a gust of wind could topple him. That he dons a black robe, intricately embroidered with various mysterious symbols and patterns that evoke thoughts of malevolent forces. Wu Ji's personality is equally peculiar. He often prefers solitude, eschewing communication with others. That a cold smile perpetually graces his face, making it difficult to fathom his inner thoughts. That he harbors a profound disdain and hatred for all things worldly, deeming humanity the most wicked of creatures. Frequently, he employs his dark powers to punish those he deems guilty, subjecting them to endless suffering and torment. Wu Ji wields formidable magical abilities, capable of manipulating flames, frost, thunder, and other elements, even conjuring malevolent beings to exact vengeance upon wrongdoers. His powers instill fear and reverence, deterring anyone from challenging his authority lightly. However, Wuji is not entirely malevolent, that he was once a pure-hearted and benevolent monk, devoted to the welfare of the world. But after a tragic incident, he lost his faith and soul, awakening to the pervasive evil present in the world. From that moment on, he embarked on a path of darkness, wielding his powers to avenge the sinful realm. At this moment, within the solemn hall of the Li residence, a profound silence enveloped the space. Wuji stood quietly to one side, his gaze cold and piercing as he observed Li Yuanwei, who was kneeling before a resplendent golden Buddha statue, murmuring prayers and scriptures with utmost devotion. Yet this seemingly sacred scene did not escape Wuji's keen perception that a cruel and mocking smile crept upon his lips as he spoke, his voice chilling as if it emanated from the depths of hell. Pray tell, are you truly worshipping the faith you claim to hold dear, or are you merely bowing down to your insatiable desires? Startled by this sudden inquiry, Li Yuanwei trembled, abruptly turning his head to face the source of the voice. Upon seeing the ominous figure of Wuji clad in black robes, a wave of terror and despair washed over him. His body involuntarily quaked, and he pleaded, "I beg you, please do not kill me." Accompanying his desperate plea was a foul stench, as sheer terror had caused Li Yuanwei to lose control of his bodily functions. Urine streaming down his legs and soaking the floor, that he crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, utterly unable to support himself. Wuji gazed down impassively at the quaking man before him, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes that he slowly spoke, his tone as frigid as frost on a winter night. "Li Yuanwei, you are renowned as a paragon of virtue within 100 miles. Yet who would have thought that beneath this facade of goodness lies such a wretched soul? You commit heinous acts in the name of righteousness, slaughtering innocent young girls and violating virtuous women. Truly, you deserve a fate worse than death." Before he could finish speaking, Wuji lightly waved his sleeve that in the blink of an eye, a chilling wind surged around, and piercing wails shattered the stillness of the night. The young girls, once cruelly victimized by Li Yuanwei, now transformed into vengeful specters, converged upon him with ghastly visages, claws bared and ready to strike. They shrieked and roared, their hearts brimming with resentment and fury. As they lunged toward Li Yuanwei with sharpened talons that in an instant, he was engulfed by this horde of vengeful spirits. His blood-curdling screams echoed through the air, but were swiftly drowned out by the howls of the tormented souls. Amidst the chaos of blood and flesh, Li Yuanwei's body was mercilessly torn apart, crimson splattering across the entire hall. Gazing upon the lifeless form that could not find peace, Wuji felt no compassion. With his hands clasped in prayer, he muttered incantations, summoning a powerful Shura curse that as the incantation reached its climax, a dark radiance descended from above, piercing directly into Li Yuanwei's corpse. From that moment forth, his soul would forever plummet into the depths of the underworld, enduring relentless torment, never to reincarnate. Having accomplished this, Wuji turned to depart, his figure gradually fading into the shadows. His destination was a place within Qingping County, also besieged by malevolent forces. Chapter 2. The Demon Monk versus the Fallen Noblewoman. In the midst of her misfortunes, Gu Qingli, a woman of noble lineage, was compelled to seek refuge with relatives in Qingping County due to her family's calamity. One day, accompanied by her devoted maid and a few meager belongings, she boarded a carriage, embarking on a journey fraught with uncertainty. As the carriage jolted along the rugged mountain path, Gu Qingli's emotions mirrored the tumultuous terrain. Oscillating between hope and despair, she remained oblivious to what the future held in store, unaware of the trials awaiting her in Qingping County. Just as she fell into contemplation, a sudden cry of alarm shattered the stillness. "Oh no, bandits!" the coachman exclaimed in terror. Startled, Gu Qingli hurriedly drew back the curtain, only to behold a band of marauders brandishing swords, charging toward their carriage. The coachman, gripped by fear, hastily urged the horses to flee. Yet the bandits relentlessly pursued them. Just as despair began to envelop Gu Qingli, a figure emerged slowly from the nearby woods. Clad in a black robe and wielding a staff, the man bore a strikingly handsome visage. Yet his eyes betrayed a sinister aura that it was the demon monk Wuji. Gu Qingli's heart raced in alarm. Rumors spoke of Wuji as a notorious figure, reveling in bloodshed, a demon in the eyes of the world. She had not anticipated encountering him here, and a wave of trepidation washed over her. However, Wuji paid no heed to her fear. He swung his staff and unleashed his formidable powers upon the bandits. The marauders, upon seeing Wu Ji, were also seized by dread, yet they pressed forward with grim resolve that Wu Ji's prowess was unmatched. The bandits were no match for him. With effortless movements, he dispatched several of them in an instant. The remaining bandits, witnessing his overwhelming strength, turned tail and fled in terror. After vanquishing the marauders, Wu Ji approached Gu Qingli's carriage and inquired, "My lady, are you unharmed?" Gu Qingli gazed at him, gratitude swelling in her heart. Yet she responded cautiously, "Thank you, master, for your timely rescue, that I am deeply grateful. But may I ask what brings you to this place?" Wu Ji smiled gently. "I happened to be passing through and witnessed your peril." "You need not worry. I mean you no harm." Feeling somewhat reassured by his words, Gu Qingli replied, "Master, my name is Gu Qingli, and I am en route to Qingping County to seek refuge with relatives." "May I inquire where you are headed?" Wu Ji regarded her thoughtfully. "I too am bound for Qingping County on urgent business. Since our paths align, might we travel together?" Gu Qingli hesitated, uncertain about accompanying Wu Ji. Yet the thought of traversing the road alone felt unsafe, leading her to ultimately acquiesce to his proposal. Thus, Gu Qingli and Wu Ji shared the carriage, continuing their journey toward Qingping County. Throughout the ride, Wu Ji recounted tales of his experiences, and Gu Qingli began to glean insights into his character. She discovered that despite his reputation as a demon monk, he was not inherently malevolent. Rather, his notoriety stemmed from his brutal methods. As they spent more time together, Gu Qingli found herself developing a fondness for him. Though Wu Ji maintained a cold demeanor, he consistently shielded her from danger, vanquishing evil along their path, which enveloped her in a comforting warmth. At last, they arrived in Qingping County. Upon parting ways with Wu Ji, Gu Qingli felt a profound sense of loss. She wondered if she would ever see him again, but she knew she would forever cherish the memory of their encounter. Chapter 3. The Demon Monk versus the Fallen Noblewoman. A familiar stranger, the Marquis Manor of Qingping County, once among the most illustrious families, met a tragic end overnight. The orchestrator of this massacre was none other than the enigmatic demon monk Wu Ji. According to the night watchman, Lao Mo, Wu Ji arrived at the Marquis Manor under the cover of darkness, cloaked in a black robe, his face obscured by shadows. With hands clasped in prayer, he muttered incantations, summoning formidable powers that a beam of dark light emanated from his hands, enveloping the entire manor in an instant. The inhabitants, caught unawares, were consumed by this overwhelming force, their bodies reduced to ash before they could utter a single cry. The Marquis, Lord Xie, the most formidable practitioner of evil within the manor, sensed Wu Ji's presence and swiftly rallied the manor's adept fighters to mount a defense. However, their efforts proved futile against Wu Ji's might. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he rendered their attacks ineffective. That he then unleashed even more radiant magic, a blinding light striking Lord Xie's chest. That a pain scream escaped Lord Xie's lips as his form was engulfed in the brilliance, contorting grotesquely until he was ultimately transformed into a pool of blood. Witnessing this horror, the remaining inhabitants of the manor turned pale and fled in panic. Yet their escape was in vain. Wu Ji's power was insurmountable. The light he unleashed consumed the entire manor, leaving no one unscathed. One by one, the villagers perished, reduced to ashes, as the manor was swiftly reduced to ruins, standing amidst the devastation. Wu Ji chanted softly, as if performing some arcane ritual. When the light finally dissipated, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the remnants of destruction and a blanket of ash, bearing witness to this heinous slaughter. Upon arriving in Qingping County, Gu Qingli took residence in a humble dwelling. The room was dim and damp, exuding an air of neglect. Despite the harsh conditions, she refrained from complaint, quietly tidying the space alongside her maid, striving to infuse warmth into the bleak surroundings. Yet her efforts yielded little, as the room remained stark and uninviting in pursuit of sustenance. Gu Qingli had no choice but to grant her maid freedom and cast aside her former dignity in search of work to survive. She traversed numerous establishments, only to be turned away due to her past. People regarded her with a mix of curiosity and prejudice, unwilling to employ a fallen noblewoman. After enduring numerous rejections, Gu Qingli finally secured a position as a cleaner in a tavern. Though the work was arduous, it at least provided her with the means to fill her belly. Each day, she rose early, rushing to the tavern to commence her labor. she diligently scrubbed the utensils, fearing any lapse in diligence might cost her this hard-won opportunity. Despite her humble circumstances, Gu Qingli clung to hope. She prayed daily for fate to smile upon her, yearning for the day she could return to the capital and restore her family's former glory. 3 years later, on a particular night, the demon monk Wu Ji gazed at the woman before him, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. After extinguishing the lives of a den of evildoers, he should have moved on. Yet the sight of this woman halted his steps. Jiu Qingli smiled at Wu Ji, her eyes glimmering with warmth. She appeared unfazed by his presence, instead warmly inviting him for tea in her home. Wu Ji hesitated briefly, but ultimately followed Gu Qingli into her abode. The interior was simply yet invitingly arranged, suffused with the delicate fragrance of tea. Jiu Qingli expertly brewed tea, offering him a cup. Wu Ji accepted the cup, savoring the aroma as it enveloped his senses. The two sat in silence, the air thick with unspoken questions that Wu Ji's curiosity deepened. He could not fathom why this woman seemed so familiar with him. Finally, he broke the silence, asking, "Why do you seem so acquainted with me?" Gu Qingli smiled softly. "Because we have met before." That Wu Ji furrowed his brow, straining to recall, but found no memory. That Jiu Qingli sighed gently. "That was long ago. You may have forgotten. Yet, I have always remembered you." That Wu Ji felt a stirring within, sensing that this woman harbored some secret. However, he refrained from probing, choosing instead to listen attentively as she shared her tale. Throughout Gu Qingli's recounting, Wu Ji gradually unraveled fragments of her past. Once, she was a noble lady in the capital, but due to an unforeseen incident, her fate took a dramatic turn. That Wu Ji listened silently, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. "Are you not afraid of me?" The scent of blood still lingered on Wu Ji. Jiu Qingli gently shook her head. "If you wished to harm me, you would have acted on the road." That Wu Ji chuckled softly, lifting the teacup to take a delicate sip. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside and a group of men clad in black burst in, their faces instantly betraying fear upon seeing Wu Ji. "The demon monk is here. We must flee," the leader shouted. However, Wu Ji merely raised his hand slightly, and a force erupted forth, rendering the black-clad men immobile. "It seems someone does not wish for my well-being." Wu Ji's gaze turned. "I see why." The Jiu Qingli was taken aback, realizing she had unwittingly become embroiled in such perilous affairs. "Do not worry. I shall not implicate you," Wu Ji reassured her, his fingers moving slightly as the memories of the black-clad men drifted towards him. It turned out that certain factions within the court feared Wu Ji would disrupt their plans, which prompted them to send people to probe and seek an opportunity to eliminate him. After dealing with the black-clad men, Wu Ji turned to Gu Qingli. "Thank you for this cup of tea today. Should you require anything in the future, you may use this talisman to find me." He handed her a talisman shimmering with a faint light, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. The Jiu Qingli held the talisman, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Chapter 4. The Demon Monk Versus. The fallen noble lady. A few days later, under the inky night sky, where the moon was shrouded and stars concealed, a sinister figure approached Gu Qingli in the tranquil depths of the forest. The demon's emerald eyes glimmered with a greedy light, having already marked Gu Qingli as its prey. Oblivious to the impending danger, Gu Qingli was engrossed in navigating the winding path home, just as the demon was about to extend its claws to drag her into the abyss of darkness. A sudden surge of crisis gripped her heart. She spun around, only to find the demon's grotesque face mere inches away, its foul breath assaulting her senses. That in a moment of desperation, Gu Qingli instinctively reached for her neck, where the talisman gifted by the demon monk Wu Ji hung. This talisman had once been her guardian spirit. Without hesitation, she crushed it in an instant. A warm and powerful radiance burst forth from the shattered pieces, dispelling the surrounding gloom and fear like the first light of dawn. Within the light, a figure clad in monk's robes, with a gaunt visage, suddenly appeared. It was the demon monk Wu Ji. His profound eyes seemed to pierce through the world's sins and sufferings. "Beast, dare you harm those who wronged me?" Upon his arrival, Wu Ji engaged the demon in a breathtaking battle. With a flicker of movement, he appeared before the demon like a wraith. His gaze was piercing, radiating a palpable pressure that seemed to make the very air tremble. The demon, momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn, let out a furious roar and lunged at Wu Ji with its gaping maw. Wu Ji, agile and swift, evaded the attack effortlessly. With a cold snort, he swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations that his spell reverberated. The air around them began to warp, as if an invisible power surged forth. The demon's assaults grew fiercer, yet each strike was deftly countered by Wu Ji. His eyes sharpened further, and with a sweep of his hands, a golden light shot forth from his palms, striking at the demon's vital points. The demon howled in pain, retreating several steps involuntarily. However, this was merely the beginning of the confrontation. The demon did not relent. It unleashed a deafening roar, and a black mist enveloped its form, flickering with sinister red lights. Wu Ji's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized the treacherous and toxic nature of this black mist. Yet he did not falter. With his hands pressed together, he chanted once more, his voice resonating with an imposing power that seemed to pierce the heavens. As he spoke the incantation, a dark golden light began to emanate from him, growing ever brighter, illuminating the entire forest as if it were day. In this golden radiance, the demon appeared increasingly frail and insignificant. It shrieked in terror, attempting to escape the light's grasp. But Wu Ji would not grant it that chance. He waved his hands, sending forth a golden Buddhist seal towards the demon. The seal rapidly expanded in midair, resembling a golden mountain, pinning the demon firmly beneath it. The demon writhed in agony beneath the seal, but to no avail. Ultimately, its form diminished, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke that shot towards Gu Qingli. Once the battle concluded, Wu Ji retracted the golden light, a trace of fatigue etched upon his features. Yet relief predominated. He turned to Gu Qingli, his eyes revealing a subtle concern and tenderness. "Are you unharmed?" Gu Qingli gazed at Wu Ji, her heart swelling with gratitude and admiration. She shook her head slightly. "I am fine. Thank you, Wu Ji." In that fleeting moment, Gu Qingli's form swayed abruptly, as if losing her support. Observing this, Wu Ji swiftly extended his arms, catching her securely in his embrace. However, the instant he made contact with her, an unfamiliar sensation coursed through him. It was the seductive poison left by the demon's dying breath. At that moment, Gu Qingli's exquisite visage flushed like a ripe apple, radiating an enchanting rosy hue. The corners of her eyes tinged with crimson, akin to delicate clouds at dusk, exuding a captivating allure and shyness that effortlessly ensnared Wu Ji's heart. Her once lithe form now felt languid and powerless, as if she had transformed into a pool of spring water, tenderly and intimately entwined with Wu Ji's robust frame, especially her luscious lips. Resembling rose petals, boldly and fervently pressed against Wu Ji's moving throat. Desperately, Wu Ji internally lamented, struggling to suppress the beast within him that threatened to unleash chaos. Yet, the woman before him, lost in fervor, showed no signs of restraint in her days. She began to indiscriminately shed her garments, the silvery moonlight cascading down, illuminating her breathtaking figure. Her skin, as white as snow and smooth as jade, gleamed with an irresistible luster. Her curvaceous silhouette ignited a primal desire within Wu Ji. The vision was a direct assault on his senses, his originally frigid gaze now ablaze with insatiable longing to last, the dam of reason shattered like a breached levee. And Wu Ji's once tense body began to relax. He gradually lowered his head, his movements gentle, as if afraid of awakening the sleeping goddess in his arms. His handsome face inched closer until his soft, sensual lips delicately brushed against her tender skin. This kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, instantaneously ignited the long-suppressed flames of passion between them. Gu Qingli let out a soft, melodious sound, her voice resonating like a nightingale's sweet song. Her snow-white skin blushed with a delicate hue, reminiscent of the resplendent twilight sky. Her beautiful eyes remained tightly shut, akin to two mysterious doors, securely locking away the emotions swirling within. Yet, her long lashes fluttered gently, as if caressed by a soft breeze, emanating an enchanting charm and shyness. The Gu Qingli instinctively wrapped her arms around Wu Ji's broad, sturdy neck, yearning to meld herself completely into the warmth of his embrace, wishing to never part. Her fingers glided over his back, sending shivers of delight coursing through him, quickening his breath. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. The entire world faded away, leaving only the two of them. The surrounding clamor was silenced, and all that remained were their fervent heartbeats and hurried breaths, intertwining to compose a magnificent symphony of desire. In the realm of shadows and whispers, Chapter 1 unfolds. The cold prison warden versus the boy with dual personalities. Chi-Yu, a youth bearing the weight of duality, stood at the threshold of light and shadow, exuding an undeniable allure. His raven-black hair gleamed, with bangs softly cascading over his forehead, concealing eyes that alternated between the gentleness of a spring breeze and the coldness of distant stars. His visage was striking. With a straight nose and lips perpetually adorned with an enigmatic smile, as if capable of instantaneously shifting into two starkly contrasting expressions. Bathed in sunlight, he donned a simple white t-shirt paired with loose denim jeans, exuding a vibrant and sunny charm. His steps were light, seemingly dancing to a joyful rhythm, and during conversations, he exuded an elegant demeanor, making others feel as if they were enveloped in a refreshing breeze. Yet under the cover of night, he donned a different fade, clad in a black trench coat with the collar slightly raised, obscuring half his face. Only his deep and indifferent eyes remained visible. Chi-Yu's strides were steady, each step radiating a sense of determination, as if he sought to uncover some enigmatic secret. But in the company of others, he becomes taciturn, exuding an aura that makes him difficult to approach. This youth, akin to an extraordinary flower blossoming between the twilight of night and the brilliance of day, possesses the warmth of sunlight while concealing the mysteries of shadows, irresistibly drawing one to explore his complex and enchanting inner world. He is like a double-sided mirror. One side reflects a carefree smile basking in the sunlight, while the depths of his heart harbor unacknowledged loneliness and struggles. The other side, shrouded in the cover of night, reveals a hidden melancholy and indifference that quietly surface, resembling the surging tides that relentlessly batter against his fragile heart. He oscillates between these two personas, serving as both a harbinger of light and a specter of darkness. Each transition a profound tearing and rebirth of the soul, evoking curiosity about the stories and secrets concealed behind this duality. For 5 years, Chi-Yu has been secretly sent by his family to the isolated prison of Karkai. Within the prison, in the dim and somber corridors, the flickering yellow light casts the figure of the aloof warden, Ji-Lin. She stands tall and strides with unwavering confidence, each step betraying an undeniable authority and composure. Her countenance is slender, her features exquisite yet slightly detached, and her gaze is deep and piercing, as if capable of discerning the innermost secrets and sins of the human soul. Her short hair is meticulously styled, exuding a sense of efficiency within its simplicity. Clad in a crisp uniform, the insignia on her shoulder glimmers with a cold light under the feeble illumination, symbolizing her duty and power. Every crease in her uniform seems to narrate her respect for and adherence to the rules, allowing no room for negligence or carelessness. The Ji-Lin's voice is deep and commanding. Whenever she speaks, whether admonishing a prisoner or issuing directives, an invisible pressure envelopes the atmosphere, emanating a profound impact that compels obedience. Even in the most boisterous settings, a single utterance from her can render the environment instantly silent, as all present instinctively lean in to listen to her words. She approaches her work with meticulous diligence, demanding the highest standards for every detail, never showing favoritism or leniency due to personal sentiments that in her perspective, the law and regulations reign supreme, impervious to any transgression. This moment, Chi-Yu, with an air of indifference, is held before Warden Ji-Lin, his rebellious posture starkly contrasting with the solemnity of the interrogation room. His amber eyes shimmer with an untamed light as they quietly scrutinize the cold, yet serious woman before him. Ji-Lin, her expression unyielding, is the first to speak. 0197. Why did you assault a fellow inmate? Her voice is as frigid as frost, imbued with an undeniable authority that a sly smile curves Chi-Yu's lips as he responds. Commander, do I really need a reason to strike someone? Don't you know that sometimes a fist resolves issues more effectively than words? However, if I must provide a reason, perhaps it is simply because I wish to see you. He emphasizes the word commander, seemingly intent on provoking her. Before his words fully dissipate, Chi-Yu suddenly extends a foot, lightly brushing against Ji-Lin's calf, gradually moving upward. His haughty demeanor exudes a sense of arrogance. as if he regards the warden before him with disdain. However, Ji Lin remains unfazed. Her gaze hardens as she raises her booted foot and delivers a swift kick towards Chiyu. The action is decisive and practiced, clearly indicating her familiarity with such insolence that a dull thud echoes as Chiyu winces in pain, yet he quickly reverts to his nonchalant demeanor. Seize him and confine him to solitary. Ji Lin's icy command resonates like a decree. And without hesitation, she rises to exit the interrogation room. Just then, Chiyu lunges at Ji Lin like a predatory beast, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist, and his fervent lips crash upon her luscious red ones without warning. Chapter 2. A soft heart at that very moment. As Chiyu passionately kisses Ji Lin's soft lips, a flicker of unnoticeable anxiety and heartache flashes through his amber eyes. Almost immediately, as if startled, he abruptly retreats, tears welling involuntarily in his eyes. "Sister, has he bullied you again? I'm sorry, it's all my fault." With his head bowed, he resembles a child who has committed a grave mistake. Too afraid to meet Ji Lin's gaze, that Ji Lin instantly realizes that this vulnerable facade is yet another facet of Chiyu's concealed personality. Witnessing the boy's fragile state, Ji Lin's heart aches. She hurriedly reassures him, "Be good, don't cry, look, I brought you sunflower seeds just for you." Gently, she retrieves the tiny seeds from her uniform pocket, carefully offering them to Chiyu that he slowly raises his head. And upon seeing the sunflower seeds in Ji Lin's hand, his previously dull amber eyes suddenly illuminate with purity and brightness, resembling the twinkling stars of a night sky, that a radiant smile blossoms across his face. As he sweetly exclaims, "Thank you, sister," he reverently extends his hands to accept the seeds, delicately placing them into the inner pocket of his prison attire. The Ji Lin gazes at the pure, sunlit boy before her, her heart swelling with affection. She understands that such a bright and innocent youth should never find himself in the cold, dark confines of a prison. His darker, more volatile persona is merely a fade he has adopted to survive in such a harsh environment. She sincerely wishes for this boy to forever bask in warm sunlight, living a life of freedom and carefree joy. "Xiaoyu, it's getting late. You should return and rest well." Ji Lin gently strokes Chiyu's hair, her voice tender. The boy gazes at her reluctantly, and after a long pause, he softly replies, "All right, Xiaoyu will be obedient." Finally, under the guidance of the guards, Chiyu lingers, glancing back multiple times as he slowly retreats to his cell. Ji Lin remains in place for a while, only turning to leave once his figure has disappeared from sight. However, unbeknownst to her, as soon as she turns away, Chiyu's innocent expression vanishes, replaced by a cunning and dark smile. It turns out Chiyu has long been aware of Ji Lin's special feelings towards his other persona, realizing that his pure and innocent guise is what most captivates her. He has been manipulating this weaker identity to ensnare Ji Lin. He has been meticulously orchestrating a grand scheme, with Ji Lin as a pivotal component. That night, Chiyu stealthily slips out of his cell, utilizing the trust he has gained from Ji Lin to access certain privileges. Making his way toward the prison's confidential archives, he knows that within lie the evidences of a vast conspiracy behind the prison, and once he obtains them, he can leverage them to coerce the prison's higher-ups for his freedom. Even to seize control of the facility itself, that as he nears his destination, he suddenly spots a figure ahead. It's Ji Lin. Alarmed, he wonders if his plan has been discovered. Chapter 3. The Cold Warden Versus. The boy with dual personalities, sour and bitter. There stands Ji Lin, clad in her impeccably tailored uniform, her posture erect, as she cautiously and gently cradles a frail youth who appears to be around 15 or 16 years old. The boy is marred with distressing scars, as if he has endured inhumane torment. Chiyu observes this scene from a distance, his feet seemingly enchanted, moving involuntarily to follow the figure. That a tumult of emotions swells within him, an indescribable concoction of feelings flooding his heart. Does she extend such tenderness to everyone? At this realization, Chiyu cannot help but mock himself mercilessly. He has long considered Ji Lin as his own possession, unwilling to allow anyone else to encroach upon even a fraction of her attention. Yet, the harsh reality delivers a resounding slap to his face. With wide eyes, Chiyu watched as Ji Lin entered the office, methodically processing the transfer declaration for the young boy. Struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to rush forward and tear the boy apart, Chiyu turned and stumbled back to his cell in utter disarray. Although he had returned to his confinement, the turmoil within his heart remained restless and unyielding. Lying on the cold, hard bed, visions of Ji Lin's gentle smile and concerned gaze towards the boy relentlessly invaded his mind, igniting a burning jealousy and fury that seared through his every nerve. Concurrently, the two deeply buried personas within him began to fiercely vie for control of his body. Did I end this harrowing struggle? Chiyu felt as though his head might explode at any moment. His eyes gradually darkened, resembling an abyss that threatened to consume all existence. Sweat trickled down his pale forehead, soaking the bedding beneath him. Yet his heart remained ablaze, with every cell in his body yearning to possess Ji Lin entirely. Finally, after a painful struggle, the two personas within Chiyu bizarrely reached a subtle equilibrium. They ceased their internal conflict and unanimously resolved to claim Ji Lin as their own. In that moment, Chiyu exuded an aura far more chilling and terrifying than ever before, evoking an involuntary shudder in those who beheld him. Particularly striking was the slight upward curve of his lips, which formed a cruel and eerie arc, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, plotting an earth-shattering conspiracy. Chiyu began to secretly contact inmates who harbored grievances against Ji Lin, inciting their wrath with promises of generous rewards and freedom. Soon, a band of desperate rogues gathered around him. Subsequently, Chiyu discreetly leveraged his hidden abilities to sabotage the prison security systems. The alarm blared suddenly, plunging the prison into chaos. Inmates rushed from their cells, engaging in fierce battles with the guards. Amidst the turmoil, Chiyu stealthily infiltrated Ji Lin's office. At that moment, Ji Lin appeared composed, though her surprise was palpable. Chiyu approached her with a sinister smile. "Come with me, my dear." Before Ji Lin could resist, he knocked her unconscious and swiftly carried her away. Under the cover of the prison's upheaval, Chiyu effortlessly evaded those still embroiled in combat. Upon reaching a hidden door, he opened it to reveal a secret passage leading to the outside world. With the unconscious Ji Lin in tow, he vanished into the passage, the cacophony of the prison riot diminishing behind them as they stepped into an unknown realm of peril and entanglement. Chapter 4. The Cold Warden versus the Boy with Dual Personalities. Complete. Ji Lin gradually awakened, greeted by the sight of a sunflower blooming vibrantly in the morning light. The brilliant sunlight cascaded upon the golden petals, and a gentle breeze carried a fresh, delicate fragrance. Instinctively, Ji Lin attempted to rise, only to discover that she was clad not in her familiar uniform, but in a lightweight nightgown. A surge of alarm coursed through her, and anger swiftly followed, prompting her to test her seemingly powerless, feeble body. Just then, a sudden and jarring sound of a golden chain being tugged broke the silence, resonating loudly in the stillness of the room. This noise immediately caught the attention of someone outside, and the door creaked open to reveal Chiyu's handsome visage. His lips curved into a sunlit smile. "Sister, you've finally awakened. Little Yu has been waiting for quite a while." Ji Lin gazed at Chiyu, an inexplicable unease swelling within her. She keenly sensed that something was amiss with Chiyu at that moment, but before she could contemplate further, she began to thrash violently, shouting, "Chiyu, what have you done to me? Let me go." Unfazed by Ji Lin's inquiries and resistance, Chiyu reached out, gently caressing her cheek. "Sister, it seems you have yet to grasp the current situation. From this moment forth, you shall belong to me forever." As he spoke, the once clear amber of his eyes darkened ominously, revealing an inscrutable danger. Feeling Chiyu's transformation, Ji Lin's fear intensified, and her struggles grew more frantic. However, her strength paled in comparison to Chiyu's, rendering her unable to escape his grasp. Witnessing Ji Lin's fierce resistance, Chiyu not only refused to release her, but forcefully maneuvered onto the bed, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Greedily savoring her softness and warmth, Ji Lin was taken aback by Chiyu's sudden actions, her complexion paling, tears welling in her eyes as she began to mutter angrily, "You bastard! You shameless fiend!" Yet, Chiyu appeared oblivious to Ji Lin's accusations, continuing unabated. "Since sister refuses to behave, it seems we shall not be sleeping tonight. Let us engage in something more interesting." Before Ji Lin could react, Chiyu abruptly flipped, pinning her beneath him. In that moment, he seemed to lose all rationality, his gaze fixated solely on the enchanting form that captivated him. His lips, akin to burning flames, fervently pressed against Ji Lin's long, fair neck. Each kiss left a mark, searing her tender skin with passionate traces that were both alarming and fervent. As Jilin found herself restrained beneath Qiyu, her breathing quickened. Her heart felt like a tangled mess, filled with endless contradictions and struggles. Urgent deletion. As the fervor between them escalated, Jilin bore an increasing number of passionate marks upon her skin, testifying to the uncontrollable fire of desire that blazed between them. Urgent deletion. Thus, from dawn to dusk, in the span of mere days, Qiyu intended to confine Jilin here for all eternity. The man's amber eyes, seemingly enchanted by this woman, became deeply stained with longing. Sister mine. Complete just one chapter. The delicate princess versus the shadowy guardian princess of the Li Kingdom. Her name is as delicate as the first light of dawn, soft and poetic, known as Wensheng. Princess Wensheng, from a young age, flourished within the resplendent palace, enveloped in endless affection and care, akin to the most delicate flower in a greenhouse, blooming with unseen grace and purity. Her beauty resembles the most splendid peach blossoms of spring, blushing with a hint of shyness, her eyes deep as if concealing the vastness of the cosmos, each glimmer captivating the soul. Her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, adding a touch of vitality and charm to her exquisite visage. The princess's hair, glossy as silk, cascaded down to her waist, swaying gently with the breeze, releasing a subtle fragrance of jasmine that rendered one irresistibly entranced. Princess Wensheng's demeanor is the epitome of gentleness. As she walks, her steps are light, as though treading on clouds, each stride whispering untold secrets. Her voice, soft and sweet, flows like a mountain spring, cleansing the dust from the heart and invoking tranquility and yearning. Even her most mundane expressions radiate an indescribable allure and elegance, making her unforgettable to all who behold her. That I in her, there exists both the nobility and grace of royalty, coupled with the innocence and dreaminess of youth. She cherishes nature, often wandering alone in the palace gardens at dawn, conversing with the flowers and singing with the birds, as if the entire world softens in her presence. Princess Wensheng is also skilled in the arts, particularly her musical talent, which transcends the bounds of time, striking the softest chords of the heart and providing solace through melody. The shadowy guardian of Princess Wensheng, Yi Yang harbors a profound, yet concealed affection. Unable to express his feelings like an ordinary person, he channels his love into every moment of protection, while Yi Yang silently safeguards the princess, ever attentive to her safety and emotional well-being. His gaze follows her like a shadow, yet he ensures she remains unaware, a subtle expression of his affections. Whenever the princess faces danger or difficulty, Yi Yang is always the first to step forward, alleviating her troubles. His selfless devotion, though devoid of verbal declarations, speaks volumes more than 1,000 words. Aware of their differing statuses, Yi Yang conceals his love deeply within, never overstepping boundaries. His restraint and forbearance represent the utmost respect for the princess and the highest restraint of his emotions. That night, Princess Wensheng sat by the window, speaking softly to her maid. Qinglu, what kind of person do you think young Master Xie is? A shy smile graced her lips. Qinglu, perceptive and quick-witted, replied. Princess, young Master Xie is handsome and talented, a dream lover for many women in the capital. Princess Wensheng nodded gently, her eyes sparkling. I think he is quite wonderful as well. Every time I see him, my heart inexplicably races. That moment, hidden in the shadows, the dark guard Yi Yang overheard their conversation. His expression instantly darkened, filled with jealousy and rage that he had silently protected Princess Wensheng, harboring profound feelings for her. Yet he had never dared to express them. Yi Yang clenched his fists, vowing, I will not allow anyone to take the princess away, not even young Master Xie. He sought to sabotage the bond between Princess Wensheng and young Master Xie. The originally cool and restrained gaze of Yi Yang deepened, turning cold and ruthless, revealing a fierce possessiveness and resolve. His eyes, sharp as blades, seemed to pierce through the hearts of others, mercilessly slicing through any obstacle that stood between him and Princess Wensheng. His actions became increasingly decisive and reckless, and no longer merely a silent guardian. He took the initiative, employing various means to ensure that Princess Wensheng remained by his side, even if it meant defying her will. His emotions twisted and tangled, yearning for her love while unable to bear the sight of her gazing at another. This conflicting sentiment drove him into a frenzy, rendering him unpredictable. Under the cover of night, Yi Yang stealthily infiltrated Princess Wensheng's chamber, forcibly abducting her despite her struggles. Terrified, Wensheng repeatedly struck at Yi Yang, but he appeared oblivious that he took her to a secluded wooden cabin in a remote valley. Cowering in a corner, Wensheng glared at Yi Yang, exclaiming, "How dare you be so rude? I am the princess of the Li Kingdom." Yi Yang knelt before her, his eyes filled with fervor. "Princess, I love you, but why do you fixate on another?" Wensheng turned her head away. "My heart is not something you can seize." Days later, young Master Xie and the Emperor sent people searching for Wensheng to no avail. Meanwhile, Yi Yang delivered exquisite food and garments to Wensheng daily, attempting to win her favor. "Princess, please be kind to this servant." Chapter 1. Player versus ultimate boss of the castle. Hush, in the darkest depths of the ancient castle lies a terrifying ultimate boss. Qin Jin Dadi embodies darkness and malevolence, wielding supreme power over this ancient fortress, dictating the judgments of life and death. Clad in a tattered yet opulent black robe adorned with intricate, eerie patterns that shimmer with a ghostly blue light, he seems to harbor ancient magical forces, his visage obscured beneath a wide hood. Only his deep-set, frost-like eyes are visible, as if they could penetrate the deepest fears and desires of the human heart. Qin Jin stands tall like a deity risen from the depths of hell, each step echoing heavily within the castle, as though even the earth trembles beneath him. Grasping a massive sword that gleams coldly, its blade inscribed with ancient runes, each swing reverberates like thunder, capable of severing all obstacles in his path. His laughter, low and raspy, resembles a call from the abyss, instilling dread and an overwhelming sense of being drawn into an endless darkness. His words are brief yet powerful, each utterance a chilling blade that pierces the soul, rendering one utterly unable to resist his will. Within this castle, he is the supreme ruler and the most formidable adversary. Possessing extraordinary strength and wisdom, he can command darkness and flames, even summoning terrifying demons and spirits to fight on his behalf, but he shows no mercy to anyone who dares to challenge his authority, revealing his cruelty and ruthlessness without hesitation. Yet behind this fear and awe lies a myriad of legends and mysteries surrounding this ultimate boss. Some say he was once a great sorcerer who fell into darkness in pursuit of immortality. Others claim he is the guardian of the castle, driven to madness and vengeance by betrayal. Regardless of the truth, he has become an indelible shadow within the castle, eternally looming in the hearts of every player. Han Xian felt a flash of light before she found herself standing before an eerie, ancient castle. The emotionless, mechanical voice of the system echoed in her ears. Player has successfully arrived at the instance. The task is to steal the treasure of the castle's master. Wishing the player a swift completion of the instance, Han Xian took a deep breath, composed herself, and slowly stepped into the mysterious castle. Her exquisite features resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, yet carried an enchanting, elusive allure. Like a beacon in the darkness, she instantly captured the attention of the ultimate boss, Qin Jin. Lurking in the shadows, before long, a figure emerged from within the castle. It was the steward, dressed as though he had stepped directly from the Middle Ages, exuding an air of antiquity and rigidity. Emotionless, he mechanically began to explain the rules of the castle to Han Xian. The master resides on the 4th floor. Without permission, entry is absolutely forbidden. Furthermore, the master detests being disturbed. Violating these rules will result in dire consequences. Following this, his figure silently appeared behind Han Xian like a specter, and he slightly bowed, speaking in a mechanical yet mysterious tone. "Please follow me. I will lead you to your room." With that, he slowly retreated, gradually merging into the darkness. That moment, the vast castle seemed to be devoid of anyone but Han Xian. Silence enveloped her surroundings, eerie enough to send chills down her spine. Dim moonlight filtered through the ancient windows, casting mottled shadows on the ground and heightening the atmosphere of strangeness and foreboding. As night deepened, all was hushed. However, beneath this tranquility, Han Xian quietly emerged from her room. She tiptoed through the corridor, carefully ascending the staircase to the 4th floor. Her intention was to swiftly complete her task of stealing the castle master's precious treasure. Upon reaching the third-floor landing, she suddenly felt a chilling sensation creeping up her back. Before she could react, a frigid hand gently caressed her cheek. That hand felt like ice from hell, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Moments later, a cold voice whispered in her ear. "Hush, don't make a sound. I have caught you." This voice carried an endless chill, penetrating Han Xian's very being and reaching the depths of her soul. The speaker was none other than Qin Jin, his hand lingering on Han Xian's face, slowly tracing her features as if sketching her outline. Startled, Han Xian quickly regained her composure, deciding to feign sleepwalking and turned away. She tightly shut her eyes, murmuring to herself in an attempt to deceive Qin Jin. Yet as she turned, Qin Jun's icy breath brushed against her face, bringing a suffocating chill. Chapter 2. Player versus ultimate boss of the castle entangled Qin Jin's long, bony fingers twitched slightly, in an instant. Han Xian, who had been pretending to sleep in his embrace, fell into a deep slumber, as if enchanted. His cold, seemingly lifeless fingers gently and slowly found their way to her luscious, crimson lips, feeling the unfamiliar, yet burning warmth. Carefully, Qin Jin lifted Han Xian as if cradling a rare treasure, taking deliberate steps toward her room on the second floor. Once inside, he tenderly laid her on the soft bed, then began to slowly undress her. As each piece of clothing slipped away, a flawless body gradually revealed itself. Her ample bosom, slender waist, and long, fair legs exuded an irresistible allure. Qin Jun's gaze roamed greedily over her form, his other hand curiously caressing every inch of her skin. The unfamiliar yet intoxicating sensation captivated him, leaving him yearning for more. Time passed, and several hours later, Qin Jin finally emerged from his euphoric trance, involuntarily releasing a low sigh from his throat. Gently, he redressed Han Xian. Then, like a specter, departed the room silently, as though he had never been there at all. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Han Xian's face as she slowly awakened. However, she seemed to possess no memory of the previous night's events as usual. She washed up and made her way down to the living room that moment. The steward stood nearby, and upon seeing Han Xian, a fleeting glimmer of disbelief passed through his eyes before he quickly reverted to his usual demeanor. He mechanically prepared breakfast for Han Xian, just as she was about to indulge in her meal. An inexplicable tension in the atmosphere caught her attention. Turning her gaze, she beheld the enigmatic master of the castle seated gracefully at the head of the table, quietly savoring his breakfast, clad in a dark golden jazz suit. He stood tall like a pine tree, his visage extraordinarily handsome, resembling a captivating apparition. His thin lips curled slightly, sketching an elusive smile in his elongated phoenix eyes shimmered a profound and enchanting light. And his delicate, fair complexion radiated brilliance in the morning glow. Han Xian hastily lowered her head, a strange shiver coursing through her body, akin to a prey ensnared by a demon's gaze. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest. Qin Jun, seated at the main table, silently observed Han Xian, his heart stirred by her beauty, his gaze irresistibly drawn to her, watching her dine elegantly at the table. Each of her movements exuded an irresistible charm, ensnaring Qin Jun's very being. His eyes brimmed with greed and desire. He yearned to possess her, to claim her as his own. Qin Jun's long eyelashes fluttered, concealing the obscurity within his gaze. Han Xian hurriedly swallowed her food and stood up, softly stating, "I have finished eating." Without waiting for a response, she swiftly made her way to her room. Once inside, she leaned against the door, gasping for breath, perplexed by the overwhelming pressure this man exerted upon her. That moment, a gentle knock resounded from outside, followed by the butler's voice. "Miss, the master has sent you some clothing and jewelry." Han Xian hesitated but ultimately opened the door. Gazing at the opulent garments, her heart brimmed with confusion. That night, Han Xian tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Suddenly, a melodious flute melody drifted in from outside her window. Curiosity piqued, she approached the window and beheld Qin Jun playing the flute in the castle's garden. Moonlight bathed him, rendering him as picturesque as a stunning painting. Yet, recalling the unsettling disquiet of the day, she hastily drew the curtains. Nevertheless, the flute's notes seemed to penetrate her heart, disturbing her thoughts. She covered her ears, consumed by a profound fear of an uncertain fate. Chapter 3. Dungeon Player vs. Castle Ultimate Boss Han Xian widened her eyes in astonishment as a luminous screen suddenly flickered into existence before her, clearly displaying a striking line of text. One day remaining until the dungeon closes. Players are urged to complete their tasks promptly. Her heart leapt into her throat, a wave of inexplicable terror washing over her. But at that moment, she had no time to ponder. Just then, the ethereal and mysterious flute notes continued to waft in from outside that a thought sparked within her. Perhaps this was an opportune moment. Without hesitation, she donned the sheer, almost translucent nightgown and hurriedly ascended toward the fourth floor. However, when she breathlessly arrived in the garden beneath the castle, she found Qin Jun's figure had vanished. Only the flute lay on the grass, still playing a melody that was both enchanting and laced with an eerie undertone. Taking a deep breath, Han Xian steeled herself against the growing unease within her and resolutely ascended the staircase leading to the fourth floor. With each step toward the room, the sense of foreboding intensified. Finally, she arrived at the door, hesitating on the brink of retreat when, without warning, the door swung open. A pale, cold hand shot through the gap, swiftly grasping her slender wrist with a grip so fierce it pulled her into the room. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut behind her. Han Xian, taken by surprise, lost her balance and fell onto the impossibly soft bed. Her cascading black hair fanned out around her, resembling a bewitching fairy in the night. The force of the pull and her fall caused her flimsy nightgown to ride up, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, fair thigh, glistening alluringly under the dim light. Before Han Xian could comprehend the situation, Qin Jun's towering form loomed over her like a mountain, his dark eyes burning with a primal desire, akin to a ferocious beast intent on devouring its prey. He left a trail of crimson marks upon her snow-white skin that I in the face of such brutality. Han Xian struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face like a torrent, that it felt as though her heart was being torn into countless fragments. Yet her feeble strength was utterly insignificant against Qin Jun's might. Time faded into obscurity, and when Han Xian finally awakened, 3 days had passed. She was forever trapped within the dungeon. The surroundings remained eerily familiar, yet imbued with an unsettling strangeness. She attempted to surreptitiously search for an exit, but each time she ended up back at the beginning. Despair began to slowly erode her spirit, yet she refused to surrender. Observing her surroundings meticulously, she sought any potential clues. However, Qin Jun afforded her no respite. Each day, he seemed entranced by a maddening obsession, his fixation deepening to the marrow of his bones, rendering him incapable of liberation. At that moment, Qin Jun resembled a ravenous beast, starved for far too long. Thus, Han Xian lingered like a caged bird, passing year after year upon the bed. She trembled at the realization that this dungeon resembled a prison with no prospect of release, ensnaring her tightly, for she had yet to encounter any other players, as if this cage were devoid of any light. Chapter 1. Prairie Overlord vs. Goddess Bu. The sovereign of the prairie, with his indomitable courage and exceptional leadership, conquered the various lords of the grasslands, uniting the tribes under his reign. Across the vast expanse of the prairie, Basada led his tribe, galloping fearlessly. His warriors, valiant and undaunted, rode magnificent steeds, brandishing sharp curved sabers as they charged into battle. Basada himself led the charge, his valor and wisdom instilling fear in his foes. During a fierce clash, Basada confronted the formidable lord of the prairie, a rival possessing immense strength and a multitude of followers. Yet, Basatu was undeterred by his reputation. Instead, he resolved to face this lord head-on. The battle commenced, and Basadu and his warriors surged forth like a pride of fierce lions, roaring in battle cries that reverberated through the air. Under Basada's command, they swiftly breached the enemy's defenses, engaging in fierce close-quarter combat. With his curved saber, Basada moved like a bolt of lightning, deftly weaving through the ranks of foes. Each strike he delivered found its mark, leaving the enemy utterly defenseless. His warriors, unwavering in their loyalty, followed closely behind, fighting valiantly alongside him. After a grueling struggle, Basada emerged victorious over the Prairie Lord. His triumph solidified his tribe as the most powerful force on the prairie, establishing him as the undisputed overlord. That moment, Basada gathered the people of all tribes in a vast open field to conduct a grand lunar deity worship ceremony. The bonfire blazed brightly on the grass, illuminating the solemn and devout faces of the people. Clad in a resplendent ceremonial robe, Basata stood before the altar, his eyes reflecting reverence and a barely perceptible yearning for the lunar goddess. With a commanding voice, he initiated the sacrificial rites. The tribespeople encircled the bonfire, dancing joyously. Their movements were vigorous and powerful, as if to showcase their strength and vitality to the lunar goddess. Simultaneously, they chanted ancient songs, expressing their praise and gratitude towards the goddess. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the lunar goddess Yandere descended from the heavens, dressed in a flowing white robe, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. She appeared as a celestial being that a gentle smile graced her face, and her eyes radiated love and compassion. As Yandere touched down upon the altar, Basatu and the tribespeople knelt in reverence. She extended her hands, tenderly caressing Basata's head as if bestowing blessings and strength upon him. Subsequently, Yandere began to bless the tribespeople, showering them with silvery light that enveloped them in warmth and care. The people rejoiced, expressing their gratitude for the goddess's gifts. After the ceremony concluded, the tribespeople basked in joy and happiness. Yet hidden within the heart of this overlord lay an unknown secret, a figure that haunted his dreams, the lunar goddess Yandere. Yandere was a legend of the prairie, the embodiment of the lunar goddess, possessing unparalleled beauty and mysterious powers. Her presence is always accompanied by the illumination of moonlight, imparting a sense of chill and sanctity. The first time Basata laid eyes upon the moon goddess Yandere, he was captivated by her exquisite beauty, but he had never encountered such a stunning woman. Her icy gaze seemed capable of piercing through his very soul, igniting within him an unprecedented yearning. Yet within Basata's heart lingered a hidden desire, to pull the moon goddess Yandere down from her pedestal and witness her frigid eyes stained with passion. He understood that such thoughts were immoral, yet he found himself unable to restrain his emotions. That night, the moon goddess Yandere descended like a radiant pearl, entering Basata's dreams. She floated ethereally, proclaiming the will of the heavens. As Basata gazed at the shimmering moon goddess, a volcanic desire surged within him, breaking free from the confines that bound him. Like a nimble leopard, he seized the moment when she was unguarded, enfolding her in his arms with the swiftness of a tempest. And then, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, he kissed her delicate lips, akin to flower petals. The moon goddess Yandere was taken aback by his sudden boldness. She had never anticipated that Basata would act with such audacity, like a blazing meteor streaking across the silent night sky. She attempted to struggle, but Basata held her tightly, refusing to let her escape. At that moment, a beam of moonlight descended from the heavens, illuminating their entwined figures. The moon goddess felt the power of the moon god surging within her, filling her heart with fear and rage. She forcefully pushed Basatu away, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the night sky. Chapter 2. The Sovereign of the Prairie versus the Goddess. Basatu abruptly awoke from his dream, donning his outer garments and wandering into the open grassland, gazing dreamily at the resplendent moon in the night sky. His eyes were filled with a morbid craving, as though the luminous orb above was the very embodiment of his heart's desire, the moon goddess Yandere. He knelt upon the ground, hands clasped together, fervently praying to the moon, casting aside all pride in that moment. His voice resonated across the tranquil prairie, imbued with longing and anticipation. He was uncertain whether his prayers would reach the moon goddess Yandere. Yet he was willing to wait indefinitely for her return. However, unexpectedly, the moon goddess did not manifest. The following morning, before the sun had fully risen, Basata could hardly contain his eagerness to seek out the high priest. His sinister and obsessive gaze burned with a frenzied fire, fixated upon the elderly high priest before him. The high priest, his face etched with terror and indignation, looked upon the man who had succumbed to madness. Trembling as he reprimanded, "Basata, your actions are nothing short of blasphemy against the divine. Have you truly lost your mind?" In the face of the high priest's accusations, Basata displayed no signs of retreat. Instead, he further threatened, "Think carefully, lest the entire tribe meet a dire fate." Under Basata's coercion, the high priest reluctantly nodded in acquiescence that he turned and entered a chamber filled with ancient tomes and mysterious scrolls. After a painstaking search, he finally uncovered the means to imprison the moon goddess Yandere and conveyed this knowledge to Basatu. Once Basata departed, Satisfied, the high priest stood alone, his heart heavy with remorse and guilt. He was acutely aware that he had committed an unforgivable sin, yet there was no turning back. With a deep sigh, the high priest chose to end his own life as penance to the moon goddess. Please forgive me for my transgressions. Armed with the method, Basada wasted no time in executing his plans, employing brutal means to slaughter, offering blood as a sacrifice to orchestrate a horrific and bloody ritual that the scent of blood permeated the air. The moon goddess Xian was finally drawn to the scene. Draped in a gown as pure and white as snow, her visage radiated compassion and chill, akin to a celestial being surveying the world below. However, upon witnessing Basada's bloodied and deranged form, her eyes betrayed a flicker of anger and disappointment. With a gentle flick of her sleeve, a powerful divine punishment descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Basada. Yet Basada did not flinch. He braced himself to endure the strike, that a sinister smile played upon his lips as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, "Ah, Xian, you have ultimately lost control. You have unilaterally invoked divine punishment, and I dare say your divine power has waned." With that, Basada, battered yet resolute, advanced step by step toward the moon goddess. Like a ferocious beast, he ensnared the moon goddess Xian within his powerful embrace. The once spotless fabric of her gown was now drenched in his blood, vivid crimson staining her ethereal form, as though the exalted goddess had fallen into the clutches of a demon. Her once cold and noble gaze was now filled with profound revulsion. Yet, in the face of Basada's audacious actions, she found herself powerless to escape. But a twisted smile curled at the corners of Basada's mouth as he leaned closer, whispering in a voice reminiscent of a devil's. "This hardly constitutes blasphemy against the divine. The truly captivating part is yet to unfold." With that, he heartlessly lifted the moon goddess, now stripped of her divine power, and strode toward the tent with determined strides. Upon entering the tent, he smeared the blood that stained his body upon her luscious lips, transforming her formerly ethereal beauty into something alluring and beguiling that in an instant, the moon goddess Xian's delicate, jade-like skin was exposed to the air. Basada could no longer suppress the surging tide of desire that roared within him. He leaned down. Despite the moon goddess's desperate attempts to resist, she was now a spent force, and all her struggles seemed futile. Gradually, those once frigid eyes were inevitably consumed by the roaring flames of desire. As Basada beheld the scene before him, an indescribable sense of perverse satisfaction washed over him, drowning him in a tidal wave of irrationality and emotion that he widened his eyes, fixating on the shocking tableau, as if to imprint every detail upon his very soul. Internally, he mused, "Behold, even the exalted and revered deity has ultimately been subdued by my base and vile self." This thought filled him with an inexplicable thrill and excitement, causing his body to tremble involuntarily in that moment. He was the master of fate, wielding power over the once mighty goddess who had towered above him. With this realization, a cold and twisted smile crept across Basada's lips. Chapter 1. The world's wealthiest versus the inadvertently bound little system, Jun Yao stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Empire State Building. Clad in a meticulously tailored high-end bespoke suit that hugged his form perfectly, showcasing impeccable lines, the fabric shimmered subtly under the lights, akin to the most brilliant star in the night sky. The inner shirt was as white as snow, its collar pristine and flawless, reflecting his meticulous attention to detail. The tie he chose was understated yet stylish, harmonizing with the suit's color, embodying both status and approachability. His posture was upright and graceful, his face a study in distinctive contours, with deep-set, three-dimensional features as if crafted by nature's finest hands. His brows were thick yet well-groomed, and his deep, intelligent gaze seemed capable of discerning the secrets of the human heart. His straight nose and tightly closed lips conveyed a sense of calm and restraint. His hair was groomed to perfection, exuding an aura of maturity and composure. That moment, a voice, which should have been impossible to hear, suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! After assessment, it has been discovered that this life form's compatibility with the system is an astonishing 99. Esteemed host, do you wish to bind with this system? The voice sounded innocent and soft, like a child inquiring curiously of this extraordinary man before them. However, faced with such an unexpected situation, the man remained remarkably calm and composed. His expression was impassive. his gaze as icy as the winter chill, and without hesitation he replied, "I refuse to bind." His tone was resolute and definitive, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet, who could have anticipated that the next moment the voice would resound once more, ding. Due to the host's refusal to bind, the system has activated a forced binding mode. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound with this system. This time, the voice was filled with joy and mischief. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened instantly. His brows knitted together, his eyes flashing with fury as he barked, "Whatever you are, get out of my head this instant." His voice was chillingly cold, akin to the biting wind that sweeps through the depths of winter, sending shivers down one's spine. Perhaps startled by the man's intense reaction, the system, named Jiao Jiao, involuntarily trembled, her voice quivering as if an invisible hook were gently plucking at the strings of his heart, stirring up ripples of emotion. Yet, Jiao Jiao had already completed the binding. The system, feeling aggrieved, lamented, her words laced with a hint of helplessness and fear. Upon hearing this, a glimmer seemed to flicker across the man's deep, pool-like black eyes that he then narrowed his gaze slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he spoke slowly. "Oh, so your name is Jiao Jiao. Very well. In that case, I have changed my mind." The moment those words reached Jiao Jiao's ears, she burst into uncontainable joy, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the man's mind. "Thank you, host. You are truly wonderful." Meanwhile, the man clenched his jaw, suppressing the surging desires and fervor within him. Chapter 2. The world's richest versus the Ms-bound little system. Jiao Jiao is truly wonderful. Jun Yao inhaled deeply, forcefully quelling the tumult of complex emotions within him, striving to render his expression cold and indifferent. He slowly parted his lips, speaking in a tone that appeared calm, yet concealed hidden depths. "Jiao Jiao, tell me, what exactly must I do next?" At that moment, a sweet, gentle voice resonated in Jun Yao's mind. It was Jiao Jiao. She obediently responded, "Dear esteemed host, according to the task prompt, you need to defeat the current world's richest, Jun Yao, and take his place as the new global billionaire." Upon hearing this demand, a sly smile crept onto Jun Yao's lips. It seemed as though he intended to tease Jiao Jiao as he softly remarked, "Ah, this presents quite a dilemma, my little foolish Jiao Jiao, for I am that so-called world's richest." Jun Yao. After uttering this, he quietly awaited Jiao Jiao's reaction, secretly anticipating her flustered response as expected. When Jiao Jiao processed his words, the entire virtual space seemed filled with her gasp of shock. She cried out, her voice tinged with desperation, "Whoa, it's over. Jiao Jiao's first task has failed so miserably. What should I do?" However, instead of ridiculing or reproaching the panicked Jiao Jiao as most would, Jun Yao felt a surge of indescribable irritation rising within him, which he swiftly suppressed. That he then comforted Jiao Jiao with a voice as gentle as water, warm as spring. "Do not worry, my dear Jiao Jiao. You have performed splendidly. After all, I am already the world's richest. So in a sense, you have completed your task successfully. Haven't you?" Perhaps due to the tenderness in Jun Yao's words or Jiao Jiao's own innocent and kind nature, her tears soon ceased, and she responded in a soft, sweet voice, "It does seem that way. You're a truly clever, esteemed host." Hearing Jiao Jiao's naively innocent response, Jun Yao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly that he found this system, named Jiao Jiao, utterly delightful, evoking a desire to playfully tease her further. Thus, seizing the moment when Jiao Jiao's mood had slightly improved, he casually inquired, "Well then, Jiao Jiao, could you possibly come out of the system for a face-to-face meeting?" Unfortunately, this time Jiao Jiao's answer disappointed Jun Yao. She replied with a hint of helplessness and sadness, "I cannot, esteemed host. Due to the previous operations consuming a vast amount of system energy, it will take at least a few months to recover. Only when the energy is sufficient can I appear before you." Jun Yao slightly raised his hand, his gaze resting on the exquisite watch adorning his wrist. The positions of the hour and minute hands indicated that the workday had come to an end. He exhaled softly, then stood up, his long legs striding confidently out of the office. As he walked, Jun Yao's thoughts continued to whirl, engaging in lively conversation with Jiao Jiao in his mind. "Jiao Jiao, I can leave work early today." Jiao Jiao responded with cheerful enthusiasm to each of his remarks, as though they were enjoying an intimate exchange among friends. Before he knew it, Jun Yao had arrived at the underground parking lot. He gracefully settled into his luxurious Maserati, the plush seats enveloping him in comfort. The driver skillfully started the car, gradually pulling out of the parking space, heading towards the Jun residence, perhaps due to a long day of work. Jun Yao felt a hint of fatigue wash over him, and he gently closed his eyes, seeking a brief moment of rest. However, at that moment, Zhao Zhao sensed his weariness and, without hesitation, utilized her dwindling system energy to tenderly alleviate his fatigue. Jun Yao appeared to feel this warmth and care, slightly opening his eyes, the flicker of desire that had been hidden deep within him vanishing in an instant, that in its stead emerged a gentle smile. His voice slightly hoarse yet imbued with sincerity. Zhao Zhao is truly wonderful. I have grown quite fond of you. Hearing such straightforward praise from her host, Zhao Zhao's heart soared with joy, and she proudly boasted, "Of course. Zhao Zhao is the most understanding system in the world." Before long, the Maserati came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the Jun residence. Jun Yao opened the car door, his long legs stepping out first as he made his way inside. The butler, who had been waiting, promptly approached, respectfully informing him, "Master, Mr. Wen Yi is in the study awaiting your presence." Chapter 3, The World's Richest versus the Ms-bound Little System. Completed. Jun Yao strode with steady steps into the study, engaging in commercial discussions with Fu Wenyi. Their discourse was fervent and profound, with Jun Yao commanding the conversation, leveraging his keen business acumen and decisive judgment. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao suddenly relayed a message to Jun Yao. Due to insufficient system energy, she needed to enter a dormant state to replenish her energy. Jun Yao furrowed his brow slightly, appearing discontented with Zhao Zhao's need for slumber, yet he also understood that the system required adequate energy to function properly. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to temporarily set aside his work, dismissing Fu Wenyi, and fully assisting Zhao Zhao in her energy restoration. He swiftly organized the relevant matters to ensure Zhao Zhao could smoothly enter her dormant state and recover her energy as quickly as possible. Months later, that moment, a familiar, sweet voice resonated like a heavenly melody in the depths of Jun Yao's mind. "Host, I am back. Zhao Zhao has missed you so much." At that time, Jun Yao stood at the center of a commercial gala, microphone in hand, eloquently addressing the audience. Yet, when this sudden voice reached his ears, his previously composed demeanor faltered for an instant before swiftly returning to normal. After all, as a seasoned elite in the business world, he would not easily be swayed by external factors. Thus, he continued to deliver his speech smoothly while quietly responding to Zhao Zhao in his mind. I miss you too." Once his address concluded, Jun Yao wasted no time, hastily making his way toward the elevator leading to the penthouse suite. As the elevator doors gradually closed, an impatient and uncontrollable desire flickered momentarily in his profound, inky black eyes that he elegantly raised his hand, leisurely adjusting his cuff. Then, in a slightly husky voice, he murmured, "Zhao Zhao, will you be able to appear tonight?" Zhao Zhao seemed hesitant, taking a moment before timidly replying, "Host, Zhao Zhao can come out, but she is a bit scared and doesn't quite dare to." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile played on Jun Yao's lips. He adopted a gentle, coaxing tone, akin to that of a charming rogue. "Do not be afraid. Zhao Zhao, please come out. That I only wish to embrace you. Is that all right?" Faced with Jun Yao's tender persuasion, Zhao Zhao ultimately succumbed to temptation. After a brief internal struggle, she mustered her courage and softly replied, "All right." Esteemed host, with her acquiescence, flames of desire ignited within Jun Yao's black eyes, as if he had everything under control. Striding into the presidential suite, that a soft glow illuminated the room, gradually coalescing into a human form. First revealed were delicate, fair feet, followed by a flowing white gown that slowly materialized. That Zhao Zhao's figure resembled that of a fairy under the moonlight, ethereal and breathtakingly beautiful. She possessed a porcelain doll-like face, her large eyes sparkling with shyness and curiosity. "Host, Zhao Zhao has come out." Her voice resembled the melodious sound of a clear spring cascading over stones, crisp and enchanting. That Jun Yao's eyes brimmed with astonishment and fervent affection as he strode forward, extending his hands. Zhao Zhao flinched slightly, but did not retreat. Jun Yao enveloped her tightly in his embrace, feeling her warmth, and murmured softly, "Zhao Zhao, you are even more beautiful than I had imagined." Instantly, Zhao Zhao's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. "Host, is this really appropriate?" she inquired softly. However, Junyao smiled and shook his head, gently pinching her nose. "How could it be? This is the most beautiful moment between us, that moment." The starlight from outside poured in, enveloping the two in an ethereal glow. Junyao's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light, and his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed up and down, clearly unable to contain his eagerness. A sly smile graced Junyao's lips as he softly said to Jiao Jiao, "Darling, could you assist me in unbuttoning this confounded suit? It's simply too hot." As he spoke, he slightly opened his arms. Leaning closer to Jiao Jiao, his heated breath almost palpable, gazing at the dashing man before her, Jiao Jiao felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately succumbed to Junyao's enticing gaze. Slowly extending her small hand to gently touch the buttons of his suit, as each button was undone, Junyao's strong and sculpted torso gradually revealed itself to her. His bronze skin glistened with a healthy sheen, and his eight-pack abs were perfectly defined, each line distinct. Further down, the alluring V-line tantalizingly hinted at itself, exuding an irresistible charm. Jiao Jiao had never beheld such a flawless physique, momentarily lost in a daze. Unconsciously, she reached out to gently caress Junyao's abs, her fingertips igniting a wave of warmth. Each touch felt like a spark, intensifying the already ambiguous atmosphere between them. Tio rescued the book from the confines of the small dark room. "I had no choice but to do so. The Cherished One in the Hands of the Mad Brother," chapters 1 and 2, concluded. Emphasis: no blood relation and no legal brotherhood. That night, the sky was overcast. And soon, a gentle rain began to fall, the raindrops creating a delicate curtain that a black Maybach quietly parked beside the villa, its headlights extinguished, shrouded in darkness. After a long while, the villa door swung open, and Ning Qian hurriedly emerged, adorned in a white evening gown. The sound of her high heels softly echoing against the damp ground, the Jiu extinguished his cigarette and opened the car door. Ning Qian spotted the car and quickly approached, already marked with traces of rain. The Jiu frowned, wrapping his coat around her. "Annie sent me to pick you up. Let us head back." "All right, brother." Her red lips exhaled a faint scent of alcohol as Ning Qian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her gaze slightly evasive, an immediate surge of irritation coursed through Guyu. But he tempered his demeanor, revealing a gentle expression, and as the assistant started the car, they departed. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, and in that brief moment, Guyu noticed what appeared to be traces of tears at the corners of Ning Qian's eyes. "What happened? You can tell me." Guyu's voice softened. Ning Qian bit her lip, as if steeling herself, and spoke. "Brother, I want to move out. Is that all right?" Guyu abruptly turned to face her, his eyes filled with shadows and surging emotions. "Is that so, Jiao Jiao? Where do you wish to go?" Ning Qian lowered her head, a strand of hair cascading to her collarbone, swaying gently as her slender fingers clutched the coat tightly. "Brother, I've discussed it with Dad. I want to work in Ahua City now, and Mom and Dad have both agreed." As the rain intensified outside, it seemed to echo Ning Qian's current feelings of unease and anxiety. The Jiu's gaze locked onto her, his eyes glittering with an obsessive light, but he silently vowed to keep Ning Qian close, ensuring she would forever belong to him. Every movement and expression of hers appeared irresistibly endearing to him, and he yearned to be by her side constantly, to protect and care for her, allowing her to feel his love. Yet, he was acutely aware that Ning Qian was an independent individual with her own thoughts and desires. He could not coerce her into anything. He could only hope to win her over with his affection. Taking a deep breath, Guyu endeavored to rein in his tumultuous emotions. Previously, he had told himself to grant Ning Qian ample freedom and space to grow and develop. Yet, this had only resulted in her distancing herself that a fierce beast roared within him. But Guyu blinked, concealing his obsession, and gently sighed. "Jiao Jiao, you're intoxicated. Let us go home and discuss this tomorrow." Ning Qian glanced at Guyu and quickly lowered her gaze, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes as she murmured, "Brother, I'm not drunk." Her heart fluttered like leaves in the rain-soaked night that on one hand, she yearned to leave her brother and live her own life. On the other, she feared hurting him, for his love for her over the years had been genuine and profound. Soon, they arrived home, and Ning Qian followed Guyu inside. The house was silent, the only sound being the relentless ticking of the wall clock. Amplifying Ning Qian's unease, stealing a glance at Guyu, she found him standing with his back to her by the window, exuding an air of repression. "Brother," Ning Qian mustered her courage to break the silence. Guyu slowly turned, his face adorned with a gentle smile, yet Ning Qian sensed a hint of bitterness beneath it. "Let us rest for now, Jiao Jiao. We can discuss this later." Ning Qian opened her mouth but ultimately only responded softly. Turning to her room, once she closed the door, she leaned against it, listening to Guyu's departing footsteps, her heart a tumult of emotions. Uncertain of what awaited her the next day, the Guyu quietly pushed open Ning Qian's bedroom door. Entering like a specter, his gaze revealed a morbid obsession as he fixated on Ning Qian's tranquil sleeping visage that he approached the bedside, crouching down to admire her beauty from a closer distance. Her breathing was even and steady, each inhalation gently tugging at his heartstrings. The Guyu was beset by conflicting feelings, but he recognized that his actions were wrong, yet he found himself unable to quell his desire for Ning Qian. He yearned to possess her, to keep her forever by his side. He reached out, tenderly caressing her cheek, savoring her warmth and softness, that a powerful urge surged within him, compelling him to kiss her, but he refrained. Guyu rose, casting one last lingering glance at Ning Qian before quietly exiting the room. His heart was laden with anguish and helplessness. "Jiao Jiao, you are mine, and only mine. No one can take you away from me. Not even you." Dawn broke. Sunlight streamed through the window, draping Ning Qian in a golden veil. She gradually awakened, stretching languidly. Unaware of the events of the previous night, the Guyu stood in the courtyard, gazing toward Ning Qian's room, his obsession as intense as ever. "Jiao Jiao, when will you truly belong to me?" he murmured. That moment, he resembled a caged beast, ensnared by the confines of love. Upon rising, Ning Qian sensed an unusual atmosphere in her room, yet she could not quite place it. She opened the door and spotted Guyu in the courtyard, greeting him with a smile. The Guyu quickly masked his complex emotions, donning a gentle smile in response. "Brother, last night was serious. I want to go to Anhua City," Ning Qian declared, her face innocent. Guyu's heart tightened, though he maintained a calm facade, responding gently. "Jiao Jiao, that place is too far from home. Wouldn't it be better for us to stay here?" Ning Qian pouted. "But brother, you promised me that." Guyu's gaze darkened, and after a moment of silence, he said, "All right, but let us have breakfast first." Ning Qian cheerfully agreed. Guyu turned to the kitchen, and when Ning Qian wasn't looking, he discreetly slipped something into her food. Before long, after finishing her breakfast, Ning Qian felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her. Guyu gently lifted the unconscious Ning Qian, carrying her to the car parked outside. The vehicle drove toward the luxurious villa at Xinxiabei. Upon arrival, Guyu carefully placed Ning Qian on the opulent bed, tucking her in with a blanket. When Ning Qian awoke, it was already evening, and she found herself in an unfamiliar place, panic setting in. Hearing the commotion, Guyu rushed in to reassure her. "Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid. It's safe here. It's just the two of us." Ning Qian demanded to know why he had deceived her. Guyu tightened his embrace around her, his voice hoarse. "Because I love you so much that I fear losing you. Here, no one can disturb us." Ning Qian struggled fruitlessly, her eyes filled with anger and disappointment. "Jiao Jiao, wouldn't it be wonderful to be with your brother forever?" "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." She attempted to resist, yet each endeavor culminated in failure. She was acutely aware that she had fallen into an inescapable trap, with Guyu's love serving as her prison. Chapter 1. The obedient student versus the eccentric, hand-obsessed medical professor in a fervent manner. Chu Muhan stood at the podium, clutching a thick medical textbook, meticulously elucidating the structure of the human body and the techniques of cardiac dissection. Before him, on the practice table, lay a fresh pig's heart, serving as a demonstrative specimen for practical application. Below the podium, a multitude of medical students listened intently, diligently jotting down key knowledge, fearful of missing any crucial detail. However, at that moment, Su Wanhe, seated in the second row near the aisle, began to doze off, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. This scene soon captured Chu Muhan's attention. The female student in the second row by the aisle. "Would you kindly come up to demonstrate for everyone?" Chu Muhan's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the previously drowsy Su Wanhe jolted awake. Her classmate Su Qing, sitting beside her, hurriedly nudged her and whispered, "Hey, they're calling you to demonstrate." Finally shaken from her stupor, Su-wana's exquisitely fair face was instantly overshadowed by anxiety. She clumsily stood up, stammering, "Why yes," as she ambled awkwardly towards the practice table, upon reaching the front. She took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and donned a pair of gloves. Standing beside her, Chu Muhan inadvertently caught sight of Su-wana's gloved hands. They were delicate and slender, fingers as pale and tender as jade, resembling finely sculpted works of art. His typically indifferent gaze was suddenly captivated, and an impulse to forever cherish these beautiful hands surged within him. That moment, a hint of pathological fervor flickered in his eyes. When he saw the gloves concealing Su-wana's hands, a wave of regret washed over him. Such beautiful hands deserve to be adorned with exquisite lace gloves to perfectly showcase their charm and elegance. Su-wana stood at the practice table, holding a scalpel, her body trembling slightly. Faced with the pig's heart before her, she appeared at a loss, unsure where to begin. After much hesitation, she timidly spoke, "Professor, I don't know how." To her surprise, Chu Muhan, contrary to his usual demeanor, refrained from chastising her, instead gently responding, "It's all right, you may return to your seat." After saying this, he cast a meaningful glance at Su-wana, a look that was difficult to decipher. The other medical students observed the unusually gentle Chu professor today, all too aware of his reputation as the infamous Yama professor, and astonishment filled their hearts. Typically, Chu professor wore a stern expression, holding exceptionally high expectations for his students, and would not hesitate to deliver harsh criticism for the slightest mistake. Yet today, a faint smile graced his face, and a touch of warmth glimmered in his eyes. The students could not help but speculate on what had prompted such a significant transformation in him. After class, as students gradually departed, Su Qing pulled Su-wana, preparing to leave, when Chu Muhan called out to Su-wana. She turned, her eyes filled with confusion and a hint of fear. Chu Muhan approached and handed her a beautifully crafted notebook, stating, "This notebook may prove useful for your studies in anatomy." Su-wana hesitated to accept it, but Su Qing discreetly nudged her, prompting her to take it and murmur her thanks. Back in the dormitory, Su-wana opened the notebook, revealing it densely filled with hand-drawn diagrams of human organs, exquisitely detailed, accompanied by annotations on unique dissection techniques. Just then, a slip of paper fell out, inscribed with a small note. "Your hands are quite special. I hope you will use them well." Su-wana was taken aback, a wave of inexplicable emotion surging within her. The following day in class, Su-wana noticed that Chu Muhan seemed to glance towards her hands intentionally. Each time their gazes met, he would reveal a faint smile, entirely unlike the cold, unyielding professor she had previously known. Her heart began to race as she pondered the true intentions of this professor, leading her to avoid his gaze whenever possible. Chapter 2. The Obedient Student versus the eccentric, hand-obsessed medical professor. On this day, Su-wana arrived at the laboratory to assist Chu Muhan as requested, but unfortunately, she stumbled on her way, scraping her little hand and drawing blood. Observing her injured hand, Chu Muhan felt an unnameable surge of anger rise within him, that he gazed at the flaw on her art-like delicate hand and could not help but scold. "How could you be so careless? You can't even take care of yourself." Su-wana lowered her head, feeling aggrieved. She hadn't intended to get hurt. It was simply too slippery along the way. She attempted to explain, but Chu Muhan interrupted her. "No more excuses. Quickly tend to your wound." Silently, Su-wana entered the laboratory's restroom, rinsing her injury with clean water and applying a simple bandage. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she fought to keep them from falling. After tending to her wound, she returned to the laboratory to continue assisting Chu Muhan with the experiment. Chu Muhan's demeanor remained frosty, yet his movements became increasingly cautious, as if fearful of causing Su-wana further harm. Once the experiment concluded, he regarded her careful countenance, and a wave of warmth surged within him. Realizing his previous attitude had been somewhat excessive, he softened. "I was too impulsive just now. Does your hand still hurt?" Su-wana lifted her gaze to meet Chu Muhan's concerned eyes, and her feelings of grievance dissipated. "It's all right, Professor Chu. It doesn't hurt anymore." Chu Muhan exhaled in relief, gently stroking Su-wana's head from now on. "Be more careful and don't let yourself get hurt again." Su-wana nodded, yet a sense of inexplicable panic surged within her. Why was Professor Chu so concerned about her? or more precisely, her hands. Without warning, Chu Muhan spoke, "You may go, but from today onward, make sure to bring your class notes to my office every day." Taken aback, Su Wana paused briefly before softly responding, "Understood, Professor Chu." She then politely bid him farewell and slowly exited the laboratory. However, Chu Muhan remained rooted in place, his gaze like a laser, fixated on the slender figure that gradually faded from view, as if he wished to etch her deeply into his memory. At this moment, a fervent flame seemed to blaze within him, yearning for not just those soft, jade-like hands, but for everything about this woman, her every smile, her every movement, and even her passionate, sensitive heart. That as he contemplated their imminent reunion the following day, Chu Muhan's emotions stirred increasingly, the uncontainable sound of his low breaths echoing in the empty laboratory. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the next day. When Su Wanha arrived as promised, Chu Muhan maintained a stoic expression as he reached out to accept the notebook she offered. At that moment, seemingly by chance, he picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table and handed it to Su Wanha. "You must be thirsty. Drink some water to soothe your throat." While speaking, his peripheral vision subtly fell upon Su Wanhua, particularly when he observed her gently twisting open the bottle cap and tilting her head back to take a sip of water. His gaze became increasingly enigmatic. Before long, after finishing her drink, Su Wanhua was suddenly overwhelmed by an irresistible wave of drowsiness. Uncontrollably, she made her way to the nearby sofa and sat down, intending to rest for a moment. However, before she knew it, she had dozed off. Witnessing this scene, Chu Muhan first silently gazed at the slumbering Su Wanhua, then cautiously opened the drawer of his desk, retrieving a pair of delicate black lace gloves. He slowly rose, walking with measured steps towards the sofa, and finally sat gently beside Su Wanhua. With a tender yet possessive embrace, he cradled her as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. He then carefully took her uninjured left hand, gracefully slipping a finely crafted black lace glove onto it. Once again he deleted. Chu Muhan slightly narrowed his eyes, a hint of morbid desire flickering within. He was unable to restrain himself, hastily deleting everything. His gaze, tinged with a crimson hue reminiscent of the evening glow, burned with an intense fervor, as if it were a raging flame. Those eyes fixated unblinkingly on the screen. Emergency deletion. Oh no, it's all gone. Everything deleted, the review response deemed vulgar. Chapter 3. The Obedient Student versus the Peculiar Hand-Controlled Medical Professor. Infatuation. Chu Muhan's complexion flushed slightly as he hurriedly adjusted his previously disheveled clothing. Once everything was in order, he steadied himself and moved to a nearby table to retrieve an unopened pack of wet wipes that he carefully tore open the packaging, extracting a single wipe as if it were a rare gem. Slowly, he knelt beside Su Wanhua, his gaze falling upon her snow-white, slender left hand. Then, with meticulous care, he began to gently wipe it. Starting from her fingertips, he moved along her fingers, the back of her hand, and her wrist, ensuring no corner was overlooked. His expression was focused and affectionate, as if this hand held immeasurable significance for him. That as time passed, the wipe became increasingly damp, yet Chu Muhan did not cease his actions. He continued to tenderly cleanse her hand until he was assured that every inch of her skin was thoroughly dried, with no trace of moisture remaining. The entire process was serene and intimate, as if the surrounding world had come to a standstill, leaving only the two of them in that small space. After completing this task, he slowly returned to his expansive desk, striving to calm the tumultuous waves of intense emotion within him. Before long, Su Wanhua, who had been peacefully asleep on the sofa, stirred awake. Rubbing her eyes in confusion, she momentarily could not recall how she had dozed off in that place, upon noticing Chu Muhan, who was seated at the desk, intently reviewing his notebook. A wave of panic and unease surged within her as Su Wanhua quickly rose from the sofa, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Professor Chu, I didn't mean to fall asleep." Chu Muhan glanced at her, maintaining his usual stern demeanor, and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing." He then continued to point out errors in the notebook as if nothing had happened. Thus, the entire afternoon passed in a seemingly calm, yet subtly charged atmosphere. During this time, Su Wanhua felt a persistent ache and weakness in her left hand, accompanied by a faint, stinging sensation. Yet, given the circumstances, she could only endure the discomfort and attentively listen to Chu Muhan's explanations. Finally, after what felt like both a long and brief afternoon, Chu Muhan handed her a box of ointment, advising her to apply it on schedule. Filled with suspicion, Su Wanhua accepted the ointment, politely thanked him, and bid farewell before heading towards her dormitory. Chu Muhan stood silently, watching as her figure gradually faded from view, that a determined gleam flickered in his deep-set eyes, as if he had already claimed Su Wanhua as his own. Once she had completely departed, he slowly settled back into his chair, leaning slightly against the comfortable backrest. Memories of the delicate and soft touch of Su Wanhua's hand flooded his mind, the exquisite sensation lingering in his thoughts. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Chu Muhan reached for his computer. Accessing the surveillance footage from his office and clicking play as the images unfolded, he was transfixed by the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. A barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. His gaze resembled a burning flame, fervent and frenzied. Watching the enchanting girl on the screen, his desire surged like a tidal wave, uncontrollable. Within his eyes lay a pathological obsession. As if this girl were the sole redemption of his existence. His fingers trembled slightly, yearning to caress her skin and feel her warmth. His breath quickened, longing to pull her into his embrace and never let go. His passion transcended reason. He was willing to do anything to possess her, the sound of his heartbeat echoing in his ears. Chapter 4. The obedient student versus the peculiar hand-controlled medical professor. And Su Wanhua seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, instinctively seeking out Chu Muhan's presence each day. However, in recent times, whenever she approached the professor, an overwhelming sense of anxiety surged within her, enveloping her entirely. Each time she looked up, she was met with Chu Muhan's strained expression, as if he were engaged in a fierce internal struggle against a powerful impulse. This extreme panic compelled Su Wanhua to reduce her visits to him. Nevertheless, she could still distinctly sense the aggressive aura emanating from him, which not only failed to diminish but intensified, becoming increasingly unabashed. Chu Muhan keenly noticed Su Wanhua's deliberate distancing, and dark emotions burgeoned within him like wild weeds. After all, he could scarcely contain the desire to completely devour the captivating woman before him. Consequently, his actions grew bolder, no longer hesitating to reveal his sharp fangs in her presence. That on one occasion, when Su Wanhua noticed something unusual in the water, Chu Muhan discreetly handed her a cup of seemingly normal water that had not been tampered with. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to feign drinking a few sips, then leaned back on the sofa, pretending to fall asleep. Despite her tightly shut eyes, she could clearly hear Chu Muhan's approaching footsteps, each steady and forceful step resonating like a drumbeat in her heart. That as he drew nearer, the tremor of her eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Soon, the faint sound of rustling reached her ears, and she knew it must be Chu Muhan shedding his clothing. That moment, fear coiled around her heart like a venomous snake, tightening its grip. Meanwhile, Chu Muhan's deep, husky voice whispered in her ear. Wanhua. This magnetic call shattered the last of Su Wanhua's defenses. She could no longer pretend to be asleep and abruptly opened her eyes, attempting to push the man atop her away with all her strength. Unfortunately, at that moment, Chu Muhan had completely lost his reason, easily subduing the struggling Su Wanhua. Wanhua, why have you stopped pretending to sleep? Did you find it unbearable so soon? What should we do next? Chu Muhan's lips curled into a reckless smile, his deep-set eyes unabashedly fixated on the slightly trembling figure of Su Wanhua. He held her delicate hands, as exquisite as mutton-fat jade, with an intensity that suggested he feared she might flee like a startled rabbit if he were to loosen his grip. Then, he drew from his bosom a familiar black lace glove, carefully sliding it onto Su Wanhua's hand. The soft, smooth sensation compelled him to tenderly kiss the glove, murmuring, deleted at this moment. Su Wanhua was grappling with the aftermath of a vulgar review. Having faced deletion once more, her third time in the little black room, each time necessitating revisions to this chapter. Chapter 1. The amnesiac demon sect leader versus the bloodthirsty grand protector. I am your husband, the demon sect's female leader. Ji Xining is a name that strikes terror into the hearts of those in the martial world. Her temperament is exceedingly cruel, showing no mercy to her enemies, relishing the act of torturing them slowly to death. Ji Xining possesses a beauty that captivates like a siren, her enticing red lips drawing one in irresistibly. She favors donning red garments, and whenever she makes an appearance, the entire martial realm quakes in response. As time passes, Ji Xining's power grows ever more formidable. She begins to conquer other sects and forces, bringing them under her command. Her brutal and cold methods incite deep-seated hatred across the martial world. Yet they find themselves utterly powerless against her. Just as the masses regard this formidable figure with a mix of fear and respect, an unexpected turn of events causes her to lose her memory. When she emerges slowly from the stone chamber that had been sealed for days, the Grand Protector, Hellion K, who had been waiting outside, immediately approaches. Ji Xining's once captivating gaze is now clouded with confusion. As she instinctively retreats, she stares intently at the man before her, exuding an aura of lethal intent, and cries out in panic, "Stop right there!" Hellion K is taken aback, acutely aware that the leader before him is markedly different today. Tentatively, he engages her in conversation, only to be astonished when he realizes that this woman has genuinely lost her memories. In an instant, a fervent light flashes in his elongated phoenix eyes, and his lips curl into a sinister smile, as if he has stumbled upon a monumental secret. Faced with Ji Xining, who resembles a blank canvas, Hellion K's heart, already brimming with clandestine desires, begins to race with excitement. He decides to seize this rare opportunity to possess the woman he has only dared to dream about. Thus, he lowers his voice, adopting a raspy and seductive tone, saying, "My lady, I am your husband." Feigning deep sorrow, he continues to lament, "We have always been devoted to one another, yet you have forgotten me completely." The amnesiac Ji Xining is ill-equipped to withstand such deception. Upon hearing his words, her enchanting face flushes a delightful crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Instinctively, she tugs at Hellion K's sleeve, soothingly and playfully assuring him, "Husband, do not be sad that I do not know why I have forgotten you, but I will certainly strive to remember." Hellion K stares dumbfounded at Ji Xining, who now displays such a charmingly innocent demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, in his previous impressions, the leader was always an unyielding and formidable presence, never once exhibiting such tender allure towards him. Regaining his composure, he holds Ji Xining's hand tightly, gazing at her with heartfelt affection. "That my lady, your words bring me great comfort. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to aiding you in recovering your memories." Ji Xining obediently nods. "Husband, let us dine together." Hellion K leads her to the main hall, where they sit across from each other. The table is laden with delicacies, yet Hellion K's thoughts remain solely on the enchanting figure before him. Curiously, Ji Xining inspects the array of dishes, lifting her chopsticks to sample a piece of pastry, her cheeks puffing adorably like a charming little squirrel. Hellion K cannot help but chuckle at the sight, causing Ji Xining to pause in surprise. She tilts her head and asks, "Why do you laugh?" "Husband?" He affectionately wipes the crumbs from her lips. "You are simply too adorable when you eat." Ji Xining's cheeks flush with embarrassment. That moment, a disciple rushes in, shattering the warmth of the scene. Reporting to the leader and Grand Protector, "A group of righteous scoundrels outside the mountain gate seeks to provoke us." Hellion K's brow furrows, a glint of ruthless intent flashing in his eyes. He turns to Ji Xining, speaking softly, "My lady, please rest here. I will return shortly." Chapter 2. The amnesiac demon sect leader versus the bloodthirsty Grand Protector. Tenderness. Hellion K's expression becomes as cold as ice as he steps out of the mountain gate. His towering figure reminiscent of a descending demon, instilling dread in all who behold him. The audacious scoundrels, upon seeing Hellion K, turn pale with fright, yet they still attempt to resist. However, their efforts prove futile. Hellion K strikes with lightning speed, each move suffused with unrelenting malice and cruelty. Cries of despair resonate as the scoundrels fall into pools of blood, their wails intertwining in a harrowing symphony. Reminiscent of a scene from hell, blood splatters across Hellion K's robes, staining them crimson, yet he remains unfazed, a chilling smile of bloodlust playing at the corners of his mouth, as if mocking their folly. Outside, Ji Xining witnesses the carnage unfold, her previously innocent heart consumed by a thirst for blood. Her beautiful eyes now brim with a fierce rage, exuding an aura that inspires terror. The surging power within her becomes increasingly difficult to contain. She yearns to unleash it all, clean up thoroughly. "Do not tarnish the area before the mountain gate," Hellion K commands coldly. The nearby disciples promptly respond, "Yes, Grand Protector," and hastily begin to clear the scene. As Hellion K turns to return to the main hall, His gaze falls upon Ji Xining, seated there, causing him to involuntarily halt. Clad in a vibrant red garment, she exudes a brazen confidence, her bewitching gaze ensnaring hearts. Her luscious red lips invitingly plump, as if awaiting a daring soul to partake in this moment. She resembles a demoness emerging from the depths of the underworld, radiating an irresistible charm. Helian K's throat involuntarily swallows. His eyes fixed on Ji Xining as he slowly approaches the captivating woman. He strides towards Ji Xining, lifting his bloodied hand gently, and she, as if entranced, leans closer to inhale the scent of blood. "My lady, this aroma is quite unpleasant." Helian K's deep voice resonates. Yet Ji Xining seems unfazed, gazing up at him, her eyes filled with infatuation. For some reason, I find it utterly delightful. Helian K affectionately brushes her nose. "My lady, you always jest." Suddenly, Ji Xining's expression shifts, revealing a hint of authority, as her earlier innocence is replaced by a ruthless demeanor. "Those people were indeed coming for us, were they not?" Helian K scoffs. "Merely a band of fools, foolishly attempting to disrupt our peace. They shall not be spared." Ji Xining wraps her arms around Helian K's neck. "Husband, in the future, you must take me along for such matters. I wish to personally punish those who dare offend us." Helian K embraces her tightly, wary of the day when she regains her memories and still treats him with such affection. "You need only remain by my side. Leave the dangerous matters to me." Ji Xining wishes to argue, but Helian K lowers his head to seal her lips with a kiss, enveloping the main hall in a haze of intimacy. With only the faint scent of blood bearing witness to their recent encounter, Ji Xining's eyes widen in surprise at Helian K's sudden kiss, but she quickly succumbs to the moment. They embrace and kiss, their breaths growing increasingly hurried. Helian K lifts Ji Xining into his arms, striding towards the chamber on the bed. Helian K gently caresses Ji Xining's face, his eyes filled with deep affection and longing. Ji Xining's cheeks flush, her gaze playfully reproachful. Helian K chuckles softly, leaning down to kiss her neck, causing her to shiver. Yet, at that moment, Ji Xining's mind flashes with vague images, causing her body to stiffen slightly. Helian K, sensing the change, asks with concern, "My lady, what troubles you?" Ji Xining shakes her head, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, husband, do not worry." Yet an unsettling feeling lingers within her. Those fleeting images seem to hail from a distant past. Could it be that she has indeed lost something of great significance? He Liang, despite harboring doubts in his heart, did not wish to shatter the warmth of the moment, and thus embraced Ji Xining tightly once more. Chapter 3. The amnesiac cult leader versus the bloodthirsty protector with abandon. Ji Xining donned a vibrant red garment, as resplendent as a blooming red lotus. Yet it was mercilessly cast aside by He Liang. In that instant, Ji Xining's alluring figure was fully revealed. Her skin as crystalline and pure as freshly fallen snow, delicate and silky. Her slender waist swayed like a supple serpent, exuding an endless allure with each subtle twist. Deleted, again, yet another vulgar caress, deleted, all deleted. Seeing this, He Liang's heart surged with joy, unable to contain his impulse, urgent deletion. Just as the two were lost in ecstasy, a powerful force suddenly surged forth at He Liang. Ever vigilant, swiftly scooped Ji Xining into his arms and retreated to the side that a brilliant light filled the room, and a spectral figure of an elderly woman with white hair materialized in midair. "You insolent brat! How dare you act recklessly with the leader in the main hall? It must be you who has seduced her." The elder's furious voice rang out. She was the grand elder of the cult. Zhu Qinchin He Liang, unfazed, replied, "Elder, Ji Xining and I share mutual affection. There is no need to adhere to mundane customs. Leader, you have never been bound by matters of love. How could you act thus?" Zhu Qinchin glared at Ji Xining, who had undergone a drastic change in temperament, and with a deep sigh, she vanished from the grand hall. Ji Xining's eyes, once clouded by desire, now resembled the receding tide, stripped of color, leaving only clarity and pain. A throbbing headache threatened to burst her skull. Her body quaked involuntarily, and ultimately, she could no longer sustain herself. Collapsing to the ground, He Liang, standing not far away, witnessed everything, particularly the icy, piercing gaze Ji Xining cast upon him before closing her eyes. A wave of bitterness surged within him, Yet simultaneously, a sinister aura began to rise from the depths of his heart. These days have merely been stolen moments, but regardless, you shall be my wife. He Liang silently clenched his teeth, resolute in his determination, that he then decisively issued commands to the various factions within the sect, demanding they employ the most ruthless and swift means to ensure his complete domination over the cult. After the orders were given, He Liang cautiously approached Ji Xining, gently lifting her from the ground. His movements were exceedingly tender, lest he cause her pain, that he then carefully laid her upon the bed and covered her with a blanket. However, despite his tenderness, his eyes, filled with the scent of blood and slaughter, greedily lingered upon the woman who haunted his dreams, as if he wished to imprint every trace of her warmth upon his heart. As time passed, half a month slipped away unnoticed. During this period, He Liang, through his bloody and ruthless methods, successfully ascended to the position of sect leader, gaining complete control over the cult. Throughout it all, he never left Ji Xining's side, silently waiting for the moment she would awaken. Finally, one morning, Ji Xining slowly opened her eyes. That it was evident that after this period of recuperation, not only had she awakened, but she had also regained all her lost memories. Yet when she looked at He Liang again, the warmth and tenderness that once resided in her gaze had vanished, replaced by an endless coldness and ruthlessness. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she coldly declared, "You scoundrel! How dare you take advantage of my muddled state and commit such a heinous act? Not only that, but you also had the audacity to disrespect me in such a lascivious manner. You are truly deserving of death." She trembled with rage, her eyes wide with fury, as if she could unleash flames upon him. "Do you know how exalted my status is? You, a mere wretch, dare to offend me. If I do not make you taste the bitterness of life worse than death today, my hatred shall remain unquenched. I will ensure you are torn asunder to rectify this wrong." Ji Xining's voice resonated like thunder, echoing in the air. Her words struck He Liang's heart like a sharp dagger. Leaving him in profound anguish, Ji Xining's expression darkened as she gathered her strength, her gaze fierce and resolute. In a sudden burst, she lunged forward, her hands swiftly grasping for He Liang's throat. He Liang watched helplessly as this unrelenting woman attacked him without mercy, a sharp pain piercing his heart. His once profound black eyes were now filled with sorrow and despair, shattered into countless fragments that could not be pieced back together. Yet, even in the face of such cruelty, he murmured, "Even if all of this is merely my unrequited affection, I am still your husband." Before he could finish, He Liang suddenly exerted his strength, swiftly reversing Ji Xining's grip. She felt a powerful backlash, causing her internal energy to surge violently, yet she would not concede easily. Ji Xining furrowed her brows, her eyes blazing with fury as she lifted her long, graceful leg and kicked forcefully at He Liang. Caught off guard, He Liang was struck and let out a muffled groan. Yet despite this, he held on to Ji Xining tightly, pushing her down onto the bed, rendering her unable to move. Ji Xining's face was a mask of rage and disdain as she coldly mocked. "Ah, you dare to hide your strength before me. Do you think I am blind? I did not expect to have nurtured such a treacherous wolf." However, He Liang seemed oblivious to her words, his greedy gaze fixated on the ample flesh revealed by her struggles. Deleted this thought, He Liang's breath quickened, waves of heat coursing through his body. His bloodthirsty eyes shimmered with a dark, obscure light, fixated upon the woman writhing beneath him as if he desired to devour her whole. Ji Xining's expression was one of pure loathing, nearly overflowing with disgust. Chapter 4. The amnesiac cult leader versus the bloodthirsty protector. Finished. Ji Xining's face flushed crimson with anger, her eyes wide open, their fiery glare threatening to incinerate He Liang before her. She glared fiercely at the man who dared to humiliate her, her heart filled with endless rage and indignation. But He Liang, in contrast, regarded the still resisting Ji Xining with a mocking smile. His heated breath crashed upon her delicate visage like a surging tide, that a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "That my dear, do not be hasty. I shall cherish you well. However, do save some strength, or you may find it unbearable later." Upon hearing his frivolous words, Ji Xining's fury escalated, and she struggled with all her might to escape He Liang's grasp. Yet, her efforts were in vain against his overwhelming strength. As she thrashed violently upon the bed, He Liang, far from relenting, seized Ji Xining and lifted her effortlessly, placing her securely upon the throne that symbolized supreme power. Trapped beneath, Ji Xining could only furiously shout at He Liang above her. "You scoundrel! How dare you act so brazenly? I will not let you go." However, at that moment, He Liang had lost all reason, ignoring her threats completely. Urgent deletion to Ji Xining, filled with shame and anger, gritted her teeth, struggling to suppress the tears of humiliation threatening to spill. Just then, she seized an opportunity, suddenly opening her mouth to bite down fiercely on He Liang's broad shoulder. He Liang let out a muffled groan, expecting that this would make him loosen his grip. Urgent deletion. Feeling Ji Xining's resistance, He Liang's heart ignited with an even fiercer flame that in a low, husky voice, he declared, "Xining, you cannot escape. You are destined to be mine." Ji Xining's eyes brimmed with hatred as she retorted, "He Liang, you are committing an act of rebellion. There will be no good end for you." That He Liang suddenly halted, gazing intently into Ji Xining's eyes, stating earnestly, "I love you. From the moment I first saw you, I lost my soul. It was merely my approach that was flawed. That moment." A commotion erupted outside. The cult members had sensed their leader's unusual behavior and rushed to investigate. He Liang straightened his attire and called out, "Leave. Do not disturb your leader." Yet the crowd did not disperse. Instead, they collectively shouted, "Please, leader, release Miss Ji." He Liang furrowed his brow and turned to Ji Xining, saying, "You see, for your sake, I have even offended the sect members." That Ji Xining scoffed, "This is all your own doing." That He Liang's expression darkened as he shouted at the door, "If you do not leave at once, I shall kill without mercy." After a moment of silence, the congregation gradually dispersed. Helian K once again cast his gaze upon Ji Xining, declaring resolutely, "No matter the circumstances, you must remain by my side." Ji Xining glared at him furiously, retorting, "Your actions are so egregious that you shall surely incur divine retribution." Helian K, unfazed, forcefully lifted Ji Xining into his arms and strode toward the inner chamber. In the days that followed, Helian K's confinement of Ji Xining intensified, yet she never ceased her resistance. Each act of defiance only drove him further into madness. Eventually, one fateful day, as Helian K ventured out, Ji Xining seized the opportunity to escape. Alas, she did not venture far before being captured again. With bloodshot eyes, Helian K demanded, "Why do you always wish to leave me?" Ji Xining coldly met his gaze, answering, "Because you disgust me." Upon hearing her words, Helian K succumbed to utter madness, brandishing his sword against the followers of the dark sect, muttering, "You all deserve death. It is you who have made her loathe me." In an instant, the ground was drenched in blood, yet he ultimately returned to Ji Xining's side, locking her in a tight embrace, his eyes betraying an endless malady. Chapter 1. The Mad Demon God and his exiled celestial mentor in the depths of the Demon God Temple. There lay an enormous bed crafted from black jade, emanating a faint luminescence. Surrounding the bed were various gemstones, sparkling with dazzling brilliance. Above it hung a black canopy, intricately embroidered with golden patterns that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. Upon this opulent bed, draped in exquisite silk, lay a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her graceful curves were like a masterwork sculpted by nature itself, her figure perfectly proportioned that a gossamer black veil, as delicate as a cicada's wing, fluttered around her, subtly veiling her enchanting skin, akin to a pearl half concealed by sheer fabric, enhancing her allure with an air of mystery and seduction. However, at this moment, this woman resembled a caged bird. Utterly helpless, her slender limbs were ensnared by sturdy, gleaming golden chains, akin to a canary trapped within a gilded cage, rendering her unable to move despite her desperate struggles. Even more tantalizingly, a string of silver bells adorned her delicate ankles, chiming melodiously with her every movement. Should any celestial being be present, they would undoubtedly recognize her as the long-vanished Qingwu Xinzun, who had remained in obscurity for over a millennium. At this moment, Qingwu lay with her eyes tightly shut, resembling a slumbering fairy. Her long eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, seemingly striving to escape the nightmarish reality before her. Despite being ensnared like a butterfly caught in a spider's web, she exerted every ounce of her celestial power in a futile attempt to liberate herself from the iron chains that bound her. Regrettably, the formidable restraints placed upon her felt insurmountable, crushing her every effort into despair. Just then, a faint sound broke the silence, ultimately drawing the attention of the demon god Xian Yin. The newcomer possessed sharply defined features, his face sculpted as if chiseled from stone, with deep-set eyes glimmering with a mysterious light. As if capable of perceiving all, his high-bridged nose and thin, sensual lips curved into a smile that exuded both charm and menace, captivating all who beheld him. Dressed in a flowing black robe adorned with dark red patterns that shimmered ominously. He wore a purple belt encrusted with gemstones, exuding both opulence and gravitas, and a black crown, set with a large ruby that sparkled with an otherworldly glow, rested upon his head, while his feet were clad in black boots embellished with golden embroidery. Radiating brilliance, he approached the bed with deliberate slowness, his gaze as cold as ice, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips as he softly spoke. "Ah, master, you seem rather disobedient. How should I punish you for this?" Xian Yin extended his right hand with reckless abandon. Qingwu's eyes brimmed with despair, tears resembling a flood cascading down her cheeks. Upon witnessing her tears, Xian Yan's actions faltered momentarily, as if he had been struck by a spell. Yet soon, the frenzy within him erupted like a volcano, reclaiming his gaze. Seizing the brief hesitation, Qingwu summoned the last remnants of her spiritual energy, directing a faint glimmer toward Xian, in that he effortlessly sidestepped her attack. Creating a slight distance between them. "Master, do you dare to resist?" Xian Yin chuckled darkly, his voice raspy and filled with desire. Breathing heavily, Qingwu fixed her determined gaze upon him, declaring, "Xian Yin, if you persist in this manner, you shall never possess my heart." Xian Yin was momentarily taken aback. Deep within, he yearned not merely for her body but for her heart. Straightening himself, he adjusted his attire and warned, "Master, do not test my patience further." His expression turned icy once more, yet his eyes betrayed an inner turmoil. Qingwu softly closed her eyes, as if surrendering to despair, stating, "If you force me thus, I would rather my soul be scattered." Hearing this, Xian Yan's brow furrowed tightly, leaving him at a loss for what course to take. Chapter 2. The mad demon god and his exiled celestial mentor. Xian Yan's demeanor darkened, ultimately causing him to slowly withdraw from the lavish bed. An aura of chilling malice enveloped him, as if the very room were shrouded in an invisible pressure. As he departed, the formidable weight of his presence dissipated into nothingness. Qingwu remained tense until she was certain Xian Yan had left, then exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet even with her eyes tightly shut, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, rendering her exquisite features a portrait of sorrow and helplessness. Meanwhile, Xian Yin stood before a massive reflective surface. Peering into the room to observe Qingwu's every move, that a raging fire of desire burned within his deep-set eyes, his voice low and hoarse as he murmured, "Master, do not keep your disciple waiting too long." As he spoke, he could not resist reaching out a hand to caress the image of Qingwu in the mirror, as if he could truly touch her. Although Qingwu had her eyes firmly shut, she could acutely sense a scorching gaze slithering over her exposed skin like a venomous serpent. This sensation made her tremble uncontrollably, her body involuntarily swaying. Her reaction only incited Xian Yan's fervor further. With a slight release of his consciousness, he reached out toward Qingwu's form on the bed. His essence flowed like ethereal smoke, gliding over every inch of her skin, that as Qingwu succumbed to unconsciousness. Despair and fury consumed her heart. She could hardly fathom that her once obedient disciple had transformed into this monstrous incarnation. Upon entering the room, Xian Yin beheld the unconscious Qingwu, a cruel smile gracing his lips. He lifted her into his arms and carried her to a warm spring pool, gently placing her within. His fingers brushed against her pale cheek as he murmured, "Master, if you would only obey me once, I would cease this torment." Xian Yan's visage was twisted and pathological, darkness enveloping him as madness flickered in his gaze. His master, that noble and aloof being, had never reciprocated his affections for over 1,000 years. He had waited, yearning for his master to acknowledge his feelings. Yet, the passage of time had wrought no change. She remained as indifferent as ever. "Master, your disciple can wait no longer. I wish to experience the sweetness of your love." Xian Yin resolved to take action, pursuing his master with fervor, employing every means to capture her heart. His methods grew increasingly extreme, even resorting to self-harm to draw her attention. Yet, Qingwu remained unmoved, repulsed and terrified by his actions. Despair and anguish filled Yin's heart as he grappled with how to win her love. During a heated confrontation on the bed, Yin finally lost his composure and launched an attack against his master. Yet Qingwu gazed upon him with pity, her cold eyes filled with sorrow, but devoid of love. As he stared in her frigid gaze, Yin's heart overflowed with helplessness and sorrow. Resolutely, he looked into Qingwu's frosty eyes, as if gazing upon an unattainable star, and whispered, "Master, I am weary. Shall we not return to the void together?" Qingwu merely smiled faintly, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips, choosing not to respond, as if she found solace in the silence. The body of the demon god, Yin, ultimately succumbed to the violent force, bursting apart, with crimson blood raining down upon Qingwu, hot and searing, as though it sought to scorch her very soul. The surging demonic power surged forth like a furious tide, seemingly intent on tearing everything asunder. Yet it graciously bypassed Qingwu, akin to a gentle breeze caressing her. Yin's final words echoed like torn silk, hoarse and despairing. "Master, how could I bear to harm you?" Chapter 1. The young marshal of the Republic versus the nightclub singer. As night fell, the dance hall shimmered with lights, and the music flowed melodiously. Yin Chu, renowned as the Night Rose, gracefully danced upon the stage in a magnificent black gown, her enchanting voice captivating the attention of numerous spectators. Yin sat in the audience, silently observing Yin Chu's performance. His gaze revealed a fierce possessiveness, as if Yin Chu were his prey. The man's visage was chiseled and stern, with sharp lines crafting a face imbued with authority. His deep-set eyes glimmered like cold stars, instilling a sense of dread that a prominent nose and tightly pressed lips conveyed his resolve and decisiveness. Yin's tall, slender figure, clad in a black military uniform, exuded an innate air of command, and a pistol hung at his waist, a symbol of his power and a testament to his battles, while his right hand idly toyed with a ruby ring. His nature was ruthless and decisive, showing no mercy to his adversaries. His methods were brutal, instilling fear in the hearts of many dead on the battlefield. He was a valiant commander, leading his troops in a fierce combat, slaying countless foes. His name had become a nightmare for his enemies. After the performance, Yin Chu returned backstage to remove her makeup. Yin, accompanied by his subordinates, barged into the backstage area, disregarding her wishes, and forcefully abducted Yin Chu. The dance hall owner stood nearby, smiling obsequiously while holding several gold bars. Yin Chu's exquisite face was marred by terror as she struggled desperately against Yin's iron grip. Yet, the strength she summoned was like an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile against the powerful Yin. That moment, her beautiful face was drenched in tears, glistening droplets cascading down her fair, delicate cheeks like scattered pearls. This pitiable and heart-wrenching sight would evoke sympathy in anyone, yet the man before her showed no compassion. "Young Marshal, please let me go," Yin Chu pleaded, her voice trembling with fear as she fought for her last shred of freedom. But how could Yin easily relinquish such a delectable prize? A smirk played at the corners of his lips, forming a wickedly charming smile as he coldly replied, "Darling, it has been 6 months. My patience is wearing thin." With that, he effortlessly hoisted Yin Chu over his broad shoulder and strode out of the cacophonous dance hall. Upon reaching the entrance, Yin gracefully swung his long legs into the waiting luxurious black car. He then roughly threw the woman onto the plush seat, pressing down upon her like a famished wolf pouncing on its prey. That moment, Yin's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. His complexion flushed, and his breath grew rapid. He fixated on the trembling woman beneath him, emitting a low, raspy laugh that sent chills down one's spine, as if emanating from a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. The car sped away, ultimately arriving at the Qi residence. Yin, as if handling a small chick, dragged Yin Chu from the vehicle and rudely pulled her into a secluded room within the estate. Upon entering, Yin slammed the door shut with a resounding bang and locked it. He then approached the window, ensuring it was securely sealed before nodding in satisfaction. Yin Chu, realizing her dire predicament, began searching for an escape route or tool. However, the room contained nothing but a bed and a wardrobe, and every possible avenue of escape was thoroughly blocked. Despair surged within her like a tidal wave. And Yin Chu collapsed onto the cold, hard floor, her gaze hollow and devoid of life, her heart heavy with dread and uncertainty regarding her unknown fate. Chapter 2. The Young Marshal of the Republic vs. The nightclub singer Yin Chu had been confined in this room for a full 2 days. Throughout this prolonged and agonizing period, apart from the regular meals delivered by Mama Lu, she had seen no one else. Initially, despair and anxiety consumed her, the terror of her captivity rendering her restless and tearful. However, as the days passed, her emotions gradually morphed into a vague sense of unease. She began to lie in bed, silently praying that Qi Yin would completely forget her existence. That afternoon, Mama Lu arrived with several servants, leading Yin Chu to a bathing pool where they meticulously washed every part of her. Afterward, they carefully groomed and adorned her. When all was complete, Yin Chu appeared before them in a pale blue pleated skirt, the flowing hem resembling ethereal clouds, making her look like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Her dark tresses were elegantly tied up, revealing a slender, fair neck that accentuated her delicate beauty. Despite her yearning for escape that afternoon, each attempt ended in failure. Ultimately, as dusk fell, she was delivered to the 3rd floor of the Qi residence, locked mercilessly in Qi Yan's bedroom. Upon entering, her fear intensified, and in a panic, she swiftly concealed herself within the wardrobe, like a frightened rabbit. However, time ticked by, and as night deepened, no one entered the room. Overwhelmed by fatigue, she succumbed to sleep, her consciousness fading like the ebbing tide. Eventually, in the early hours of the morning, the sound of military boots approached, each step resonating like a drumbeat in her heart. The heavy footfalls echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, jolting Yin Chu from her slumber. Terrified, she curled deeper into the wardrobe, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and even dampening her hair. At that moment, she could feel her heart racing violently in her chest, as if it would burst free at any moment. Suddenly, the sound of a lock clicking echoed ominously, reverberating through the silence like thunder. Instinctively, Yin Chu held her breath, not daring to exhale. Qi Yin pushed the door open, glancing around the empty room. The cold moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face with a mocking smile. His sharp eyes scanned the room. Quickly spotting the hiding wardrobe, that he approached it slowly and yanked the door open. Yin Chu's eyes widened in terror as she stared at him. Without hesitation, Qi Yin seized her and flung her onto the bed. Her body hit the mattress heavily, and before she could resist, his towering figure loomed over her. His gaze was a tumultuous mix of emotions. Intertwining mockery and desire, he grasped Yin Chu's chin forcefully, asking, thinking of escaping. Yin Chu bit her lip defiantly, turning her head away. Qi Yan's hands began to violently tear at her clothing, and despite her desperate struggles, tears welled in her eyes. Yet, against his strength, her resistance was futile, and soon her garments lay in tatters. Just when Yin Chu thought she was about to face utter humiliation, Qi Yin abruptly halted, the madness in his eyes dimming that he released her. Sitting up straight as he regarded the trembling Yin Chu with a self-deprecating smile. "How did I become so pathetic?" Seizing the moment, Yin Chu wrapped herself in the blanket, shrinking into the corner of the bed, warily watching him. "What do you want from me?" She trembled, her voice quaking. Qi Yin took a deep breath, speaking softly, "I apologize. I lost control just now." Yin Chu clutched the blanket tightly, her eyes still brimming with fear. Seeing her terror struck a chord within Qi Yin, and he sighed lightly. "I won't harm you again. I just lost my senses when I saw you trying to flee." Yin Chu bit her lip. Skepticism etched on her face. Qi Yin extended his hand as if to touch her, but then withdrew. "In truth, I care for you deeply. Each time I see you resist, it ignites an inexplicable anger within me." Yin Chu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his admission. Qi Yin continued, "Tonight, I will not act rashly. I only hope you can rest well." After a moment's hesitation, Yin Chu gradually relaxed, closing her eyes in feigned slumber. Qi Yin gazed quietly at her profile, silently vowing to master her emotions. After all, a willingly caught prey is far sweeter, is it not? Chapter 3. The Young Marshal of the Republic versus the Cabaret Singer in the Early Morning Light. A faint glow illuminated a corner of the room, as soft rays filtered through the curtain's crevices, gently casting their warmth upon the bed. Qi Yin and Yin Chu lay entwined, lost in the depths of a sweet slumber. Qi Yan's strong, iron-like arms tightly encircled the woman in his embrace, as if fearing she might vanish in a thin air. Gradually, Yanchu began to feel a constriction in her breathing, ultimately rousing from her dreamlike state. With effort, she opened her eyes and gently pried away the man's constricting arms. Upon noticing her tattered garments strewn across the floor, a wave of shame and indignation washed over her, leaving her helpless. Thus, she stealthily approached the man's wardrobe, selecting a black shirt to don. Though the shirt was somewhat oversized for Yanchu, it perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Her long, slender legs, pale as jade, exuded an enchanting charm that was utterly captivating. However, in that moment, Yanchu had no inclination to admire her beauty, as she was eager to escape the mortifying situation. She attempted to open the door, but it remained stubbornly shut. After several fruitless attempts, despair washed over her, and she collapsed to the floor, tears cascading forth like a torrential flood, her sobs echoing in the silence of the room. Qi Yin, who had been lost in the dreamlike haze of passion, was suddenly stirred awake by the sound of delicate sobs. Frowning, he followed the sound and beheld Yanchu seated on the floor, weeping sorrowfully, her vulnerable appearance igniting a long-buried desire within him. At that moment, clad in the black shirt, she appeared to be partially draped, revealing her exquisite form to the man's fervent gaze. Despite being entranced by her beauty, Qi Yin stifled his impulses, closing his eyes in an effort to quell the tempest of desire raging within. After what felt like an eternity, Qi Yin slowly opened his deep, obsidian eyes, inhaled deeply, and rose from the bed, his bare form striding purposefully towards the wardrobe. Seeing this, Yanchu immediately stood, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scolded him softly. "You rogue! How can you come down like that without any clothes?" She quickly shut her eyes, unwilling to behold the brazen man before her face growing even redder, momentarily forgetting her tears. Qi Yin, seemingly unfazed, continued to dress himself, retrieving a pair of trousers from the wardrobe. Turning to face Yanchu, his gaze was laden with uncontainable affection and desired. "I have long harbored feelings for you," he murmured, his voice low and husky. Yanchu's heart raced, and as she attempted to retreat, she found herself backed against the wall. Qi Yin advanced step by step, cornering her. "You scoundrel, do not come any closer," Yanchu said anxiously. Yet Qi Yin merely chuckled softly, reaching out to caress her cheek, his rough fingertips gliding over her delicate skin. Just as Yanchu braced herself for what she feared would be an overstepping advance, Qi Yin abruptly halted. "I will not force you, but my patience is limited." Yanchu was taken aback. She had not anticipated such words from the seemingly heartless young marshal. Ripples of emotion surged within her heart as she lifted her gaze to meet his, the fear in her eyes gradually dissipating. Seizing the moment, Qi Yin restrained himself and gently pressed his lips against hers, the taste he had yearned for over the past 6 months proving to be irresistibly sweet. Feeling the man's tender advance, Yanchu gasped softly and forcefully pushed him away. Her cheeks burned crimson, her eyes betraying a mix of panic and shyness. "Please, do not do this." Her voice trembled as she struggled to regain her composure. After a moment of silence following her rejection, Qi Yin sighed softly, a smirk playing on his lips, devoid of anger. "What? Are you already upset?" Yanchu's face flushed deeper, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "How can you treat me so frivolously?" Qi Yin took a step closer, prompting Yanchu to instinctively retreat, her back pressed firmly against the wall. "Chu, can you truly claim that you harbor no feelings for me?" Biting her lip, Yanchu felt a surge of turmoil within. In truth, during their time together, she had developed feelings for this ruthless yet occasionally tender young marshal, but his recent actions were undeniably reckless. "If you truly respected me, you would not behave in such a manner." Summoning her courage, she met his gaze. Qi Yin fell silent for a moment before exhaling a sigh. "I was too hasty." He reached out, tenderly smoothing the disheveled strands of hair by her ear. "I will give you time to contemplate, but do not make me wait too long." With that, he turned and exited the room. Yanchu watched his departing figure, her heart a tumult of emotions, uncertain of how to extricate herself from this man. Dark Fairy Tale. Chapter 1. Little Red Riding Hood and the Wolf on the Narrow Paths of the Forest. Little Red Riding Hood, Alicia, bounded along like a joyous little deer, a small bamboo basket filled with bread swinging at her side. Her cheeks, rosy as apples, and her sparkling eyes, akin to two radiant gems, gazed innocently at the flowers lining the roadside. Ahead, sprawled lazily in the middle of the path, lay a young wolf named Egbert. His emerald eyes resembled deep lakes, observing the cheerful girl with a glint of interest. Alicia halted, captivated by the adorable pup that resembled a fluffy cloud, and softly murmured, "Little darling, you are so cute. Are you hungry?" Egbert's green gaze momentarily froze, his once formidable presence swept away by a gust of wind, replaced by an unexpected feeling of humiliation. Yet, Alicia remained oblivious, approaching and gently cradling the young wolf as if he were a precious treasure. She tenderly stroked his head, her touch as gentle as a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. "Would you like a bit of bread? I made it myself. It's sweet and soft, just like clouds in the sky." Little Red Riding Hood, Alicia, softly coaxed the puppy cradled in her arms, her voice resembling a celestial melody that entranced all who heard it. Just as the young wolf, Egbert, was about to open his gaping maw, baring his sharp fangs in an attempt to intimidate the foolish girl, he was unexpectedly fed a mouthful of bread. With a sense of resignation, he chewed the bread until his belly was round and full. Alicia gently caressed his fluffy little tummy, bidding him farewell as she announced her intention to deliver bread to her grandmother. She then carefully placed the young wolf, Egbert, on the roadside. However, as Little Red Riding Hood, Alicia, turned to leave, a remarkable transformation occurred behind her. Egbert's once small and adorable form instantly expanded into a colossal and imposing figure. Resembling a small hill, his green eyes sparkled with a cunning light, revealing an expression of inevitability. It seemed to signal that he had set his sights on his prey, his massive stature instilling a sense of dread and terror. At that moment, Egbert resolved to disguise himself as Alicia's grandmother to approach her with ease and ultimately possess her entirely. He meticulously donned a tattered dark red cloak and a wide-brimmed hat, striving to appear as a benevolent old woman. His eyes subtly revealed greed and obscurity, eager to claim the naive and kind-hearted Alicia for himself. Upon reaching the doorstep of Little Red Riding Hood's home, he called out her name in a gentle tone, mimicking the voice of her grandmother. Without a hint of doubt, Alicia opened the door to welcome her grandmother. Egbert stepped into the room, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he scrutinized the quaint little house. Plotting his next move, he feigned weakness and fatigue, eliciting further concern from Alicia. Approaching Egbert, she inquired about his well-being with genuine worry. Seizing the opportunity, Egbert grasped Alicia's hand, his sharp claws lightly grazing her skin, igniting a sharp sting as his fluffy gray tail ensnared her slender waist. Startled, Alicia attempted to break free, but Egbert held her tightly, preventing her escape. That Alicia's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon the man. Egbert, who possessed eerily familiar green eyes. Without hesitation, Egbert discarded the tattered cloak and hat, then leaned down slightly. His raspy, low voice, akin to a devil's whisper, slowly echoed in Alicia's ear. "Foolish girl, I've finally captured you." Before Alicia could comprehend the sudden turn of events, she felt her body lighten as Egbert swiftly lifted her onto the soft bed in a swift motion. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as Egbert's sharp fangs effortlessly ripped apart Alicia's garments. At that moment, Egbert's once emerald eyes blazed with an insatiable fire, a torrent of desire threatening to consume Alicia entirely. Simultaneously, his wolfish claws transformed into long, bony hands, caressing Alicia's delicate skin and leaving behind alarming red and purple marks. Faced with Egbert's overpowering presence, Alicia found herself utterly defenseless, her futile struggles only drawing forth tears that cascaded down her cheeks like a string of pearls, each droplet glistening and heart-wrenching. These tears seemed to further ignite the already burning passion within Egbert's heart, compelling him to clutch Alicia even tighter, as if wishing to meld her into himself. However, just as they were enveloped in their fervor, an unexpected knock at the door shattered the tension. Both Egbert and Alicia jolted from their passionate trance, hurriedly adjusting their clothing, their eyes filled with embarrassment and anxiety. "Who is it?" Egbert inquired, his voice tinged with irritation. "It is I, Fitnay," came the voice of a hunter from outside, that I heard unusual noises from within. "Has something occurred?" Egbert cast a resigned glance at Alicia before turning to open the door, but he left with the hunter. leaving Alicia alone in the room, her emotions a tangled web. With a grim expression, Egbert stepped outside and shut the door behind him. Just as Finne was about to speak, Egbert swiftly struck, his sharp claws piercing through Fitney's chest. Fitney's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Egbert. But before he could utter a sound, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Egbert shook off the blood from his hands and re-entered the room. Alicia stared in horror at the blood-soaked figure before her, instinctively recoiling. Yet, Egbert lunged at her once more, pinning her to the bed. At that moment, Alicia was engulfed in conflicting emotions. Fear of the monster that had just taken a life warred with an uncontrollable disdain deep within her heart. Observing the terror in her eyes, Egbert slowed his movements, gently kissing away her tears. "From now on, no one shall disturb us," he whispered in her ear. Alicia closed her eyes, relinquishing her struggle, allowing Egbert to once again take control of their tumultuous entanglement. "Oh dear, my little ones, I have been sent to a dark room. I am so saddened, having been reported. Today marks half a month of changes, yet the review has still not passed, and I am in distress." Chapter 2. The Mermaid Turned to Foam versus Princess Avis. A silver-tailed mermaid residing in the depths of the ocean, possessed an androgynous beauty and formidable power. One day, as he leisurely swam through the sea, he suddenly discovered a group of intruders from the kingdom of discontent invading his territory, disrupting his tranquility. Enraged, Avis resolved to teach these uninvited guests a lesson that he swiftly swam towards the people of discontent, using his powerful tail to conjure massive waves that scattered them in disarray. Amidst the chaos, Avis spotted a stranded prince, Kieran, desperately struggling to swim back to shore. Amused, Avis nonchalantly flicked Kieran back to the beach with his tail. Stunned as if struck by lightning, Kieran lost consciousness, and upon awakening, was declared a fool by the royal physician. Meanwhile, Prince Kieran was already betrothed to Princess Venosha of a neighboring kingdom. The king would never allow this engagement to be abandoned due to his son, as folly. Thus, he promptly ordered the concealment of the prince's condition, while secretly seeking a handsome replacement for his own. At that moment, the mermaid Avis, having just emerged on a land, resembled a dazzling pearl. His golden hair cascaded like a waterfall. His blue eyes were as deep as the ocean, and his skin was as pale as snow, resembling a finely crafted jade sculpture. The strength of a man coursed through his iron-like hands. Yet his simple attire could not obscure his tall, imposing figure, akin to a majestic mountain. Capturing the attention of many in an instant, he was brought to the palace by the royal attendants as if he were a treasured find. To avoid drawing attention, Avis followed closely behind. Upon entering the palace, he encountered the prince, Kieran, whom he had inadvertently rendered foolish. That a rare glimmer of pity flickered in Avis's blue eyes. Nevertheless, he felt no guilt as he indulged in the service of the attendants while masquerading as the prince. One day, Avis went to greet Princess Venosha upon her arrival in the kingdom. The moment she appeared, her flowing red hair resembled flames dancing in the wind, and her exquisitely beautiful face seemed capable of enchanting all. In that instant, Avis felt an uncontrollable stir of emotions. Approaching Princess Venosha, she beamed with delight upon seeing Avis, believing Kieran had recovered. Gazing into the princess's pure eyes, Avis felt a fleeting pang of guilt, quickly overshadowed by excitement. For this was indeed an intriguing deception that on the wedding night, Princess Venosha awaited her husband with a joyful heart. Upon entering the room, Avis revealed his mermaid tail as the light flickered. Venosha gasped in terror, about to scream, when Avis swiftly covered her mouth. "That if you dare to scream, I will kill you right now." Avis growled menacingly. Venosha's eyes brimmed with tears, fear gripping her heart. The next moment, Avis began to toy with her mercilessly, tearing away her delicate headpiece and caressing her meticulously arranged hair. Venosha pleaded desperately, but Avis remained unmoved, his silvery fish tail as radiant as moonlight and imbued with unparalleled power, pressed down forcefully on Venosha's delicate form. With a sharp sound, her exquisite gown was torn to shreds, cascading to the ground like broken petals. Her stunning figure lay bare before Avis, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art, exuding an enchanting allure. This tantalizing sight struck Avis like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the night sky, igniting an uncontrollable surge of desire within him. His lips, akin to flames, descended fervently upon Venosha's tender mouth. Sealing their fates together, in that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the sound of their mingled breaths and heartbeats resonating in the air, just as despair threatened to engulf Venosha. A powerful surge of magic suddenly erupted. It was the kingdom's sorcerer, sensing the princess's peril, rushing to her aid. Avis, feeling the looming threat, momentarily released Venosha, flicking his tail and diving into the depths of the water, his eyes still glinting with an aggressive intent towards her. The sorcerer swiftly draped a cloak over Venosha, shielding her body, and cast a protective barrier around her. Yet, Avis was far from deterred. He summoned a water vortex from the ocean, hurling it towards the shore. The sorcerer fought valiantly against it, but gradually began to falter. That moment, a group of unicorn knights soared down from the distant sky, the guardians of the princess. Realizing the formidable force arrayed against him, Avis understood that he could not succeed today. However, instead of retreating, he called out to Venosha, "You cannot escape. You will ultimately belong to me." With that, he vanished into the depths of the sea. Venosha collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with terror and rage, silently vowing that this scoundrel would pay dearly for his affront. Upon returning to the palace, Venosha practiced her magical skills day and night and sought the teachings of the kingdom's mightiest warriors in combat techniques. She resolved to become strong enough to confront Avis's next intrusion. Days later, while inspecting the coastal defenses, Venosha encountered Avis once more, this time transformed into a charming, noble youth. Recognizing him instantly, she drew her sword in anger. Yet, Avis spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "On that day, I wronged you, but my heart truly loves you." Venosha scoffed, "Your love is so twisted. I shall never accept it." Instantly, they clashed in battle, Venosha unleashing her newly learned magic. Managing to briefly suppress Avis, he was taken aback but pressed on relentlessly. Just as the fight reached a stalemate, a mysterious light enveloped them. It was the ancient sea god, who proclaimed, "The entanglement between you stems from the fate of your past lives. To resolve it, you must undergo a trial together." Venosha and Avis exchanged glances, uncertain of what this trial entailed, yet they understood that the wheels of destiny had begun to turn once more. Chapter 1. The dapper thug's little darling in a dimly lit alley. Kree stood silently, adorned in a well-tailored black suit, his posture upright and gaze cold. His adversaries were a group intent on wreaking havoc. Clad in blue jeans and leather jackets, brandishing clubs and knives as they advanced menacingly towards him. Kree exhibited no fear, a hint of disdain curling his lips as he slowly unfastened the buttons of his suit, revealing his well-defined muscles beneath. His movements were graceful and composed, as if he were preparing for a grand soiree rather than a confrontation. The assailants, incensed by Kree's demeanor, charged at him, weapons raised. Kree deftly sidestepped a swinging club, retaliating with a swift punch to one man's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground with a pained cry. Kree's strikes accelerated, his fists and feet raining down upon them like a tempest. Each blow met its mark with precision, while his opponents faltered under the onslaught. Before long, they lay scattered on the ground, groaning in defeat. Kree adjusted his suit and leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette, his silhouette partially obscured in the shadows, leaving behind a scene of chaos and their anguished cries. That moment, the delicate Shah entered the alley, her steps light yet trembling, clearly shaken by the earlier commotion. Clad in a white dress, she stood out vividly against the gloom of the alley. Kree glanced up, surprise flickering in his eyes. Shia timidly approached him, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are you all right?" Kree extinguished his cigarette and stood tall. "How could I be harmed?" As Shia drew closer, she caught a whiff of the faint scent of tobacco mingled with something uniquely his, causing her heart to race. Suddenly, one of the still-recovering thugs stealthily lunged at Kree with a brick from behind. Shia's eyes widened in terror, and without a second thought, she stepped in front of Kree. The brick struck her arm, and she winced, her face paling. Kree's fury erupted in an instant. He turned and kicked the assailant far away. He supported Shia, his eyes filled with a complex mix of surprise and concern. Gently, he lifted her injured arm to inspect the damage. "Why did you do that?" Shia bit her lip, replying, "I don't know." Kree remained silent, taking her hand as he led her to his home, a charming villa that exuded understated luxury. Upon entering, he guided her to the sofa in the living room and quickly retrieved a first aid kit, filled with an array of medical supplies. Carefully, he rolled up Xia's sleeve, revealing the inflamed area, and furrowed his brow deeply. Kree dipped a cotton ball in an antiseptic solution, tenderly cleaning the wound, blowing softly to alleviate her pain. Xia secretly admired Kree's focused profile, warmth blooming within her chest. After disinfecting, Kree applied an anti-inflammatory ointment, his fingers brushing against her skin, causing her heart to skip a beat. As he bandaged her injury, he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "Don't be so foolish next time." Xia nodded, her cheeks flushed as a subtle atmosphere enveloped the room, time seemingly standing still, leaving only their intertwined breaths filling the silence. Dear readers, I have been diligently revising the earlier chapters in hopes of passing review, so updates may not be as frequent. I aim to rescue the book from the shadowy depths and shall ensure it continues without interruption. Chapter 2. Darling Kree's gaze burned intensely as he beheld Xia's bashful and adorable demeanor, his throat involuntarily constricting, the outline of his Adam's apple accentuating his allure. He gradually rose to his feet. His posture as straight as a pine tree, his voice low and slightly husky. "The hour is late. Let us rest here for the night." Upon hearing this, Xia gently lifted her delicate fair face, her clear, watery eyes gazing tenderly at Kree, her soft lips parting as her gentle voice seemed capable of melting hearts. "Kree, please don't engage in fights so easily again, will you?" Kree's expression remained impassive, yet his deep-set eyes darkened, his thick lashes casting shadows over the depths of his gaze. After a moment, he softly replied, "I promise you." With great care, he took Xia's small hand, escorting her back to her room. Standing at her door, they exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of reluctance and affection. Ultimately, Kree broke the silence first, whispering, "Good night, sweet dreams." Xia smiled in return, "You too, good night." Once Kree exited Xia's room, his expression darkened, becoming icy. The door slowly closed, severing their line of sight. However, when night fully enveloped the world in silence, Kree stealthily opened the villa door. Merging into the inky darkness, he made his way to the warehouse, where those responsible for luring Xia to this place were confined. Upon seeing Kree enter, they trembled in fear. His eyes glowed with a fierce red hue, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Grabbing one by the collar, he roared, "How dare you plot against her?" and landed a punch squarely on the man's face. "We were wrong. Please spare us," they wailed in desperation. Yet Kree remained unmoved, his powers surging, casting a terrifying atmosphere over the warehouse. "Today, you shall learn the consequences of daring to harm my Xia." He growled through gritted teeth that Kree's hands were stained with blood, his gaze filled with madness and fury. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gripped the neck of the man before him like a vice. With each tightening pull, he muttered, "No one shall harm Xia, not a single soul." His voice was deep and hoarse, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent. Those subjected to his violence struggled desperately, attempting to break free from this lethal grip, but all was in vain. The pallor of the victim's face gradually turned to a shade of blue and purple, their throat only able to emit indistinct whimpers. Yet, these agonizing moans failed to stir even a flicker of compassion in the heart of the assailant. Meanwhile, several others sprawled on the ground endured the same merciless treatment. Some had their ribs shattered, others were drenched in blood, their cries intertwining to create a symphony of terror. This harrowing cacophony echoed relentlessly within the vast warehouse, crashing against the walls only to rebound, forming waves of spine-chilling sound. However, no matter how loud these cries were, they could not reach the location where Xia resided. Kelly looked expressionlessly at the lifeless bodies on the ground and coldly instructed his subordinates, "Take care of them. Leave no trace." The subordinates nodded and swiftly began to clear the scene. Kelly drove back to his boxing arena, his subordinates parting ways to avoid his bloodied presence. That he strode directly into his office and slammed the door shut with a thud. Sitting in the chair, Kelly closed his eyes, his mind filled with Xia's radiant smile. That he was acutely aware of the madness that had consumed him moments ago, yet he could not contain his rage at the thought of anyone wishing to harm Xia. Moments later, Kelly turned and entered the bathroom, turning on the faucet, allowing the hot water to wash over his body. He gazed into the mirror, watching as the bloodstains gradually faded under the relentless flow. Yet his eyes remained cold and unyielding. After a shower, Kelly donned a fresh set of clothing and exited the bathroom. Then he made his way to the office, settled onto the sofa, and lit a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he slowly exhaled the smoke. His subordinates entered the office, reporting to Kelly, "It's all taken care of, no traces left behind." Kelly nodded, saying, "Excellent, that you've done well." After his subordinates departed, Kelly rose, shedding his shirt to reveal a body sculpted with sinewy muscle, sweat dripping from his forehead, his gaze resolute and fierce. With powerful strides, he exited the office and entered the boxing arena, the ring. Kelly's muscles tensed, each punch delivered with tremendous force. His opponents felt his ferocity and brutality, one by one succumbing to defeat. After 3 rounds, Kelly's body was utterly exhausted, yet his spirit remained invigorated, and he left the boxing arena and drove back to the villa. Kelly slowly entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet, allowing the hot water to cascade over him. The heat gradually relaxed his muscles. After bathing, Kelly lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and drifted into a brief slumber. Chapter 3. The little darling of the suit-clad thug enraptured. The morning sun peeked through the curtain seams at 6:30 a.m., casting a golden hue across the room, and Kelly awoke as if programmed to do so. His broad chest and sturdy arms appeared exceptionally powerful and virile in the morning light. Rising naked from the bed, he walked with measured steps toward the wardrobe. Then Kelly slipped into his fitted sports attire. The contours of his arm muscles became pronounced, as if containing boundless strength ready to erupt at any moment. Once prepared, Kelly agilely descended the stairs to commence his daily morning run. Then he maintained a steady pace along the familiar streets, sweat gradually soaking his clothes, yet this did not disrupt his rhythm. Before long, Kelly completed his morning run and returned home. Entering the bathroom, he turned on the shower head, warm water cascading down, flowing over his chiseled chest, defined abs, and alluring V-line. After his shower, Kelly dried off with a towel and donned a tailored black suit, enhancing his already striking appearance. The clock on the wall quietly ticked to 8 a.m. Kelly descended to the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began to meticulously prepare Xia's favorite breakfast of steamed dumplings and soup. The kitchen soon filled with enticing aromas. Moments later, the delectable dishes were served at the dining table. Kelly then tiptoed upstairs to Xia's door and gently knocked. Hearing the knock, Xia, still in bed, turned over and mumbled, "No, I want to sleep a little longer." However, Kelly merely chuckled softly and pushed the door open. Approaching the bedside, gently calling, "Xiao Jiao, it's time to wake up and eat." Seeing Xiao remain unmoved, like a languid kitten curled up in bed, Kelly smiled and skillfully scooped her up in his arms. In his embrace, Xiao resembled a delicate little kitten, clad only in a sheer white nightgown. The gossamer fabric seemed weightless, as if it could be lifted by the gentlest breeze. Kelly took a deep breath, slowly extending his hands, moving with a softness, as if fearing to disturb the beauty cradled within. He carefully slipped the straps of the nightgown from Xia's rounded shoulders, gradually peeling away the diaphanous garment along her fair and slender arms. As the nightgown fell away completely, Kelly beheld a figure as tender as mutton-fat jade. Yet he stifled the surging desires that threatened to overwhelm him, striving to maintain his composure. Trembling, he picked up a delicate, smoke-purple chiffon robe and gently draped it over Xia's form. The fabric was soft and smooth, flowing like water against her delicate figure, accentuating her graceful curves. Despite this, Kelly's gaze remained fixed upon Xia's enchanting body. The flames of desire flickered in the depths of his dark eyes, yet reason forcefully suppressed this yearning deep within his heart. Ultimately, he could only release a heated sigh, his voice low and slightly raspy. As if this could alleviate the insatiable heat within, that he then carried Xia to the bathroom, seating her at the sink, personally squeezing toothpaste on her brush and handing her a cup of water. Throughout the entire process, Kelly's movements were gentle and considerate, fearful of causing any discomfort to his beloved. After more than half an hour of tender efforts, he successfully roused the drowsy Xia. Hand in hand, they descended the stairs and took a seat at the dining table. The table was adorned with steaming delicacies, and the air was filled with warmth and sweetness. Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, illuminating the figures of Kelly and Xia sitting across from one another. Their eyes met inadvertently, as if an invisible current surged through their bodies, an atmosphere of subtle intimacy enveloping them. The table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast. Exuding an irresistible aroma, Kelly elegantly sliced a piece of pan-fried dumpling and brought it to his lips, smiling as he gazed at Xia. Xia took a gentle sip of hot soup, her lips curling into a slight smile in response to Kelly's gaze. "The weather is splendid today." Kelly broke the silence first, his voice deep and magnetic. Xia nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Perfect for a stroll." As she spoke, she set down her cup and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture that appeared particularly charming. Kelly watched Xia's every move, his heart stirring with emotion, but he began recounting amusing anecdotes from work, and Xia listened intently, occasionally erupting into peals of melodic laughter. As the conversation flowed, their exchange became increasingly natural and smooth, time slipping away unnoticed. Yet the atmosphere of happiness lingered around them, ensnaring them in its delightful embrace. Chapter 4. The little darling of the suit-clad thug. The sun shone brightly, and the breeze was gentle. After relishing their delightful meal, Kelly and Xia strolled side by side out of the opulent villa, embarking on their leisurely walk. Xia donned a flowing smoke-purple chiffon dress, the hem fluttering like the wings of a dancing butterfly, light and ethereal, glowing vibrantly under the golden sunlight. She resembled a cheerful little sprite, skipping ahead and occasionally turning back to flash a sweet smile at Kelly. Kelly followed silently, his gaze fixed on the lively figure ahead, his heart brimming with appreciation for this tranquil beauty that he silently vowed to protect. This angelic and endearing woman before him, ensuring that this moment of bliss would last forever. However, after a while, Xia noticed that Kelly had fallen behind. Without hesitation, she dashed back to his side, grasping his broad hand. Looking up, she gazed into Kelly's eyes, clear as water and sparkling like amber, pouting playfully. "Kelly, why are you so slow?" As Kelly gazed at Xia's playful and adorable demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The man extended his other hand, gently caressing the girl's slightly tousled hair, which had been lifted by her excitement, his eyes brimming with affection. Soon after, their fingers interlocked, and they continued to stroll leisurely. The warm sunlight bathed them in a gentle glow, as if draping them in a soft, luminous veil, rendering the entire scene utterly enchanting. Time seemed to slip away like a fleeting shadow, and before they knew it, they had been walking for quite a while. Along the way, Xia suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm and playfully shook Kelly's arm, pleading, "Kelly, could you take me to see your boxing arena? I'm genuinely curious about what your workplace is like. I promise I won't cause any trouble." Faced with Xia's delicate display of charm, Kelly felt an instant dryness in his throat, an overwhelming impulse swelling within him. Yet he ultimately could not resist Xia's request and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Kelly ushered Xia into the car, speeding towards the boxing arena. Throughout the journey, Xia could hardly contain her excitement, chattering incessantly to Kelly like a jubilant little bird. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the Gazelda Boxing Arena. This magnificent structure was awe-inspiring in its grandeur, boasting an exterior of extraordinary elegance that evoked a sense of intimidation. Kelly held Xia's small hand tightly as they entered, greeted respectfully by various staff members along the way. "Good day, sir." "Good day, miss." Kelly led Xia into the office located on the second floor, gently seating her on a plush sofa. Meticulously adjusting the cushions, as if she were an irreplaceable treasure, he then bent down, bestowing a soft kiss atop her silky hair. This tender kiss was imbued with infinite warmth and affection. "Xia, please stay here and don't wander off. Wait for my return." Kelly's voice was deep and magnetic, reminiscent of a beautiful melody played by a cello, captivating all who heard it. Xia nodded slightly, her cheeks flushed with a delightful shade of crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, utterly charming. She responded in a voice as delicate as a whisper. "I understand." Kelly cast a lingering gaze at Xia, striving to conceal the tempest brewing within the depths of his dark eyes. Before striding out of the office with resolute steps, Xia watched him depart, her heart brimming with sweetness and tranquility. Before long, Assistant Limon entered, bearing an array of delectable snacks and refreshing beverages. Xia joyfully accepted the offerings, eagerly tearing open a bag of chips and munching away. She languidly reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a novel on her phone, completely absorbed in the unfolding narrative. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her, crafting a serene and beautiful tableau to that moment. Xia was oblivious to the world's troubles, savoring this rare and blissful respite. As Kelly stepped through the heavy office door, his waiting assistants, Lien and Limon, promptly approached him. Kelly glanced at Limon with an impassive expression before issuing a command in an authoritative tone. Limon, prepare some snacks to send over immediately and ensure she is well looked after. Limon nodded respectfully, not daring to exhibit any signs of negligence. Kelly casually rolled up the sleeves of his black suit, revealing his powerful, well-defined arms. Observing this, Lien swiftly handed over the roster of personnel for the underground boxing match taking place in the basement level. Kelly scanned the names and details with a quick glance, then lowered his voice, sternly instructing, "Everyone, keep a low profile today. Minimize your movements and avoid making a scene." He then turned and stepped into the adjacent elevator, with Lien following closely behind, pressing the button for level -5. As the elevator doors opened slowly, a nauseating stench of blood assaulted their senses. The floor was drenched in crimson, as if the very ground had been stained a dark red. Amidst this pool of blood lay the grotesquely disfigured form of their rival leader, Luke. Though he still clung to life, it was merely a matter of time, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. Luke hoarsely shouted at Kelly, "Kelly, you demon! Even as a ghost, I shall not let you escape." Hearing this, Kelly's lips curved into a cruel, merciless smile. Without a hint of compassion, he raised his foot and stomped down hard on Luke's back, the sound of breaking bones resonating sharply. "Blame yourself for harboring thoughts you shouldn't have. Did you really believe my territory was a place you could come and go as you pleased? Let me tell you, the only thing leaving here today will be your corpse." With that, he gestured to Lien behind him. Lien understood the unspoken command and skillfully stepped forward, brandishing a sharp dagger that glinted ominously in the dim light. He swiftly ended Luke's life with a clean and decisive motion that Luke's eyes widened in horror, refusing to close, as blood poured forth from his mouth, flowing like a trickle into the blood-stained floor, creating a scene that was both eerie and terrifying. Kelly maintained a cruel smile as he silently observed his subordinates expertly and wordlessly managing the grisly aftermath. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood. Yet this seemed to have no effect on Kelly, that he calmly relayed the evening's necessary details to Lien while striding toward the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, sealing off the gruesome sight, Kelly masked the bloodthirsty ruthlessness lurking within his gaze. Once in his room, Kelly leisurely entered the bathroom, turning on the faucet and allowing warm water to wash away the blood that clung to him. He meticulously scrubbed every inch of his skin, as if striving to cleanse himself of the atrocities he had just committed. After showering, Kelly dressed in a fresh, immaculate outfit before returning to the office with an unruffled demeanor. As he pushed open the door, his gaze was instantly captured by Xia, who sat gracefully on the sofa. She resembled a breathtaking painting, or perhaps an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Quietly seated, with her head slightly bowed, she evoked a sense of tender affection. Kelly approached her, his voice deep and slightly hoarse as he said, "Xia, are you tired? I've finished all my work. Shall we head home?" Upon hearing Kelly's words, Xia lifted her head, a radiant smile blooming on her face as she softly replied, She then rose slowly, stretching languidly, which inadvertently revealed the delicate curve of her waist, as white and soft as snow. Kelly's gaze flickered with a barely perceptible desire at this sight, that he instinctively swallowed hard, greedily drinking in the charming view before him. However, he quickly regained his composure, though his fingers unconsciously began to fidget. Xia remained blissfully unaware of Kelly's strange demeanor. She affectionately entwined her arm with his, and they descended the stairs together. The waiting driver, Inta, promptly opened the car door for them. Once they were settled, Inta started the vehicle and smoothly drove out of the parking lot, heading toward home. The atmosphere within the car was tranquil and warm, punctuated only by the occasional soft laughter from Xia and Kelly's brief responses. Upon arriving home, Kelly guided Xia to the sofa before turning to the wine cabinet, his eyes gleaming with a long-planned satisfaction. He retrieved a bottle of red wine and 2 exquisite crystal glasses. "Xia, let us indulge in a little wine today," Kelly said, elegantly pouring the wine. Then as Xia inhaled the fragrant aroma, her eyes sparkled with delight. She accepted the glass, savoring a sip, the rich flavor tempting her to drink a bit more. Before long, her fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her gaze turned dreamy. Leaning against the sofa, her lips slightly parted, she exhaled like the fragrance of orchids, her already stunning features now exuding an additional allure. Kelly felt a dryness in his throat, the desire within him surging that he leaned closer to Xia, gently twirling a lock of her hair around his fingers. Unbeknownst to her, danger loomed nearby. She wrapped her arms around Kelly's neck, playfully exclaiming, "Kelly, why are there two of you?" Kelly's heart resembled a blazing inferno, its flames surging with an intensity that rendered him unable to contain the torrent of emotions swelling within him. Without hesitation, he extended his arms, enveloping her in a fervent embrace. Holding Xia close, Kelly felt as though he possessed the entirety of the world, a profound satisfaction coursing through him. He strode purposefully towards the bedroom, each step resolute and powerful. Along the way, their bodies pressed closely together, their breaths quickening in tandem. As they moved, a trail of discarded garments marked their path, silent witnesses to the fervor that had just transpired. Lying quietly on the floor and whispering tales of the passionate encounter. When Kelly kicked open the bedroom door, an atmosphere thick with ambiguity and heat enveloped them instantly. The room appeared shrouded in a mysterious and enchanting veil, the barely perceptible essence wafting through the air like delicate wisps of smoke. Immersed in this ambience, they found themselves irresistibly drawn into an indescribable atmosphere. It caressed their skin like a gentle breeze, inducing shivers and a tingling sensation. As time progressed, the intensity of this atmosphere escalated, akin to a surging tide relentlessly battering the shores of their hearts. Both their pulses began to race uncontrollably, akin to untamed steeds galloping without restraint. Their hands instinctively clenched, palms dampening with beads of sweat. Xia bit her lips softly, her gaze flickering uncertainly as she endeavored to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her. In this splendid season of spring, where life burgeons anew, nightfall descended quietly, veiling the world in a shroud of mystery and allure. Moonlight cascaded like liquid silver upon the earth, while a gentle breeze brushed against the sheer curtains by the window, imparting a refreshing chill. Yet within the confines of the room, a different scene unfolded. The air was thick with fervor, akin to an invisible wave of heat that quickened their heartbeats at this moment. Time seemed to slow, each fleeting second brimming with boundless anticipation and longing. The night stretched long ahead, yet their hearts had already intertwined, merging as one that they reveled in this intoxicating affection, oblivious to the chaos and clamor of the outside world. Chapter 1. The apocalypse's luminary and her little Zimishin stood silently atop the ruins of a high-rise building, his pristine white suit billowing in the tempest, creating a striking contrast as it remained astonishingly unblemished. Perched on his prominent nose were delicate golden-rimmed glasses, behind which his deep, abyss-like black eyes coldly surveyed the streets below. The few remaining survivors scurried desperately, their figures diminutive and fragile against the backdrop of the desolate cityscape. Trailing behind them was a horde of grotesque, ravenous zombies. These creatures moved sluggishly and stiffly, their grayish-green skin marred by gruesome veins and wounds, their blood-red eyes seemingly on the brink of weeping blood as they fixated hungrily on the humans destined to become their next meal. Accompanied by guttural growls, the zombies' mouths gaped wide, emitting a foul-smelling green liquid that evoked nausea. Yet amidst this terrifying tide of the undead, one small zombie stood out, moving cautiously as it stealthily extricated itself from the throng, slipping away in stark contrast to its companions. This little zombie, Tang Ranyin, had skin as pale as paper, dirt and blood staining her form, presenting a woeful sight, were it not for her eyes flickering with an eerie red light. One might easily mistake her for an ordinary human. Tang Ranyin unconsciously lifted her head. A familiar visage instantly caught Shin Qingjuan's in that fleeting moment. The icy indifference that usually characterized his gaze softened, a glimmer of something almost imperceptible passing through. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, his figure vanished like a specter. Oblivious to the attention she had drawn, the little zombie Tang Ranyin continued her stiff gait, silently entering a secluded alley. Behind her, Shin Qingjun followed leisurely, like a predator lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Tang Ranyin moved like a marionette, her vacant eyes fixed ahead as if the world around her held no relevance. However, upon sensing the encroaching shadow behind her, her previously listless movements abruptly halted. She spun around to confront the looming threat, baring her teeth and adopting an aggressively fierce demeanor, her hands flailing in a desperate attempt to intimidate the man pursuing her. Her crimson eyes widened in terror, fixating on the unfamiliar figure before her, betraying an undeniable fear despite her efforts to appear menacing. Though she endeavored to project ferocity, deep within, an instinctual dread of the unknown compelled her to retreat. It was a primal reaction, akin to standing before an overwhelmingly powerful predator, one she could not suppress. Yet, Shun Qingjun remained unfazed, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding warmth akin to jade. His black eyes, as deep as the ocean's depths, concealed a swirling vortex capable of ensnaring any soul that in that instant. Tang Renyin felt an intangible force envelop her, rendering her body entirely unresponsive, as though guided by invisible strings. Propelling her towards Shun Qingjun, he caught her with unwavering steadiness, encircling her in a tight embrace without hesitation, disregarding the stains of blood that marred his once immaculate attire. His focus remained solely on the fragile figure cradled in his arms. Tang Renyin found herself tenderly held by the man, experiencing the warmth of his solid chest and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat at that moment. Shun Qingjun leaned closer, his voice low and slightly hoarse as he whispered in her ear. Renyin, I have finally found you. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse's Luminary and Her Little Zombie. Subsequently, Shun Qingjun held little zombie Tang Renyin closely, and with a swift motion, they vanished into the dark confines of the narrow alley. Moments later, they reappeared within the towering edifice that pierced the heavens at the city's center. Strangely, this area was eerily silent, an unsettling stillness that suggested all life had vanished from this space. The streets lay deserted, devoid of even a single zombie, as if all existence had retreated into obscurity. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the space, heavy and stifling, making it difficult to breathe. Shun Qingjun gradually released his mental grip on Tang Renyin, casually shedding his pristine white suit jacket, which floated gracefully before descending to the ground. Now clad in a fitted white shirt that accentuated his powerful physique, he exuded an undeniable magnetism, with elegance. He rolled up his sleeves, the motions fluid and natural. Shun Qingjun gently placed Tang Renyin into a luxurious bathtub brimming with warm water, meticulously assisting her in shedding her tattered, filthy garments. His every action was tender and meticulous, careful not to inflict discomfort upon the delicate girl. Tang Renyin, seemingly dazed, sat in the tub, her red eyes wide with confusion as she gazed at her surroundings, unable to comprehend why this human treated her with such care. Yet, rather than ponder further, she splashed joyfully in the warm water, sending droplets flying. The warmth gradually soaked Shun Qingjun's shirt, revealing the contours of his well-defined muscles, emanating an irresistible allure. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. Trickling down his cheek, behind the lenses of his glasses, his dark eyes churned with tumultuous desires and longings that he struggled to suppress the burgeoning greed and yearning within him, his throat involuntarily tightening as he fought against the impulse to claim Tang Renyin entirely. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, Shun Qingjun picked up a towel, gently drying the water from Tang Renyin's face and hair. She curiously grasped a corner of the towel, her eyes sparkling with innocence. He carried her, wrapped in a towel, to the bedroom, where he opened the wardrobe to select garments. Upon spotting a cream-colored Lolita princess dress, his eyes softened with tenderness, as if this attire existed solely for her. Once clad in her new outfit, Tang Renyin resembled a dainty princess. Shun Qingjun took her hand, leading her to the mirror. Tang Renyin tilted her head, gazing at her reflection, and suddenly broke into a beaming smile, revealing her small, adorable fangs. The smile caused Shun Qingjun's heart to shudder violently. The little zombie Tang Renyin was utterly enamored with the splendid garment adorning her form, her eyes, as bright and captivating as rubies, sparkled with excitement. Yet the man standing nearby exuded an inexplicable allure, akin to a magnet radiating a deadly charm, compelling Tang Renyin to succumb to an irresistible urge to bite in an instant. The crimson light in her eyes intensified, a torrent of bloodthirsty desire overwhelming her reason. She opened her small mouth, revealing sharp, glistening fangs, and lunged fiercely towards Shun Qingjun. Faced with this sudden assault, a fleeting glimmer of darkness flickered within the depths of Shun Qingjuan's obsidian gaze. He slightly parted his sensuous, delicate lips, exhaling a warm breath, and with a low, raspy voice imbued with magnetism and seduction, softly coaxed, Ran, do take care when you bite. Simultaneously, he leaned in closer, narrowing the distance between them to the brink of contact. However, at that moment, Tang Ran struggled desperately, attempting to suppress the surging urge to bite. She retreated repeatedly, letting out small, beast-like growls that resonated with both anguish and impatience. Yet, Shun Qingjun did not relent. Instead, he drew nearer, gently brushing his soft lips against her cheek in a bid to entice the little zombie into biting him. Eventually, Tang Ran could no longer resist such overwhelming temptation. She opened her mouth wide and fiercely sank her teeth into Shun Qingjuan's lip. Instantly, a warm trickle of blood flowed from the tightly pressed lips, resembling a scarlet thread that dripped steadily to the ground. Chapter 3. The White Moonlight of the Apocalypse Overlord and the Little Zombie after a considerable time. The little zombie Tang Ran was finally satiated. This moment, Shun Qingjun, who had silently observed her, slowly lifted his head. With gentle motions, he extended his hand, carefully wiping away the remnants of blood from the corner of Tang Ran's mouth. His deep, inscrutable black eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, fixated intently on the adorable Tang Ran before him. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a barely perceptible smile that he then gently placed Tang Ran onto the soft sofa. With a graceful sweep of his arm, a wondrous sight unfolded. Before Tang Ran appeared a pile of purple crystals, radiating a mysterious glow, stacked together like a small mountain. These crystals were translucent and shimmered with an enchanting luster. Their quality nothing short of exquisite. The previously dazed Tang Ran snapped back to reality upon witnessing the alluring crystals. Though surprised, her body instinctively reacted, propelling her toward the crystals as she began to voraciously consume them. With each bite, a powerful energy surged into her body, ceaselessly replenishing her. Shun Qingjun cast a deep glance at the entranced Tang Ran, softly advising, Ran, take your time, don't choke, be a good girl, and wait for me to return. His hand tenderly caressed her smooth hair, stroking it gently. Subsequently, Shun Qingjun utilized his water-based powers to swiftly cleanse the garment that had been stained with blood and grime in the blink of an eye. He donned a pristine white suit, impeccably tailored, restoring his elegant and unblemished demeanor. Finally, he vanished in a flash, like a wraith, and the next moment, he materialized hundreds of miles away. This area was engulfed in a surging tide of the undead, the densely packed zombies emitting chilling howls that seemed to tear the very sky apart. However, the instant Shun Qingjun appeared, an overwhelming pressure swept through the vicinity, like a tidal wave. The previously cacophonous horde fell silent, each creature bowing its head in absolute submission. Shun Qingjun stood expressionless among the throng of corpses, his cold, piercing gaze like a frigid moon in a dark night, ruthlessly surveying the grotesque, foul-smelling zombies before him. Slowly, he raised his right hand, a dazzling lightning flickering at his palm, and then unleashed a powerful bolt towards several advanced zombies. With a cataclysmic roar, those advanced zombies were instantly obliterated, their remains scattering in a gruesome display. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh, a nauseating aroma that made one retch. Yet, Shun Qingjun remained unfazed, calmly collecting a few shimmering purple crystals from the debris, meticulously cleaning them before stowing them away into space. Once he completed this task, his lips parted slightly as he coldly issued a command: eliminate all humans in this region. Leave not a single one. Anyone who dares to obstruct me and Ran shall be executed without mercy. His voice was deep and magnetic, yet the murderous intent within sent chills down the spine. The already lifeless zombies stiffened further upon hearing the command, mechanically obeying the powerful man's directive, and then unleashed a thunderous chorus of howls. As if celebrating the impending bloodbath, they surged forth like a tide, frantically searching for any remaining signs of human life in the area. Shun Qingjun stood silently, gazing up at the towering edifice in the distance. This building, designed and constructed by him, was not only an impregnable fortress, but also a cage crafted specifically for his beloved little zombie. Tang Ran this moment, his deep black eyes hidden behind golden-rimmed glasses, surged with an obsessive love as fierce as a tempest. This love seemed capable of devouring all existence, including himself, that he clenched his jaw, silently contemplating. Ran Ran, my darling, soon we shall be together forever, and no one will ever part us. With this thought, a chilling smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 4. The white moonlight of the apocalypse overlord and the little zombie Tang Ran Ran, lay languidly on the table. Resembling a sleepy kitten, her petite form nearly engulfing the surface. With her eyes tightly shut and her small mouth slightly ajar, she was wholly absorbed in absorbing the energy from the crystalline treasures before her. As time slipped by, her previously pallid visage began to acquire a suspicious rosy hue, reminiscent of the delicate petals of early spring blossoms. Her blood-red eyes fluttered open, revealing a hint of confusion and fatigue as they fixated on the towering mound of crystals. Seemingly weary from prolonged energy extraction at last, feeling utterly drained, she let go of a crystal that had yet to be fully consumed, allowing it to fall carelessly to the ground. Slowly, she clambered off the table, her movements appearing somewhat awkward and stiff, and wobbled over to the nearby sofa, where she collapsed into a seat. However, scarcely had she settled when an intense heat surged forth from deep within her body, akin to a raging flame. The warmth enveloped her so swiftly that she barely had time to react, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and neck. Even her lustrous black hair was dampened. Clinging to her cheeks, struggling to her feet, she found her steps unsteady, as if undergoing some miraculous transformation, relying on the wall for support to prevent herself from collapsing. With painstaking effort, she made her way to the bathroom. Arriving breathless at the bathtub, as if she had just completed a marathon, the bathtub, exuding a futuristic aura, sensed her approach and began to fill with water automatically. Warm streams cascaded into the tub, swiftly creating a pool of steaming water. The little zombie Tang Ran Ran eagerly leaped into the tub, her entire body submerging in the warm embrace as the steam enveloped her. Her petite figure became more alluring, shrouded in an enticing haze. Despite her undead appearance, an irresistible charm now emanated from her. Feeling the heat swelling within her, Tang Ran Ran could not help but let out soft whimpers, reminiscent of a small beast. The sounds intertwining pain and pleasure, echoing throughout the bathroom. After a significant passage of time, a wondrous transformation finally began to unfold. Before her eyes, the diminutive zombie, Tang Ran Ran, began to undergo a peculiar transformation. The once pallid and bluish hue of her skin gradually returned to a normal complexion, even surpassing that of an ordinary person in its fairness and delicacy. Her blood-red eyes slowly shifted to a smoky purple, deep and enigmatic, sparkling like the stars against the night sky. Her expression transformed from one of stupor and vacancy to a state devoid of all numbness and confusion, replaced by an innocence and purity reminiscent of a newborn. Curiously, Tang Ran Ran widened her eyes, glancing around with delight, her soft, rosy hands playfully splashing the warm water in the bathtub, intermittently emitting a clear, melodious laughter, as if she had discovered an entirely new world. Meanwhile, Shin Qingjun appeared in the room like a ghost, his deep black eyes sharp and precise, akin to an owl in the darkness, searching intently for the graceful figure of Tang Ran Ran that moment. A sweet and melodious laughter drifted from the bathroom, reminiscent of a playful little bird singing joyfully. This sound, like a magnet, captured Shin Qingjun's attention, prompting him to turn on his heels and stride confidently toward the bathroom. As he entered, the scene before him unfolded just as he had envisioned. Tang Ran Ran was at the pivotal moment of her metamorphosis. With a gentle motion, he removed his exquisite gold-rimmed glasses and carefully set them aside. Beneath his originally jade-like exterior, he now exuded a disquieting aura, akin to a malevolent spirit awakening from the depths of darkness. His black eyes gleamed with a sickly light, brimming with greed and desire, as if eager to devour the prey before him, to tear it apart and consume it whole. Shin Qingjun slowly raised his hand, his movements as soft as a breeze caressing the surface of a lake, tenderly lifting Tang Ran Ran, who was blissfully unaware of the impending danger while frolicking in the water as he cradled her. The delicate fabric of her dress slipped away, revealing the essence of spring in its entirety. Yet, Tang Ran Ran seemed oblivious to this. her dainty hands still curiously and playfully exploring Shun Qingjuan's austere visage that in response to her affectionate gestures. Shun Qingjuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of wicked charm gracing his features. He suddenly opened his mouth and gently bit down on her delicate fingers, as if delivering a tender reprimand. The corners of his elongated phoenix-like eyes lifted slightly, tracing an alluring curve that inexplicably stirred a blush of desire within him. Unable to suppress the overwhelming surge of longing, Shun Qingjun embraced Tang Ranran tightly, striding purposefully towards the bedroom. Along the way, he softly called out her name, Ranran, his deep, magnetic voice imbued with a mysterious allure. Luring the innocent little zombie deeper into his meticulously woven web of seduction. As the saying goes, in the spring river, the plum blossoms fall in May, while the purple reeds dance, casting flower shadows. Chapter 1. When the invisible girl disguised as a boy accidentally turns the school heartthrob gay in the student dormitory of Peking University, Yuji lounged lazily on her bed, clad in a pristine, white knitted sweater. The fabric soft and warm, exuding an endless sense of comfort. Her neatly cropped hair added a touch of handsomeness and nonchalance, making it difficult to discern her gender. That moment, she was immersed in a captivating novel. Earbuds in place, as melodious music flowed gently into her ears. Occasionally, she would hum along to the tune, her melodies slightly off-key, radiating pure contentment. Just then, Duan Yani quietly pushed the door open and stepped into the room. He stood quietly by his bed, his gaze seemingly casual, yet surreptitiously glancing towards Yuji's bed. This sudden action sent Yuji into a flurry of panic, causing her to hastily cease all movements. Her mind racing with thoughts. Why has Duan Gu been coming back so often lately? In the past, I might only see him a few times a year. Duan Yani seemed to sense Yuji's unease. A subtle smile crept upon his lips that he slowly approached her, extending his right hand to present a beautifully crafted box of pastries. Upon seeing this, Yuji quickly sat up, taking the box with both hands. Her face alight with gratitude as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Duan Gu. You are truly wonderful." As she spoke, she could not help but lavish praise upon the man before her. Hearing her compliments, a hint of warmth appeared in Duan Yani's eyes. He then turned, retrieving a laptop from his bag and settled down at the desk, preparing to tackle work-related matters. Curiously, Yuji watched him as he opened his laptop, his long fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard. The screen soon filled with a multitude of files. The man sat there, resembling an elegant ink wash painting, exuding an aura that was both unapproachable and serene. Tall and slender, his features were sharp and well-defined. As if meticulously sculpted with the keenest of chisels, his deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a cold pond, held an elusive detachment and tranquility, as if capable of discerning the essence of all things while burying all emotions deep within. Dressed in a well-tailored navy coat of superior fabric that swayed gently in the breeze, he emanated a sense of understated luxury. The collar of the coat stood slightly upright, framing his long neck and further enhancing his aloof and dignified demeanor. Beneath the coat, he wore a crisp white shirt, its collar neat and sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing a simple yet exquisite silver watch on his wrist, a testament to his meticulous attention to detail. His lower half was clad in deep gray fitted trousers, the crisp lines accentuating his long legs, his gait exuding poise and confidence. Completing his look were sleek black leather boots, their glossy surfaces reflecting the surrounding scenery. Adding an air of wild charm to his persona, Yuji gently bit into the exquisite pastry, the sweet flavor instantly enveloping her palate, as if a warm current flowed into her heart, causing her to feel as though her very soul was melting away in delight. Unbeknownst to her, a satisfied smile crept across her face, reminiscent of a languid cat, both charming and content. Observing this from the side, Duan Yani felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment swell within him. For an entire year, he had wrestled internally with his special feelings for Yuji, and he had tried to avoid her by not residing here. Yet in the stillness of the night, her delightful visage would inevitably invade his thoughts, compelling him to yearn for her every smile and gesture. Gradually, Duan Yani came to accept a truth. He was deeply in love with Yuji, and this love transcended gender. Thus, the most pressing matter before him now was to find ways to ensure that Yuji could reciprocate his feelings. Just then, Duan Yani keenly noticed Yuji's gaze upon him. Instinctively, he lifted his head to meet her eyes and bestowed upon her a warm smile, akin to the melting of ice and snow that Yuji, caught off guard by their eye contact, became flustered. Akin to a startled fawn, hastily averting her gaze after a moment, she managed to compose herself and softly inquired, Duan-go, is there anything I can assist you with? Duan Yanni's lips curved into a pleasing arc as he replied softly, I have a few excellent books in my bag, specially purchased for you. Why don't you take a look? Upon hearing this, Yuji obediently nodded, carefully maneuvering around Duan Yanni to retrieve the backpack from the desk. Upon opening it, she discovered neatly arranged new books, approximately 7 or 8 in total. Overwhelmed with excitement and eagerness, she barely had time to examine their contents before joyfully clutching them to her chest. With a gentle voice, she responded, Thank you, Duan-go. I truly love them. Duan Yanni's dark, pond-like eyes deepened in shadow, as if turbulent waves were churning within, a potent desire unfurling uncontrollably. His lips curled slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile as he said, Is that so? Then Gigi must take a good look. Hearing this, Yuji hurriedly nodded, affirming, Of course, Duan-go. She then tightly embraced the books, hastening to her bed, where she gently laid them down and began to open them slowly. However, as she read the titles, her face flushed crimson. One book boldly proclaimed, 108 Ways to Turn Yourself Gay, How to Embrace Life After Coming Out. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she found herself unable to contain her shock and confusion. Silently screaming within, What on earth does Duan-go mean by this? Could it be that he has feelings for me? No way. It can't be. Upon reaching this point, Yuji found herself unable to muster the courage to lift her gaze and meet Duan Yinyan's eyes. Even for a fleeting moment, the proud posture she had maintained for 21 years suddenly seemed to lose its support, and she collapsed onto the soft bed, her body falling straight on the other side. Duan Yannian observed Yuji's evident resistance without a trace of surprise or disappointment on his face. Instead, he exuded an air of calm and confidence, as if everything were well within his control. He couldn't help but ponder silently. Ah, Gigi, no matter how you attempt to evade, you are destined to remain within my grasp. Chapter 2. The Love Letter. As time flowed on, the sky gradually succumbed to darkness, enveloping the world in a mysterious veil. Duan Yannian finally completed his tedious tasks and stretched his somewhat stiff body, directing his gaze toward Yuji's bed. There, he found her deeply hidden beneath a thick blanket, with only a small tuft of black hair peeking out. Yet, despite her efforts to conceal herself, the disheveled and hurried sound of her breathing betrayed her inner turmoil and anxiety. Duan Yannian raised an eyebrow slightly, exhaling a warm breath, and decided to grant her some time to adjust. With that, he turned and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. That moment, Yuji, nestled under the covers, was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, her mind racing with unbridled imagination. Various notions surged like a tide, leaving her heart in a state of unrest. However, she could not withstand the encroaching heaviness of sleep, and before she knew it, her eyes gently closed, surrendering to the depths of slumber. When Duan Yannian emerged from the bathroom, the first sound to reach his ears was the steady rhythm of Yuji's breathing. He stood quietly, gazing at her tranquil sleeping visage, his eyes betraying a hint of tenderness and concern in that moment. The man, unable to suppress the emotions bubbling within him, took a step forward, drawing closer to Yuji's bed. As he reached her side, he bent down, moving as softly as a breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Slowly, he leaned in, planting a kiss on her smooth forehead, light as a feather, yet imbued with profound affection. This kiss was brief and restrained, as if fearing to awaken the sleeping beauty that as the morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, it cast a gentle warmth throughout the room. Yuji, however, awoke early in the soft glow of dawn. Her autumn-like eyes, still veiled in a thin mist from sleep, appeared particularly enchanting that a few unruly strands of short hair danced playfully beside her cheeks, adding an extra touch of charm and vitality. Cautiously, Yuji sat up, her movements so delicate that they elicited scarcely a sound. While she combed through her slightly tousled hair, she stole glances at the still, slumbering Duan Yannian, silently praying not to disturb him. Once she had tidied herself, she descended from the bed in a flurry, resembling a startled fawn, and tiptoed out of the room as if a fierce beast were pursuing her. quickly fleeing the student dormitory. Dressed in a soft lambswool coat the color of caramel under the warm sun, she exuded both warmth and a sense of style. Beneath it, she wore a sweatshirt adorned with whimsical cartoon patterns, lending an air of playfulness and vivacity. Her fitted dark jeans were slightly rolled up, revealing a glimpse of vividly colored socks that echoed the lively style of her upper attire. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows as Yuji strolled leisurely along the tranquil paths of the campus. With her tall stature, she appeared like the gentle warmth of the winter sun, resembling a graceful youth stepping forth from the realms of light. Yet, as she drew nearer, one could discern a subtle veil of melancholy shadowing the handsome features of the young man. Just then, Zhou Lu, who had long harbored a secret admiration for him, appeared in her path. She was charming and captivating, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, shyly blocking Yuji's way. Zhou Lu lowered her head slightly and softly greeted, "Senior Yu." Before she could finish, she suddenly summoned her courage and thrust a carefully wrapped love letter made of pink stationery into Yuji's embrace. Then, like a startled fawn, she turned and fled in embarrassment. This unexpected scene left Yuji momentarily bewildered, watching Zhou Lu's swiftly retreating figure with a dazed expression, her mind racing with thoughts. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to her. Many girls had previously requested her assistance in delivering love letters to their princely idol, Duan Yannian. After all, as the school's shining star, he was the object of affection for countless young women. Inundated with love letters, with a resigned shake of her head, Yuji sighed softly and tucked the letter into the small pocket of her backpack, silently resolving to find an opportune moment to deliver it to Duan Yannian. With her heart brimming with doubts and unease, she slowly made her way to the study room, her thoughts consumed by the implications behind the books Duan Yannian had gifted her the previous day. Could it be that he harbored feelings that were not to be? No, that was impossible. She vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel the ludicrous thought from her mind. Perhaps Duan Yannian was merely teasing her with a light-hearted jest. With this thought, Yuji felt her spirits lift considerably, and her steps quickened unconsciously. Once she entered the study room, she selected a seat by the window and began to prepare for her final exams. Before long, Duan Yannian entered, his keen eyes scanning the room like a hawk. Swiftly locating Yuji's position, he moved effortlessly to sit opposite her. Upon seeing Duan Yannian, Yuji hesitated for a moment, then offered him a polite smile, softly saying, "Duan Gu, what a coincidence." She reached in her backpack and retrieved the carefully prepared pink love letter, cautiously extending it toward Duan Yannian. After completing this act, Yuji lowered her head, feigning nonchalance as she resumed her studies at that moment. Duan Yannian, noticing Yuji's gesture, couldn't help but wonder if she had finally come to her senses with this thought. A barely perceptible smile graced his handsome features. He extended his well-defined hand, gently accepting the love letter, filled with anticipation as he slowly opened the envelope. However, upon reading the name at the top of the letter, to Dear Yuji, it felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, extinguishing his earlier joy in an instant. Duan Yannian furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes as he quickly skimmed the contents of the letter. Subsequently, as if it were merely inconsequential scrap paper, he unhesitatingly returned it to Yuji's hand. Yet a smirk, tinged with irony, involuntarily crept onto his lips as he gently remarked, "I never would have imagined that our Gigi would be so popular."